and Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed. I'm back in the saddle again.
That's right, folks. It's another visit with all the gang here at Melody Ranch. There's Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, the Gene Autry Blue Jeans, Carl Cotner's Melody Ranch Hardway 6, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. Right now, though, meet the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
Honey, I'm in love with you. No one else will ever do. Make my every dream come true. Tell me that you love me too. Honey, let me hold your hand till I make you understand that you're mine forevermore. Honey, I'm in love with you. I'm forever building dreams round your pretty head, it seems. Do you want to spoil my scheme by saying you'll never be mine? I would make an ocean trip if I could kiss your dear sweet lips. I would walk 1,000,000 miles to hear you say you love me too. I'm forever building dreams round your pretty head, it seems. Do you want to spoil my scheme by saying you'll never be mine? I would make an ocean trip if I could kiss your dear sweet lips. I would walk 1,000,000 miles to hear you say you love me too. Well, howdy there, friends and neighbors, and welcome again to Melody Ranch. I've been thinking today as my thoughts begin to stray of your memory, to me worth more than gold. As we ride across the plain, midst the sunshine and the rain, we'll be rounded up in glory by and by. We'll be rounded up in glory. We'll be rounded up by and by. We'll be rounded up in glory. We'll be rounded up by and by. When the melon time is o'er, and we will stampede no more, when he rounds us up in glory by and by. As we ride across the plain, with the cowboys that have came, and the storms and lightning flashing by your side, there we'll meet to part no more, up on that golden shore, when he rounds us up in glory by and by. We'll be rounded up in glory. We'll be rounded up by and by. We'll be rounded up in glory. We'll be rounded up by and by. When the melon time is o'er, and we will stampede no more, when he rounds us up in glory.
Thanks for some beautiful music, Gene. You know, I'd say that song is in a class all by itself.
Well, I agree with you there, Charlie.
Miss Autry. Howdy, friends and fellow voters. I am here today...
Now, just a minute, Buttram. You're here today for what?
Now, please, don't interrupt. I'm practicing my campaign speech.
Oh, campaign speech.
Yes, sir. The political race for sheriff of Rimrock County is starting next week, and naturally, I'm going to enter the election.
Well, I was afraid of that.
Oh, now, just listen to this. This is my opening speech that I'm making at the courthouse next week.
Yeah, I want to hear.
And so, my friends, I say, I have never stolen any money in my life. All I ask is a chance. Hey, does that sound right to you?
Well, coming from you, it does, yeah. Oh. But if you're going into politics, now, what party do you belong to?
The Democratic, Republican, Third Party, Left Party, Right Party, Labor Party, and I ain't mad at nobody party.
Well, that sounds natural. Well, seriously, now, do you know so much? How do you know so much about politics?
Oh, well, my girl, Dulcie Mae, she told me everything.
Oh?
She even tells me what to vote for.
Well, what did you vote for?
Well, she told me, she said, vote no on number 5, yes on number 12, no on 7, yes on 3, no on 15, yes on 8, no on 10, yes on 11, no on 6, and flip a coin on 17. So I said, did you say no on 5, yes on 12, no on 7, yes on 15, no on 3, yes on 8, no on 10, yes on 11, no on 6, and flip a coin on 17? She said no. I said no on 5, yes on 12, no on 7, yes on 3, no on 15, yes on 8, no on 11, yes on 10, no on 6, and flip a coin on 17. So, armed with this information, I rushed into the building, stepped blindly into the booth, pulled the lever.
What happened?
I got a hot shower. Yeah, you see, I stepped into the wrong booth.
Well, Sheriff, are you of the opinion that women control the voting in this county?
That is a moot question. Here. And since we have no moots here to question, I'll answer it. And being a politician, I shall answer it with another question. What about the farmers?
Yeah. What about the farmers?
Well, I'll tell you about us farmers. The farmer plants the seed grows into corn, the cattle eats the corn, and grows big enough to supply milk, meat, and clothing for the country. But it ain't safe.
It ain't safe?
No.
Why?
If a gopher gets that one little seed, the whole nation goes to pot. If I'm elected, everything's going to be different. Oh, yes. I'll build dams bigger than Boulder Dam. I promise I'll give the people free power, free water, free electricity.
What about gas?
I'm giving them that now. So long, Miss Autry.
So long, Buttram. Oh, me. I just want to tell you all the opinions expressed by Buttram in this campaign are not necessarily those of any human being. And now here are the Cass County Boys in the blue jeans with Hot Diggity. Kids?
Hot diggity, dog diggity, boom, what you do to me, it's so new to me. What you do to me, hot diggity, dog diggity, boom, what you do to me, when you're holding me tight. Never dreamed anybody could kiss that away, bring me bliss that away, with a kiss that away. What a wonderful feeling to feel that away. Tell me, where have you been all my life? Oh, hot diggity, dog diggity, boom, what you do to me, boom, it's so new to me, boom, what you do to me, hot diggity, dog diggity, what you do to me, wow, when you're holding me tight. Never knew that my heart could go sing that away, sing-a-ling that away, make me sing that away, say goodbye to my troubles, they went that away, ever since you came into my life. Oh, hot diggity, dog diggity, boom, what you do to me, boom, it's so new to me, boom, what you do to me, hot diggity dog diggity, what you do to me, how my future will shine from the moment you're mine.
Oh, thank you, Cass County Boys and Blue Jeans. That was mighty fine. Have I told you lately that I love you? Could I tell you once again somehow? Have I said with all my heart and soul how I adore you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. This world would end today if I should lose you. I'm no good without you anyhow. Have I told you lately that I love you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. Have I told you lately how I miss you? When the stars are shining in the sky. Have I told you why the nights are long when you're not with me? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. This world would end today if I should lose you. I'm no good without you anyhow. Have I told you lately that I love you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. Well, thank you very much, folks. Thank you.
Say, Gene, maybe you can give me a hand. You know, a fellow showed me a magic trick the other night, but I can't get it to work.
Well, I'm not up much on the feats of magic, Charlie, but I do have one pretty good trick.
Oh? You mean you can say the word alakazam and make something disappear?
I can just say the word work and make Pat Buttram disappear.
That Buttram is the greatest when it comes to vanishing into thin air. Never saw anything like it.
Well, I can recall a mighty neat disappearing act that I ran into several years back, Charlie. There had been a series of bank holdups and robberies in the area with a 200-mile radius of sagebrush. And the law was puzzled over the way that the gang seemed to just vanish after each job. Then things quieted down and nothing much was heard of the gang for quite a while. Early one morning, I was riding out through the ranch gate when I spotted the sheriff coming up the road.
Howdy, Gene.
Well, good morning, nice Sheriff. Where you headed?
I got a little official business over at the old Norton farm. You acquainted with the new owners?
Well, I met young Jim Bryan a week or so after he moved in. I understand his grandmother's living out there with him now. Why? Something wrong?
It's about the vanishing gang. A marked bill, one that was stolen in the Red River payroll job a month ago, turned up in sagebrush yesterday. Frank Dolan brought it into my office.
I see. Did he remember who gave it to him?
Yeah. Jim Bryan's grandmother.
Why, yes, Sheriff. I was in Mr. Dolan's store day before yesterday. Paid the feed bill. Comes to $63.
Reason we asked, Miss Bryan, you gave Frank Dolan a $50 bill. It's been identified as part of the money stolen in a payroll robbery.
Oh, dear me. Land's sake, the payroll robbery, you say?
Oh, there's no need to be alarmed, Miss Bryan. All the sheriff wants to know is if you can recall where you got the bill.
Well, I certainly can recall, Miss Autry. Isn't often I see one of them, you know. We had a hand working for us up to a few days ago. Name was Joe Fallon. He gave that bill to my grandson for a horse he bought from us.
What do you know about this man Fallon?
Oh, not too much, I'm afraid. He just wandered in one day about a month ago looking for work. Land, there's plenty of it around here, so we put him on.
When he left, did he give you any idea where he was headed?
East. said something about Coopersville.
Can you give me a description of this man, Miss Bryant?
Well, he was short and stocky. Around 35 or so.
I see. Thanks, ma'am. Steady, boy.
I hope I've been of some help, Sheriff.
You have, Miss Bryant. Let's go, Gene.
Well, Sheriff, if Fallon is a member of the gang, it would seem that your hunch was right.
Yeah. I'm sure the gang splits up after every job. Each of them lays low for a time, then get together again.
Think they'll hit Coopersville next?
Could be. I'd better get word to the boys over there to keep a sharp lookout. And I'd better do it pronto.
Close watch was kept by the authorities in Coopersville in the days that followed, but nothing happened. Then on a hunch one night, I rode into Sagebrush. Went straight to the sheriff's office.
Maybe you got something there, Gene. Never occurred to me that Fallon would have picked the Bryan place for any other reason except to hole up there.
Well, it's just an idea, Sheriff. After all, the gang hasn't hit Sagebrush yet.
Bryan Farm isn't too far away. He could have come in from time to time to case the town. What in coronation was that?
Down the street, Sheriff. Folks are running toward the post office. Come on, let's go.
Safe busted wide open and cleaned out, Gene.
Hey, Sheriff, I got a look at a couple of them masked hombres. I seen them run out right after the explosion. They headed out the river road.
The gang's got plenty of good head start on us now, Sheriff. Hey, look, I'll take after them. You get a posse together and follow. So I lit out riding as hard as I could, but there was no sign of anyone along the road. No sign until I caught up to a buckboard just beyond the old wooden bridge a few miles out of town.
Miss Autry.
Well, good evening, Miss Bryan. You see anyone ride past in the last few minutes?
No, I haven't. What's wrong?
Bandits blew up the post office safe. We thought they were headed this way.
I've just come from town and I haven't seen a soul.
Well, I guess that's where they must have turned off. Somewhere back along the road. Well, thanks, Miss Bryan. Come on, let's go, champ. I headed back toward town just after I'd crossed the bridge. I thought I heard a horse running close by. I pulled up and listened. I rode down to the edge of the river, and that's when I spotted something in the soft earth. Fresh wheel tracks. I followed them down along the stream to an old deserted grist mill.
Okay, Autry. Get down off that horse. Keep your hand tied.
Well, Bryan, I sort of expected to find you here.
Too bad you didn't take Granny's advice and go back to town, cowboy.
Oh, yes. It's a shame he had to be so curious, Miss Autry. Now my husband's going to have to take care of you.
My. How your voice has changed, Grandma.
Have yourself another surprise, cowboy. There. You don't look much like a grandma without this wig, do I?
No wonder they called you the Vanishing Gang. And there's where just two of you all the time.
Sort of a neat trick, don't you think?
Sure. After you pull a job, you get back to where you hid the buckboard. And while Jim hitches up the horses, you slip into your granny outfit.
Back on the road I go. Now, who would suspect a sweet old lady of being involved with the Vanishing Gang, giving a posse a bum steer now and then?
Hey, listen, baby. Somebody's coming.
No time to get to the buckboard. I'll take Autry's horse. Steady, you. Okay, Jim, give me the gun. I'll keep him covered. Get your horse.
Here. But watch him. Now, champ. Now, boy. That's it. All right, I'll take that gun, Brian. No, you. Oh, yes, I will. And take this one. That's enough. I got enough, Autry. All right, up on your feet. Both of you.
I'll get you for this, cowboy.
I don't think so, Granny. Oh. You'd better save that outfit you've been wearing. Because by the time you get out of jail, you'll be old enough to be a grandma. Now, if all the boys and girls here will join me, I'd like to sing an old favorite of mine that describes the way a cowboy feels at the end of a long, weary day. Riding the range all day, holding the reins all day, riding until my bones are weary, never a change all day. Cattle and plains all day, neath a blistering sun, lots of work to be done while cattle graze. When they're on the run and a stampede's begun, my saddle sways, rounding up strays, I'm riding the range all day, pounding the plains all day, riding until my bones are weary, riding the range all day, riding my life away. Come along, old and gonna leave Cheyenne with the setting sun. Cross the great divide, there the boss will decide our glorious one. Swords are done.
I'm riding the range all day, transacting trains all day.
Guess that he knows my days are dreary, riding the range all day, riding my life away, riding, riding the range all day. Well, folks, I guess that's just about it for today. And this is Gene Autry for all the gang, asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again.
Next week at this same time, Gene Autry and all the gang from Melody Ranch will be heard over these same stations. This is Charlie Lyon inviting you to be tuned our way.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Of course, when it comes to food, flavor is mighty important. Yes, flavor is what tempts the appetite, makes you want to eat all you need. But important as good flavor is, good nourishment is even more essential. So you want to be on the lookout for foods that fill both these requirements. Yes, and do it with economy, too. One such food certainly is wholesome Parquet margarine, the delicious, nourishing spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet's flavor is something pretty special. Thousands of discriminating homemakers agree it's the margarine that tastes so good. And in addition, Parquet margarine is wonderfully nutritious. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for flavor your family will go for, and for nourishment they need, serve them delicious, economical Parquet margarine every day. Yes, when you go to your food store, make it a point to remember Parquet, Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. And now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has just put in a full week down at the water department and comes home ready for a weekend of well-earned rest and relaxation. Will he get it? Stay tuned to this station.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
How do things go at the office?
Go? All right, I guess.
Here, take this chair. Unc, you must be tired.
No, sit still.
Oh, I don't need it. I was just doing a little studying.
Studying in the afternoon?
Well, I was just trying to get a little ahead.
Yeah.
The evening paper's right by your chair there. Can I get your slippers, Uncle Mort?
This isn't Father's Day, is it? By the way, when I came up the walk here, I almost fell over the rake. I don't suppose you have any idea how it got there.
Oh, gosh, Unc, I'm sorry. That was careless of me. I must have left it there when I was raking the leaves.
Raking the leaves? Did you rake the leaves? I don't recall having said anything about raking leaves.
No, you didn't, but I could see they were piling up, and I knew you'd be tired when you got home. By the way, Unc, when you get time...
Yes?
I got my report card today. There's no hurry. I'll just leave it on the mantel here.
No, give it here.
I don't have to get it signed till Monday.
Give it here.
Okay, here it is. Gee, I better go put the rake away before somebody falls over.
Wait a minute, Leroy.
I'll be right back.
Arithmetic, grammar, geography, deportment. Leroy! I was calling Leroy, my dear.
Anything I can do?
Yes. Tell me what on earth to do about Leroy.
What do you mean?
I just got his report card.
How did he come out?
4F. Look at that darn thing. I don't know, Marjorie. He won't study. He gets into trouble. Maybe I ought to send him away to military school.
Oh, no.
Well, he needs somebody to make him toe the line.
You know what I think he needs, Uncle Mort?
What?
I think he needs you.
What do you mean?
Well, I think he needs the understanding and companionship of an older person whom he respects.
That's not me.
Of course it is.
He has a funny way of showing it, then. Every time I say anything serious to him, all I get is, "Are you kidding?"
Oh, well, you know he doesn't mean anything by that. He just has a chip on his shoulder because he always feels he's in the doghouse.
Well, he usually is.
I know, but think. When you were Leroy's age, didn't you ever bring home a bad report card?
Oh, brother. You're right, my dear. I guess I haven't been fair to the boy. I was thinking just the other day, I ought to try and spend more time with him and pal around with him more.
I think it'd be wonderful for him if you did.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to start in right now, and I'm going to devote the whole weekend to him. I'll make a pal out of Leroy if it kills me. Leroy! Leroy!
Leroy! Oh, Leroy!
Leroy, come here!
Mort, don't forget.
Well, we've called him all over the neighborhood. He's hiding, that's what he's doing. Wait till I catch that kid.
You were going to make a pal of him now, remember?
I can't make a pal out of him until I get a hold of him, can I? Leroy?
Looking for me, Unc?
Come in here and sit down, young man. I'd like to have a talk with you.
Uncle Mort?
Come in and sit down, will you, Leroy? I'd like to have a talk with you.
Uncle Mort would like to have a talk.
Yes, sit down, my boy.
It's not my fault, Unc. The teacher doesn't like me. I don't know why. She just got it in for me. I didn't do anything.
Wait a minute. Let's not forget about that report card, shall we, Leroy?
Huh?
I mean, after all, a lot of us get bad report cards. Let's just let bygones be bygones.
Are you kidding?
Leroy!
What?
Well, he started it. Let's not use that expression anymore, shall we, Leroy? Let's find another one.
Okay, Unc.
Leroy, I've been thinking. You know, you and I ought to get to know each other better. I mean, break down and be pals. What do you say?
Okay by me, Unc.
Yes. I wonder if we couldn't find a better word than okay, too, huh? Shall we try?
Okay.
Let it go, let it go. Yes, I think we ought to try to do more things together, you and I, Leroy. You know, go off by ourselves and get away from some of these women around here.
Oh, all right, I'll leave, Uncle Mort.
Hey, come here a minute, my boy. Sit down here beside me.
I'll sit over here.
All right, anywhere. You know, Leroy, I'd like you to think of me as a human being.
Well, I try to, Unc.
Yes, I think the first time I ever realized my father was human was one time when he took me duck shooting. That's why I thought you and I ought to go on some sort of a little expedition.
You mean we're going duck shooting, Unc?
Well, no, but I thought we might go to the Museum of the Historical Society.
Oh.
Have you ever been there?
No. Have you?
Well, they tell me it's very interesting. Lots of, well, you know, historical stuff. What do you say?
Couldn't we go duck shooting?
Would you rather go duck shooting than go to the museum?
Are you kidding? Oh, sorry, Unc.
Yeah, well, that's all right. As a matter of fact, Floyd down at the barber shop was telling me he goes duck shooting out at Skinner's Pond.
I'll bet there's 1,000,000 ducks there.
Yeah. Floyd's got a blind there. He might even lend me his dog. He has a very fine bird dog.
Can we go tomorrow, Unc?
Well, it would mean getting up awfully early, Leroy. 4 o'clock in the morning.
I don't care. I'll get up at 2.
You get up at 2 and you're going to go alone.
Okay, 4 o'clock. How about it? Can we go?
If you'd like to. And if Floyd lends us his dog.
Gee, Unc, you're swell.
Yes. I've decided this is going to be your weekend, Leroy. Anything you want to do, we'll do.
Oh, boy, you're super, Unc. I tell you what, we'll go duck shooting in the morning.
Yes?
When we get back, we'll play touch football with the gang. After that, we'll go out to the zoo. And there's a carnival only about 2 blocks from there. Or, I don't know, maybe we'll go to the movies. And in the evening, we'll go to the basketball game.
Ooh.
And if there's any time left, we might even go to your museum.
Are you kidding?
Hey, Unc.
Yes, what is it now, Leroy?
Why do they call this thing we're sitting in a blind?
Because only a blind fool would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to sit in it. Hold the dog, Leroy.
Down, Senator. Sit down, boy.
Oh, stop licking my face, Senator. Leroy, hold on to him. You're the custodian of the dog, you know.
Okay, Unc. When do I get to shoot?
Shoot? Later.
Quiet, Senator. Quiet. You'll scare the ducks.
What ducks?
Oh, they'll be coming.
If any of them come over, remember what I told you.
Well, they ought to be here any minute. We've been waiting for 2 hours.
2 hours is nothing in the life of a duck, young man. They don't come over on schedule, you know.
They usually come over about dawn. It's so cloudy, I don't know how we're going to know when dawn is here.
Oh, easy. You just wet a finger and hold it up.
Uncle Mort, you couldn't pass the test for a Cub Scout.
Yeah. Joke, Leroy, joke.
Oh. Hey, you know what? It's beginning to rain.
You don't have to be so happy about it.
Cheer up, Unc. It's wonderful weather for ducks.
Yes. Oh, my hands are cold, my ears are cold, my feet are wet, and so is my cigar. Yeah, that's duck shooting. Pass me that thermos of cocoa, will you?
Sorry, Unc, we've drunk it all.
Oh. Well, I guess there's nothing to do then but sit here and wait for death.
Look, Unc.
Where?
Look at Senator. He's sniffing the air.
Just trying to find out which way the wind blows. That's a senator for you.
No, look.
Yeah?
He's stiffening up. I think he smells something.
Yeah, he's pointing. Leroy, that's a very fine dog.
Wonder what he sees.
Oh, he can sense him long before he sees him. Now get ready and watch the way I do this.
When do I get to shoot, Unc?
Later. Remember, you always get them on the rise and always shoot a little ahead of them.
So they run into the bullets?
That's the idea.
How do you train them to do that?
Quiet, Leroy, quiet. Ready. There. Here's duck.
Where? I don't see it.
No, I mean duck down so I can aim.
Oh, what are you aiming at?
Off there. It looks just like a speck now, but it's coming this way. Isn't it, Senator? Yeah.
Unc, that's a P-38.
You. Oh, I'm certainly glad you told me.
Boy, if you'd taken a shot at him, he'd come right down here and...
I just did that to show you, my boy. You can't be too careful in handling a gun. Well, we might as well relax again, I guess.
Come on, Senator, relax, boy. Funny, he's still pointing.
Probably frozen stiff.
No, I think he's pointing at the decoys.
Huh?
Hey, could I take a shot at one of them?
At the decoys, you may not.
Well, how about if we put a tin can on a stump there?
We came out here to shoot ducks, and we'll shoot ducks or nothing. Oh, look out. Here comes the duck ducks, Leroy.
Hey, it's my turn.
Let go.
Don't shoot the dog.
Oh, I got one. Look at him drop, Leroy.
That's no fair. You said it was my turn.
You know, it's funny. You'll sit out in the duck blind for hours, and you're cold and wet, and you wish you hadn't come, and you get one duck, and everything's changed. Oh, it's the most wonderful feeling in the world.
Yeah, but how are we going to get the duck, Unc? He's dropped in the swamp.
Don't you worry about that. You just watch Senator there. He'll find it. Yes, sir. There's not a prettier sight in the world than a well-trained retriever in action. You'll see, my boy. He'll pick that duck up in his mouth and bring it back here without harming a feather.
I think he's found it, Unc. Yep, he's got it.
Good boy, Senator. Good boy. Now watch him bring it back. Hey!
He's sitting down.
Hey!
He's eating it.
Come back here, you! Oh! Bring back that duck!
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. But first, maybe you're the questioning kind of person, the kind who has to be shown. If so, here's a test that should interest you. A test that will prove how good-tasting Parquet margarine is. Yes, Parquet margarine, the economy spread for bread made by Kraft. Now, here's all you do to make a real test of Parquet margarine's flavor. Take fresh from the oven bread or rolls, or toast that's piping hot. Then spread them thick with Parquet margarine. And see for yourself how deliciously good Parquet is. You see, heat brings out the taste of any food. It's a really severe test of flavor. You'll find Parquet's flavor is delicate and mild, just right for a spread for bread. So let this simple test convince you and start serving your family Parquet margarine tomorrow. And remember, Parquet is an economical source of important food values. Nourishment, food energy, vitamin A. So tomorrow, sure, ask your dealer for Parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. And now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. After a long, hard day in the duck blind, he comes trudging home with wet feet, a sore shoulder, and the mangled remains of a duck, to find that it's only 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, hello, Water Commissioner. I see you've been in the water.
Oh, you here, Judge?
Glad to see you up so bright and early, Commissioner.
Yeah. Funny how you always get in here in time for breakfast. This time we fooled you. I had mine at 4 o'clock.
So I heard. Marjorie told me I had a little bite with her.
So.
I think it's a fine thing you're doing for Leroy, Gildy, devoting your whole weekend to him. You're going to get a lot of satisfaction out of it.
Am I?
You bet you are. What wouldn't I give for a boy I could make a pal of?
I'll lend you Leroy. Do you know what he's got planned for this weekend?
What?
5 hours in a duck blind was just a warm-up. Right now, I'm supposed to play touch football. This afternoon, there's the zoo and the carnival.
Sounds like fun.
Fun? Why, there's 10 miles of walking at the zoo and another 5 miles at the carnival, besides getting sick on the loop-the-loop. Then tonight, a basketball game, and somewhere we squeeze in a double feature. What am I going to do, Judge?
Well, you'll just have to go through with it, I guess, Gildy. You can't let the boy down.
No, but I can get sick.
Oh, it's nothing the matter with you, Gildy.
No, but there's going to be.
Uncle Boy.
What is it, my dear? Don't say anything about it, Judge.
Leroy's looking for you.
Leroy? Oh, yes, I know.
Hey, Unc. In here, Leroy. Where are you? I thought we were going to play football.
Now, Leroy, it's raining.
A little drizzle. They never call a game off for that.
Sure, what's a little drizzle?
You keep out of this, Judge. Perhaps you'd like to go out and play with the boys.
I'd be delighted to, if it weren't for my gout.
Well, so would I. If it weren't for the cold I think I'm catching.
Oh, Unc, you promised.
Now, Leroy, you can't ask Uncle Mort to go outdoors if he's catching a cold.
You're absolutely right.
Achoo. Better try that one again, Gildy. That wasn't so good.
Okay, you go mind your own business.
I was just going, Gildy. I was on my way. But take good care of yourself, old man. Marjorie, I'd make him go to bed if I were you.
I was thinking of that.
Not a bad idea. I may do it.
Best thing in the world for a cold. Bed, a hot mustard plaster, and a good stiff dose of castor oil.
You.
With that thought, I'll leave you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
May drop in a little later to see how your patient's getting on.
See that you don't, you old goat.
Come on, Uncle Mort. Upstairs.
Yes. I hope you won't mind, Leroy, if I do go upstairs and lie down for a little while. There's been a lot of this going on around here. Besides, now that I'm water commissioner, my health is a matter of public concern. I owe it to the town, I owe it to you, and take care of myself. You understand?
Sure, we understand.
Now, go ahead, Uncle Mort. You get right into bed, and I'll come up in a minute and see that you're comfortable.
All right, my dear. If you think I ought to, I may see you later, Leroy.
Yeah, take it easy, Unc. Who does he think he's fooling?
There, you comfortable now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
As comfortable as I can hope to be, I guess, Bertie.
Now, you've got your book, you've got your magazine, you've got the radio beside your bed. Is there anything else you can think of?
No, my dear, thank you. Don't bother about me. I'll be all right, I hope.
I'll leave this little bell on the table so you can ring it if you want anything.
Cute, isn't it? Thank you, Bertie. You go ahead. I'll make out here somehow.
Try to get a little sleep now, Uncle Mort.
Yes, you do that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I will if I can. Oh,
Yes, Uncle Mort?
What was it now? Oh, yes. I wonder if you'd get me a glass of water.
Oh, right away.
Yeah. You want to drink plenty of water for a cold. The water commissioner doesn't drink it, who will? Bertie!
Bertie, will you see what he wants now?
Yes, sir. Did you ring?
I was thinking, Bertie, I guess I oughtn't eat anything too heavy for lunch.
Goodness, Mr. Gildersleeve, it ain't time for lunch yet.
I know, but how long will it be?
Well, it's only a little after 10 now.
Oh. Well, maybe just a little glass of that V8 vegetable juice, huh? And some crackers and some cheese.
I don't know if you ought to eat all them things, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you're sick.
Be quiet. Here comes Marjorie.
Here's your water, Uncle Mort.
You're too good to me, my dear. You shouldn't be doing all these things for me, really. I wonder if you'd bring me a box of Kleenex and put it beside my pillow.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
And ask Leroy if he'll bring me some cigars, Optimos. But don't make a special trip for it.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Bertie, you know what I think would be good for my cold?
What's that?
You remember those little butterscotch pecan tarts you used to make?
There'll be none of that, Uncle Mort.
Oh.
Bertie, you come out of there.
Yes, ma'am. Doggone, ain't nobody can enjoy being sick like a man. They want more service.
Service? Here I am, flat on my back, and that's the kind of sympathy I get.
Hello, Marjorie, honey. Oh. I hope you don't mind me just walking right in like this. Oh, not at all, Mrs. Ransom.
It's her.
I won't stay but a minute. Judge Hooker told me about your uncle's illness, and I just had to run right over. Well, that was nice of you. I don't think it's anything very serious.
Oh, it isn't, huh?
Well, I'll just peek in for a second if you think it's all right. Oh, please do. I know he'd love to see you.
Oh, I wish I had a comb.
Throckmorton, you poor boy.
Oh, hello, Leela.
Did you get a nasty bug?
No, it's nothing, really. I feel better already, now that you're here.
Oh, you. I wanted to bring you over some calf's foot jelly.
Oh, fine. I'll eat it with my lunch.
But I didn't have the faintest idea how to make it.
Oh, well, it was sweet of you anyway.
So I brought you a box of Zuzus. It was the only thing I could find in the house.
Oh, thank you. Zuzus. I'll just put it under my pillow where I can get at it.
Oh, I think it's just terrible you getting sick like this. I can't tell you how disappointed I am. I was hoping for you to take me to the Halloween party at the country club.
Oh, party?
Oh, it sounds wonderful. I just love bobbing for apples, don't you?
Yes, I'm crazy about it.
And I suppose they'll play post office and silly games like that.
I can think of worse games than post office.
If you only hadn't gone and gotten sick. Oh, well, I dare say I can get somebody else.
Huh?
Judge Hooker or somebody.
Leela?
Yes?
What time is that party?
8:00. Oh, but goodness, what difference does it make now?
I think I can make it.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of letting...
No, I'm feeling a lot better already. It was those Zuzus. I think by 7:30 tonight I'll be all right.
Oh, but Throckmorton...
Shh, I'll be there at 8.
I can only find one cigar.
Oh, thank you, my boy.
Well, Throckmorton, I mustn't tire you. I do hope you'll get well soon.
And I will. Don't worry.
Goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ransom.
Bye.
I'll be seeing you.
How you feeling, Unc?
Oh, a little better, I think, Leroy, but none too vigorous.
Well, maybe when you've had some lunch, you'll feel more like going to the zoo.
I wouldn't count on that. You have to watch these things, you know, possible complications.
Oh. Don't bother Uncle Mort now, Leroy.
Marjorie, what have you got in that glass?
Just orange juice.
Yeah, you can't fool me.
Oh, Uncle Mort, don't be a baby.
How do I know it isn't castor oil?
Because we haven't any.
Oh.
I had to send out for some. Besides, I'm not going to give it to you till the doctor gets here.
Doctor? What do I want with the doctor?
Oh, just to be on the safe side. Possible complications, you know.
Huh?
I think you ought to have your chest examined.
I think I ought to have my head examined.
Right in here. I brought you a visitor, Uncle Mort.
Oh, hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I thought Mr. Peavy might cheer you up.
Yeah, I'll try. Well, you're looking a little peaked, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Nothing much the matter with me, Peavy. What's that you got there?
Castor oil.
You mean all that is castor oil?
Well, I brought you several varieties so you could pick the one you like.
Peavy, all castor oil is the same and you know it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. There's the regular and the tasteless, and there's this new number. It's got raspberry flavor. It's very nice.
Peavy, are you trying to tell me that you have some castor oil that tastes like raspberries?
Well, I don't think it would fool anybody.
I guess not. Well, what about the tasteless variety? Is it really tasteless?
Well, not entirely. Tasteless castor oil is kind of a trade expression, like easy payment plan.
Easy payment.
Dr. Pettibone to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the invalid in here. Hello, Gildersleeve.
Hello, Doctor.
Afternoon, Peavy. Nice weather.
Yes, it is, Doctor. Of course, it rained a little this morning. But in general, the weather has been very good. But then, of course, that's bad for business.
If you look at it that way.
It's really been quite discouraging, but I look for a change in the near future. Mrs. Peavy's knee twitched this morning, and that generally means a spell of real pneumonia weather. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Peavy.
Well, Gildersleeve, I see you finally got what's coming to you.
What are you talking about?
Yes, sir. I've been telling you what would happen if you didn't cut down on your smoking and your eating. Man your age can't act like a 12-year-old, you know.
How do you know I'm sick? You haven't even taken my temperature.
I took it 2 years ago. If you'd taken my advice at the time, you'd be a well man today.
I am a well man. Here, feel my pulse.
I know your pulse like a book. I hope you're going to take this collapse as a warning, Gildersleeve.
Collapse? Doctor, aren't you even going to look at my tongue?
Don't need to. Now, you listen to me. How many cigars you've been smoking?
I cut down, Doc.
How many?
I'm down to 12 a day now.
From now on, no more than 3.
I can't live on 3 cigars a day.
Oh, yes, you can, and with the diet I'm going to give you, you'll love it.
Diet?
Yes, sir. Breakfast, dry toast and tea, no cream or sugar.
I'll starve to death.
Lunch, hard-boiled egg and plain lettuce salad, no oil. Dinner, 1 lamb chop, no fat. 1 potato, no gravy. After a week of that...
No Gildersleeve.
Nonsense. You'll like it. Well, I'll call you in a day or so. And incidentally, it wouldn't do you any harm to get some rest. I'm going to ask your niece to keep you in bed for a couple of days.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. As my father used to say to his patients, take care of your body, my man. You'll never get another one.
Oh, brother, how did I get into this? How am I going to get out of it?
Got to hurry. It's almost 8.
Yeah, you had better hurry, my dear.
You sure you don't mind being alone?
Alone? Not at all, my dear. Solitude can be very enjoyable at times. Are you sure Leroy is gone?
Yes, he went to the basketball game.
And Bertie, too?
Yes, she's out for the evening.
Then run along, my dear, and have a good time.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
Good night. Holy smokes, I got about 3 minutes to get dressed and get over to the Widow Ransom's. Where are my pants? Ooh, I can't find my pants. Oh, here they are. I thought it was a coat. Oh, what's that? Marjorie coming back? Ooh, get into bed quick, fatso. Is that you, my dear?
No, it's me, Unc.
Leroy, what happened? Did you forget something?
No, I didn't forget anything.
What are you doing back here?
Well, you remember what we talked about last night, Unc?
About what?
About you and me being pals.
Oh, yes, of course I do.
Well, I just wouldn't feel right about going off and leaving you here all alone when you're sick, Unc.
You shouldn't feel that way, Leroy.
Well, I do. After all, you didn't get to go to the zoo or anything. So I decided I'd stay here and keep you company.
That's very touching, my boy, and I appreciate it. I really do. But I wish you'd forget about me and go to that basketball game.
Oh, I can see a basketball game anytime. I heard a joke today, Unc. Would you like to hear a joke? Maybe to cheer you up.
Well...
What's black and white and red all over? Give up?
Very good.
I haven't heard the answer yet. A newspaper.
Oh, that's even better. Leroy, will you go to that basketball game?
You like that? Here's another. What is it that'll go up the chimney down or down the chimney up? It won't go up the chimney up.
Leroy, I'm in no mood to sit here and listen to corny riddles.
Well, now you're beginning to sound more like yourself, Unc. You must be getting better.
Yes.
I was beginning to worry about you there.
Young man, you might as well know there's nothing whatever the matter with me, whatever.
I know that.
What? I'm getting up right now, and I'm not going to any basketball game.
I know that, too.
Huh?
I know where you're going, and I know who you're going with.
Oh, you do, eh? Then what are you doing here?
Well, Unc, how about a little advance?
Yes. Leroy, this is blackmail. But I'm glad to pay it. At least now we understand each other. What? Are you awake, Leroy?
Yeah. How'd you make out, Unc?
Oh, I had a very enjoyable evening, thank you. There's one thing I'd like to know.
What's that?
There was a car parked in front of Mrs. Ransom's house when I got there.
I know, Judge Hooker's.
Yes. Was it you, by any chance, who let the air out of the judge's tires?
Well, Halloween, you know.
Leroy, that was not a nice thing to do. I only hope I can do as much for you sometime. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
If someone in your family carries a lunchbox to work or school, here's something you should know. Yes, you should know about smooth spreading, easy slicing Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food that makes sandwich making as easy as ABC. Pabstet slices so easily and spreads so smoothly, it's grand for sandwiches and snacks. Pabstet is topped, too, for cooked cheese dishes because it melts and blends and toasts to perfection. Or you'll find all kinds of ways to add delicious cheese goodness to your meals if you keep a supply of Pabstet around. Pabstet makes your meals more nourishing, too. It's a reliable source of food energy, milk protein, the milk minerals, calcium and phosphorus, vitamin A. And Pabstet is as digestible as milk. So keep Pabstet on hand. Your food dealer has it in the distinctive round, flat package. Yes, tomorrow ask for Pabstet, Pabst-ETT. Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For now, ladies and gentlemen, since we're broadcasting from Camp Elliott, which is a Marine base, we bring you a man who goes with a girl named Marine and can't get to first base, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Well. Thank you. Great Nut Flakes again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, I don't get the connection. Here we are visiting the Marines at Camp Elliott, and you have to drag my girl into it. What's that for?
Well, after all, Jack, your girl's name is Marine.
That's right, Marine Strudelhaven. But what do you... But what do you mean I can't get to first base with her? Why, the girl's nuts about me.
Well, when I saw you at the movies the other night, she was way down in front, and you were sitting upstairs in the loggia smoking.
All right, so I was smoking.
Well, if she's so nuts about you, why weren't you sitting together? For the simple reason that I only had one cigar. Anyway, how did you know that Maureen was in the theater? Why, everybody knew it. She kept yelling at you all through the picture.
Well, she didn't understand the plot. I don't see why either. She's in pictures herself, you know.
What was that?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. What was that about Marine Strudelhaven?
I just said that she's in the movie.
She works in a shipyard.
She does not.
I wish I had a nickel for every rivet she's caught in her bucket.
All right. It's patriotic for women to do work like that nowadays. But she's... But she's, Anyway, she's a beautiful girl and very feminine.
Feminine? She's got a rattlesnake tattooed on her right arm.
Well, if you look close, that rattlesnake has a rose in its mouth. It's a two-color job. I held her hand while she got the needle. Anyway, the girl is crazy about me. Did you see those novel cufflinks she gave me for a present?
Novel is right. She bit him out of a lead pipe.
All I know is they hold my cuffs together beautifully. They're a little heavy, though. I have an awful time waving at people, you know? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hey, Jackson, I tried to get a hold of you last night. Me and the boys had a big Halloween party at the Del Mar Hotel.
Yes, I know, and what a racket. Kept me up all night.
Oh, are you staying at the Del Mar?
No, I'm at the U.S. Grant in San Diego. And my windows were closed.
Halloween party, huh, Phil? Was it the costume affair?
Sure, all that stuff. My drummer was dressed up like Little Bo Peep. My brass section was the Seven Dwarfs, and Frankie, my guitar player, came as the Pie-Eyed Piper.
Pie-eyed? That's the Pied Piper.
Jackson, he was blind.
A costume party. What outfit did you have on, Phil?
Oh, I was all knocked out, Jackson. I let my hair down and came as Lady Godiva.
That I don't believe. Were there any other clever costumes?
Yeah, about 4 a.m., one of the boys came in all dressed up like a policeman.
Well.
But he was a real cop, and ding, ding, off we went.
Well, that's a typical Harris party. Everything from hors d'oeuvres to a paddy wagon. Yes, sir.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Phil's Halloween party, I had a...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Phil's Halloween party...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I'm fine now.
Good.
Things looked pretty blue early in the week, but I unloosened my collar.
Well, that'll do it every time. You know?
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Phil's Halloween party, I had a swell costume. I borrowed a uniform from one of the bellboys at the hotel.
Oh, dressed as a bellboy, eh? Did you have fun?
Gosh, no. I ran so many errands I never did get to the party.
Well, that's too bad.
But I made $8 in tips. That sure beats singing on the radio.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. What I give you amounts to more than $8 a week. You get a small fortune.
Yeah, stocking an oil well.
Never mind.
If your backyard is dry, I'm hooked.
Dennis, believe me, I expect to strike a gusher any day now.
Oh, boy, oil.
I mean it. And now, Dennis, how about a little song?
Okay.
Hold it, kid. Say, Jackson, if you don't mind, I've been rehearsing an awful cute song, and I'd like to do it right now.
What's the name of it, Phil?
I like to neck with a chicken.
That's I Get the Neck of the Chicken. I've heard it, and it's a swell number. I'll tell you what. You sing it, and I'll accompany you on the violin. What do you say, Phil?
Jackson, you pull a horsehair over that catgut, and there won't be a Marine left in the building.
Okay.
Okay, if that's your attitude, go ahead and sing. Some people just can't stand competition.
You know, there's always one in every family, a square, a jerk, that nobody cares a bit. Well, there's always one in every family. And in my family, I'm it. I get the neck of that chicken. I get the burnt piece of toast. I get the speech in the movie. Smacko in back of a post. When I jump in my shower each morning, sure as fate, I'm too late, and that hot water is gone. I get the neck of the chicken. I get the plate with the crack. I get those evenings with Grandma. Everyone else can relax. That's why I can't get over this dream that came true. If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you? Yes, I get the neck of that chicken. Seems like I'm under a curse. I get the neck of the chicken. Sometimes I get the reverse. That's why I can't get over this dream that came true. If I get the neck of that yard bird, then how did I ever get you?
There you go. That was I Get the Neck of the Chicken with a vocal chorus by Phil Harris, our Kentucky bourbon baritone. And very, very good, Phil.
Thanks, Mr. Jackson.
I really enjoyed that song. You did a great job.
I could sing better than that with one tonsil.
Dennis, what's that for?
Well, I'm supposed to do the singing around here.
But, kid...
You can't lick me. I'm a big oil man.
Who's kicking you around? You're going to sing later.
Oh.
But Phil sang very well. The least you can do is give him credit for it. If there's anything I hate, it's a ham. And now, folks...
Look who's talking.
You behave yourself. And now, folks, no use waiting. I got to slug that kid. And now, folks, Miss Mary Livingston, that eminent American poetess, has written another of her famous... Pardon me. Come in. Well, it's a Marine.
Don't you recognize him, Jack?
Recognize him? Well, I'll be darned.
Hello, stranger.
Slapperman! Well, this is a surprise. So you're a Marine now, eh, Schlepperman?
Look at my neck. It's genuine leather.
Well, you do look rough and ready. How long you been in, Schlep?
7 weeks. And, Jackie, I'm so tough I could lick my weight in wild kittens.
That's wild cat.
Don't rush me.
Same old Schlepperman. Say, Schlep, you ought to make a good Marine at that. Remember all the fights you used to have with your wife?
You mean that red-headed commando?
Well, she did have a pretty hot temper, and she sure used to kick you around.
You said it. After 12 years with her, boot camp was a pleasure.
Well, that's putting it pretty strong, but I guess you know what you're talking about. Where you going, Slep?
Well, I gotta run along now, Jackie. It's time for bayonet practice.
Oh, do you have bayonet practice on Sunday?
No, but we're having roast beef for supper, and I want to be ready.
Well, so long, Slep.
So long, Jackie. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
Oh, what a guy. It was good to see Slep again. And now, folks, say, where were we anyway?
It's time for my poem.
Oh, yes. And now, folks, since November 10th is the 167th anniversary of the United States Marines, Mary Livingston has written another of her... This looks like lousy. It must mean lovely, I think. Lovely poem. What's the title of it, Mary?
To the Marines, and I don't mean Strudelhaven.
Leave her out of it. Go ahead.
On November 10th, long, long ago, the Marines were founded, as you know. They fight one war and then another, and when things get dull, they fight each other.
You said it.
The Marines you'll find on land and ocean, their hands ain't soft from lilac lotion.
Of course not.
Their skin is tough, it is not silky, and they travel around like Mrs. Roosevelt.
Mary, that doesn't rhyme.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, pardon me.
Their skin is tough, it is not silky, and they travel around like Wendell Wilkie.
That's good. That's better. Now read the last verse there.
So here's to you, old leatherneck, from Portland, Maine to Houston, Texas. When you get through with all those Japs, where they had peace, there'll be just gas. The end.
Very, very good, Mary. That was swell.
I could write a better poem than that with one tonsil.
Dennis.
I've had enough of him. Hold my coat, Jack.
Mary, I'm surprised at you.
Let her come. I'm ready.
Why, Mr. Day.
Well, that's the only minstrel show I ever saw in whiteface.
You're right. How do we get into that? Now, fellas...
I said something about one tonsil, remember?
And I have to be in the oil business with a dodo like that. Oh, well. Now, fellas, I've got something very, very important to do. So if you don't mind, I'm going to let you handle the rest of the program and run along.
Where you going, Jackson?
Well, it's a lovely afternoon, so I thought I'd go down to the rifle range and do a little shooting. General Smith said I could.
No kidding. It is okay with Smitty?
Mary, please. Well, see you later, fellas. Oh, and when Rochester brings my rifle, tell him I'll be over at the range waiting for him.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. I'll go with you. I'd like to do a little shooting myself.
I want to come along, too.
I'm sorry, Mary, but I'm not taking you out on that range. You'll have to stay here.
You let me come, or I'll tell all these fellows that you try to join the waves.
I did not. It's a fine answer. I wish my writers would think of me once in a while. Huh? But come on if you insist. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm still at the U.S. Grant in San Diego.
What? You were supposed to be here half an hour ago with my gun.
That's what I called you about, boss. I had a little trouble with it.
What trouble?
I was checking to see if it was loaded. And you know that big chandelier in your bedroom where we hung the laundry?
Yes?
Well, you can get into your socks from any angle now.
Oh, my goodness. You mean to say you shot a hole right through my sock?
Not only that, I riveted your DVDs to the ceiling.
Well, that's the most careless thing I ever heard of. Now, listen, Rochester, jump in a cab and get over here with my gun.
Okay, but a cab clear out there will cost a lot of money, boss.
All right, you pay the cab driver, bring me the slip, and I'll pay you. It's very simple.
Sounds that way, don't it?
You get over here. Now, goodbye.
See you in a little while, boss.
My underwear on the ceiling. Well, it's my fault. I should have worn it. Well, come on, Mary and Phil. Let's get over at the rifle range. So long, John.
So long, Jack. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before Dennis Day does the number for us, I'd like to remind you that America's most distinctive flake cereal in the big 12-ounce economy-sized package...
Hurry it up, Tubby. I got my mouth open.
Quiet, kid. In the big 12-ounce economy-sized package are those toasty, brown, sweet as a nut, Trace Nuts flakes. Ooh, what he said. All right, Great Nut Flake. Sing, Dennis.
Right this way, Mary, Phil. I think the rifle range is over there behind these barracks.
Hey, Jackson, let's get a little excitement into this. Now, I'll bet you $5 I hit the target more times than you do.
That's a bet, brother. Mary, you hold the money.
Okay.
Here, Mary, here's my dough.
Good. Let's go.
Well, where's your 5, Jack?
You see me every day. I'm certainly good for it. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, Jackson. I want to see your $5 right now.
I'm not going to take my pants down and my money belt off out here. Anyway, I'm going to win that bet. There's the range right over there.
Oh, just a second, buddy. Where you going?
Oh, are you the sentry?
No, I'm just walking up and down here because I'm mad at my teeth.
Well, you don't have to get huffy about it. Now, whether you like it or not, I'm going out on that rifle range.
You take one more step and I'll make Fred Allen happy.
Now, put down that rifle, please. Now, look, I have permission from General Smith to use the range. And if you don't mind, Woo! What's that bayonet? Now, come on, kids. Here's the entrance right here.
Gosh, look at all those targets.
Where? What target?
You'll have to take my word for it. They're about 100 yards away.
I can see him. Well, as long as Rochester isn't here yet with my gun, I might as well take one out of this rack. This is a good one.
Just a minute, Great Tot. What are you doing with that rifle?
I have permission to do some target practice, Sergeant. I'm aiming it.
Well, turn it around unless you want 3 nostrils.
Oh, yes. Well, go ahead, Phil. You shoot twice, and I'll shoot twice. And remember, this is for $5.
Okay, Jackson. Now, look, I'm aiming at that center target. Here goes.
Whoop, pardon me, Phil. You missed it a mile.
I missed it because you shoved me.
I stumbled a little. Be a sport. Now, try your second shot.
Okay. Here goes. How do you like that, a bullseye?
$5 shot that. Oh, well. Mary, where are you going with that gun?
I want to see if I can hit one of the targets.
Those things are dangerous. Put it down.
Oh, let me try it anyway.
Okay. Stand back, everybody. You know how women are.
Quiet.
Ha ha! You missed it. Well, I'll be 3 bullseyes.
That's right. The little lady has a perfect score. Would you like this hand-painted ashtray, miss, or the Popeye doll?
Well, Phil, I guess Rochester isn't going to get here, so let's get back to the mess hall.
Hold it, Jackson. You bet me $5 and you're going to shoot right now.
All right. I just don't like to shoot without my own gun, that's all. Well, I think I'll try for that brown target over there.
That's the sentry that just stopped us.
Oh, yes, he's tying his shoelace. See, I can't get used to this. I can't get used to this strange rifle.
Come on, Jackson. Quit stalling.
Okay, here goes. What happened? What did I hit?
A gopher with a monocle.
My, they're ritzy here, aren't they? Huh?
You want to aim a little higher, Blue Eyes.
I can't. These cufflinks are holding me down. But I'll try. Here goes. Oh, my goodness.
Jeepers, he's got a flock of ducks.
Well, I'll be darned.
Hey, Jackson, here comes Rochester.
It's about time. I'm over here, Rochester.
Oh, yes. Here's your gun, boy.
Thanks.
Say, Jack, what's that little piece of rock sticking up there by the trigger?
That's the flint. What do you think it is?
Flint? Is it a cigarette lighter?
No, it's a gun. You see, this little hammer hits the flint, makes a spark, and the gun goes off. Believe me, I'm going to show you some real shooting.
With a gun that old, you ought to be shooting Indians.
No, this gun isn't so old.
Look at the initials on the barrel. BB, Daniel Boone.
That BB stands for Dead-Eye Benny, my uncle. Now, hand me my powder horn, Rochester.
Okay, here you are, boy.
Stand back, everybody.
Be careful, Jackson. That thing must pack a terrific wallop.
I know how to handle it. Notice how I'm bracing myself? 4!
You're not playing golf.
Out of the way, everybody. I'm going to hit that old bullseye. Ooh. What happened? Did I hit it?
No, and get up off the ground.
Darn it, I must have put in too much powder. Pick up my hat, Rochester.
Here you are, boy.
Thanks. And my glasses. Oh, Phil, reach over there and pick up my gun, will you?
Okay, here you are, Jackson. Catch!
Darn you, Phil Harris! Get my glasses again, Rochester. And my hat. Say, fellas, I got a better idea. Instead of shooting at the target, why don't I put a tin can on Rochester's head and shoot that off?
You want to shoot a tin can off my head?
Yeah, didn't you ever hear of William Tell's son that put an apple on his head?
Yeah, whatever become of him?
He'd become famous. Now put this can on your head and march 10 yards down the field.
Uh-huh.
And when you get there, turn around and stand still.
Uh-huh.
Now, you aren't afraid, are you?
Well, if I ain't afraid of nothing, I ain't going to do.
There's nothing to get panicky about. I have a very good aim.
Good aim?
Yes.
Don't tell me those ducks laying there had motor trouble.
Now, stop arguing and get out on that field. Further. A little more now. There.
And now, folks, Daniel Boone will perform one of his famous tricks.
I'm not Daniel Boone.
Then why are you wearing that coonskin cap?
It came with a gun. It's an ensemble. Now, here goes. Rochester, brace yourself. Rochester, did I hit the can? Rochester, stop! Rochester, what are you running for?
I got to keep ahead of that bullet, don't I?
Well, that's enough shooting for today. Let's go back, kid. Pick up my hat, Mary. And my glasses. And my tie. How did that get off? I don't know.
I am an American, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the elections being over, we bring you a man...
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen, Robert Benchley, the Merrimacs, Portland Hoffer, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey bidding you welcome to the Texaco Star Theater for your friends and neighbors, Texaco dealers from coast to coast. And speaking of neighbors, a neighbor of mine was boasting the other day that he was not using all the tickets in his gasoline ration book just because he's got them. He's going easy. Take it from me, that fella's plenty smart. Because the less gasoline you use, the less you wear your tires. Even if you live where gasoline isn't rationed yet, it's still a good idea to go easy. Don't drive a single unnecessary mile. Then your tires will last longer, and your car can keep on giving its essential service for a long, long time. Yes, go easy. And for expert car and tire care, go to your neighborhood Texaco dealer. Next Tuesday is Election Day, folks. Don't forget our candidate. He isn't the people's choice. He doesn't want your vote. All he wants is 30 minutes of your time. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening. Thank you very much. Man with no arms is cheering. You take a pause. Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, you seem to look a little thinner tonight.
I know, Fred. I just lost 13 pounds.
13 pounds. Well, you certainly look it, I must say. Your Adam's apple seems to have shrunk, Arthur. Your Adam's apple looks like the ghost of a dead grape, I must say, from here. And your neck is thin, too. Your neck looks as though somebody's leg is hanging out of your collar there. What's wrong? What's wrong, Arthur?
Oh, it's that new meat ruling, Fred. I've been eating in restaurants on Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, you mean you haven't been getting enough meat? Enough to eat, rather?
Have you tried one of those new Meatless Day ham sandwiches?
What is a Meatless Day ham sandwich?
It's 2 slices of white bread.
Yeah.
When you lift up the top slice, there's a big daub of mustard on the bottom slice.
And no meat?
Under the mustard, there's an IOU for a piece of ham.
Well, meatless days are a problem, all right. You know, last Tuesday, to keep going, Arthur, I ate about 20 pig's feet. I didn't sleep all night.
What happened?
Well, as soon as I got to sleep, I dreamed that Phil Spitolny was playing the Star-Spangled Banner. And those 20 pig's feet in my stomach stood up, Arthur. My stomach felt like a parade ground for most of the night. Well, if you have nothing else on your mind, Arthur...
I have one thing, Fred.
One thing, yes?
You read about this new ceiling on salaries?
Yes, the law says you can now make $25,000 a year.
You know the salary that I'm getting from you?
Yes.
Who do I see about making up the difference?
You can take it up with the Goodwill Court, Arthur. And while you go into conference with Mr. Anthony, I shall turn lightly to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. On November 29th, Price Administrator Leon Henderson announces coffee rationing will start throughout the nation. Every person over 15 years of age will be limited to 1 cup of coffee per day. Coffee ruling is greeted with mixed reactions throughout the country. A prominent epicure says,
"There's only one way a coffee lover can make 1 cup of coffee last all day.
How?
He can freeze it and suck it like a lollipop."
A Canarsie housewife says,
"Coffee rationing busted up my home."
Well, how? How, madam?
Well, my husband and me is each supposed to get 1 cup of coffee, right?
That's right, correct.
Every morning my husband gets up and drinks both cups of coffee. I'm suing for divorce.
Have you got the grounds?
And how, mister? I got a percolator full of them.
A man about Bowery says,
"This coffee rationing is ruining panhandling."
You mean don't people give you a dime for coffee these days?
Well, yeah, but it's embarrassing.
Embarrassing how?
Well, people give me the dime, okay, but then they follow me to see where I'm going to get the coffee.
A downtown matron who is ready to cope with the coffee rationing is Mrs. Lamont Schreiber. You are prepared, are you, Mrs. Schreiber?
Who is not prepared today is only one thing.
And that is?
Unprepared.
Well, how are you coping
So,
with...
in our house is living 3 families. The Schreibers, the Pinkertons, and the Nussbaums.
3 families, I see.
Everything we are pooling.
Mm-hmm.
The automobile, the bathtub, the coffee.
Now, wait a minute. How can 3 families pool their coffee?
Every morning I'm filling up a little tea bag, but with coffee beans.
Uh-huh, you're making a coffee bag.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
From 6 a.m. till noon, the Pinkertons is having the coffee bag.
I see.
From noon till 6 p.m., The Nussbaums is using.
The Nussbaums,
At 6 p.m., we, the Schreibers, are getting the coffee bag.
Well, after that coffee soaks for 12 hours, what is there left for you?
Nothing. We, the Schreibers, are holding the bag.
Well, now you know how my right eye feels. And thank you, Mrs. Lamont Schreiber. And now a caffeine authority, Mr. Derek Dobbins. How do you feel about this 1 cup of coffee a day, Derek?
Well, it's just going to make dunking a lost art.
Oh, you are a dunker, are you?
I eat between 80 and 90 donuts a day.
You eat between... you like donuts, do you?
I can't stand them mahogany bagels. But I gotta eat them to get the coffee.
Well, why?
Well, I wear glasses, see?
Yeah?
When I get a hot cup of coffee and bend down to drink it, the steam comes up and stains my glasses.
You can't see anything?
I can't find the coffee.
Well, where does the donut...
If I got a donut in my hand, I can feel around with the donut and locate the coffee.
Can't you just feel around?
And blister me fingers? That little old Derek.
Well, tell me, what is your candid opinion of dunking, Derek?
Well, there's different methods.
Techniques, you mean?
Yeah. There's the sneaky dunkers. Them guys that skim the donut up the side of their cups and ooze it into their coffee fly like that.
They're afraid someone will catch them, huh?
Yeah. Then there's the messy dunkers.
Messy?
Yeah, they pour their coffee into their saucers and spank it with their crullers.
Well, that is messy.
Yeah, it's like eating in back of a motorboat.
Well, as a dunker, Derek, what is your off the record, mind you, what is your off the record reaction to this coffee rationing?
So what? If there's no coffee, so what?
Well, you don't think people are going to miss coffee?
After the mental drive, who's got a pot to put in it?
That's no eye cup you've got there under your vest, brother. And thank you, Derek Dobbins. Well, I guess that concludes...
Harry, a moment. My hokey friend, Falstaff here with poems, no end.
Open short. You haven't been composing.
Have you heard I knew she was a welder when she carried the torch for me?
No, I haven't heard that.
Said the cockatoo to the kangaroo, if you could moo, I could go for you?
No, I haven't heard that.
I'll stick to you, Mother, though you're old and gray. Because of you, I'm in class 3A.
Now, you've overdone it. I've been waiting for this moment to come. It has arrived. Tonight we have been discussing the lunch won't save you tonight. Tonight we have been discussing the coffee rationing.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
And what is your coffee canto called?
Rinse out the silex, Mother.
Rinse out the... Well, how does it go?
Rinse out the silex, Mother. Put my mustache cup away. They're going to ration coffee. The news came out today. I'm going to miss that steaming cup I held under my schnozola. A donut will never taste the same, dunked in Pepsi-Cola. Coffee leggers may soon appear with hideouts where we can go to get a cup of Java. We'll rap and ask for mo. So rinse out the silex, Mother, and place it on the sink. For years it's brewed my mocha, and I haven't slept a wink. Give my coffee to some soldier boy who is fighting for our rights. And instead of me, Herr Hitler will be having sleepless nights.
Well, thank you, Falstaff. Thank you very much. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back to our frustrated midst a little band of vocal troubadours who were on our program for several seasons a few years back. I'd like to have you meet the Merrimacs, ladies and gentlemen. Well, boys, what have you been doing since you left us?
We've been making pictures out in Hollywood, Fred.
Good.
We've been making records, and we've been making personal appearances.
Well, tell me, Ted, how did you, Merrimacs, ever come to leave our program?
You took us out to Hollywood, and we heard about money, remember?
We lose more actors that way. I don't know what it is. Well, before you boys get away again tonight, Ted, what about your song?
We're going to do Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition.
Fine. Mr. Goodman?
Down went the gunner, a bullet was his face. Down went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look, and then the gunner himself as he laid aside his book.
Shouting,
Praise the Lord! and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord and swing into position. Tear the fort to sail around the wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea. Yes, the sky pilot said it. You've got to give him credit for a son of a gunner was he. Shout and praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Oh, brother, praise the Lord. Swing it to the position. Stand aboard. Sail around the wishing. Praise the Lord. We're all between perdition and the deep blue sea. Oh, brother, praise the Lord. We're on a mighty mission. All aboard. We're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord. We're all the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Yes, the sky pilot wrote it. Join me while I quote it. There's a mighty religion for you and for me. Shout and praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Shout and praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free.
Say, Fred. Yes, Arthur? Fred, I know something that'll never be rationed. What's that, Freckles? Love? Freckles? No, oh, moly one. Service. Service? Yes, sir. Texaco service. You see, the more and better service a Texaco dealer gives your car, the longer you're going to be able to drive it to and from work. And the longer you drive, the longer he's going to stay in business. Make sense? If anything ever did, it does. Well, listen. Darn few people are driving cars today that are less than a year old. Most of them are 2 and 3 years old. That's right. And we better keep them properly lubricated if we hope to keep them rolling, especially in cold weather driving. Your car's only heading for trouble if you're still using last summer's lubricant. What do you suggest doing about it, Arthur? I'd get around and see my Texaco dealer and get it war conditioned. He'll drain that worn summer oil out of the crankcase and put in insulated Haviland motor oil. That'll protect the engine from excessive wear. He'll put fine new Texaco gear lubricants into the transmission and the differential to protect those costly gears. And finally, to protect every vital chassis point, he'll go over it from stem to stern with his Marpac service. Mister, with a Texaco dealer's special care, that car of yours will wear and wear. And it's got to wear, fella, for victory. That was Al Goodman and his orchestra giving a musical synopsis of Little Bo Peep. And now...
Mr. Allen!
Of course, Len. Well, Portland.
Mr. Allen, have you a fountain pen?
Well, I have a small boy's pen. It's a little Schaefer. But... What do you want it for?
Well, I've got to finish this letter to my cousin Archie at Fort Sick.
Oh, that's nice, writing a letter to Archie.
It's for Mama.
Uh-huh.
Mama says if Archie is a doughboy now, he should send some of it home.
$50 a month, and in your family, he's a capitalist already. What else are you writing?
Oh, I'm sending Archie all the news. Mama is a whack in the Army.
Yeah.
I'm a wave in the Navy.
Yeah.
And Cousin Joe is a wolf in the Marines.
He's a leathernecker, huh? Well, is that the letter you have there?
Yes. I've only written the P.S.
Well, that saves a lot of time, just writing the, what is the P.S. there?
It says, quote, we are getting your Christmas package ready to mail early, Archie.
Uh-huh.
We are having a little trouble sending what you asked for. Uncle Phil has the big packing case all ready.
Yeah.
But he can't touch Hetty Lamar.
Well, maybe he ought to change his bait. Remind him. Well, here's the fountain pen I have to make with the guest here. I'm busy now.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Bob Benchley called up and said he had something to tell me, and it's very important.
Is this Mr. B coming in?
So it is. The man in the middle, the other 2 minions are holding. Ladies and gentlemen, Meet that eminent authority on wit and humor. You gave the reception too quickly. Now, you'll have to give it again. Wait till I give you the thing here. Ladies and gentlemen, meet that eminent authority on wit and humor, that Hollywood glamour boy, that man about inkwell, Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Fred.
Well, welcome back to our program, Bob.
Have I been here before?
Oh, yes, Bob. Looking through the house for some scrap metal recently, I ran across an old egg we laid on this program about 3 years ago.
A double yoker?
Yes, a double yoker, Bob. You and I used this program for a nest back in 39. Don't you remember?
Well, I have a vague recollection. Are you with the same sponsor?
No, Bob. Right after you were on the program, I changed sponsors.
Well, that's usually what happens, I find. Have you any plans after the night?
No, Bob, I think we're all right tonight. This sponsor is broad-minded. But tell me, what have you been doing lately?
Oh, I've been out in Hollywood doing odd jobs.
You've been making pictures?
Off and on. I was Slim Somerville's stand-in for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And when Mickey Rooney's voice changed, I stepped in and finished a picture for him.
For Mickey Rooney. Well, how did it come out?
Well, the critics said I gave the part more Mickey than Rooney.
Well, you know, most people coming back from Hollywood, Bob, are all tanned up. But your complexion is tattletale gray, I'd say.
Well, I do look like the color of cat meat tonight, I guess.
Yes,
Last
you
night
are.
was Halloween, you know, Fred.
Oh, Halloween. Were you out late?
Well, I put Bull over to bed.
What can you, tell me, what can you do here in New York on Halloween?
Oh, a bunch of us raised old men. You know, we took the doorman from Leon and Eddie's and left him in front of the Stork Club.
No kidding.
Then we rubbed soap on those little windows in the automat.
Yeah.
People thought that there was whipped cream on it. Then we tipped over 2 nightclubs on 52nd Street and wound up at 21 bobbing for pineapples in the old-fashioned.
Well, no wonder you look like Boris Karloff's ectoplasm.
My mouth tastes as if a camel has just pulled his foot out of it. But enough about me, Fred. Did you have any Halloween fun?
Well, I pushed a few tomatoes through the Venetian blinds at the Union League Club, Bob. And then I rang the doorbell at the Empire State Building and hid while Al Smith came to the window with a candle in his hand. Tell me, did you ring any doorbells last night?
Well, I pulled a doorbell on 59th Street. 5 guys came out, and I made a big mistake. I ran.
Running was a mistake?
Yeah, the 5 guys turned out to be my draft boys.
No kidding.
When they saw that I still had strength enough to run, they put me up to 4F.
Moved you up to 4F? Well, what were you before?
Well, I wasn't in any class. All it said on my draft card was, "Are you kidding?"
Well, I know you've been down in Washington a lot lately doing some work for the government, Bob.
Yes, I've been doing what I can. Glad to do it, then.
Well, there are a lot of writers down there. I heard that someone wrote a new war song down in Washington. It's called Praise the Lord and Pass the Prohibition. But, Bob, you called me up and said it was something important. Is it about my program?
Yes, Fred. I was standing at a bar the other night.
You were standing?
Well, it was early in the evening.
Oh, well.
And I heard a voice say, somebody ought to tell Fred about his new program.
Uh-huh.
I looked around and I was alone. So it put it squarely up to me, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Well, what's on your mind, Bob?
Oh, Fred, there comes a time in every man's life when some friend has to take him aside and tell him.
I'm using the wrong soap, Bob?
No, but you're getting the same effect with your program.
What should I do, Bob? Get off the air or brazen it out like Benny is doing?
Don't be silly, Fred. There's nothing the matter with your program that a few laughs won't cure.
Well, how can I get the laughs? I've tried guest stars.
Well, guest stars won't help, Fred. I've proved that 100 times. You should try the Benchley theory.
What is the Benchley theory?
Well, I've discovered that there are 3 words that never fail to get laughs from a radio audience.
3 surefire words. Now, what are they?
First, the word jerk.
Jerk, uh-huh.
Second, any reference to Brooklyn.
Uh-huh. And third?
Any mention of Bing Crosby's horses.
Well, go on, Bob.
By combining these 3 words in one sentence, I can get the biggest laugh ever heard at radio.
Well, we can use the biggest laugh ever heard at radio right about now, Bob.
And you're going to get it, son. Are you ready?
Yes, Bob.
Very good. I'll combine the 3 words.
Well, let's go.
A jerk in Brooklyn was riding one of Bing Crosby's horses.
Well, Bob?
Well, so much for the Benchley theory. Now, my second theory.
Now, look, Bob, I don't need theories. How can I fix up this program I have here, my program?
Well, there's only one thing to do, Fred.
Yes?
Get rid of this guy, Rochester. Fred, he's ruining you.
Now, wait a minute. Rochester isn't on.
And that kid Dennis Day. All right for community singing, but not for you. I've been studying your program, Fred.
Rochester and Dennis Day? Bob, are you sure you've been listening to our show?
Well, if you're pinning me down, no. But I try to. Something happens every Sunday.
Well, how do you mean?
If you have a few minutes, Fred, I'll show you.
All right, Mr. Goodman will play a little music, Bob. Now, you get your story together. Well, Bob, you promised to tell us why you can't hear our program.
Every Sunday night, it's the same routine, Fred.
Well, what happened?
Pull up a chair and I'll show you.
Robert!
Yes, Mary?
You said you wanted to listen to Fred Allen's program. It's almost time.
Gosh, that's right. That guy Allen is a cause.
I'll turn on the radio.
And here he is, the star of the Texaco Star Theater, Fred Allen.
That Allen kills me.
He hasn't said anything yet.
Well, he will. Listen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Arthur.
Yes, Fred?
Did you hear that joke about the camel who...
John, that's static.
Must be a storm coming up.
And the camel leaned over and... And that's what he said.
Oh, Fig Newtons, I missed the whole joke.
And that's not all, Arthur.
Good, the static's gone now.
A funny thing happened on my way to the studio tonight. A horse and cab drove up. And this chorus girl looked out of the cab and said...
Mary, tell that maid to stop dialing the phone.
With that, the cab driver jumped down off his seat and yelled...
Beulah, will you stop using that phone?
And that's when the horse fainted.
That guy Allen is funny.
You haven't heard anything yet.
And now we turn to the latest news of the week.
Oh, the newsreel. Oh, this is the best part of the show, I think.
New York City, New York. Mayor LaGuardia states that this coming week there will be a great...
Mary, will you answer that door?
I can't go to the door in this dirty mandarin coat.
The mayor says because of the toothpick shortage.
All right, I'll answer.
I'll turn off the radio.
Is the man of the house in?
Who do I look like, Dipsy Rose Lee?
Are you a registered voter?
Yes, but I'm not voting tonight. I'm listening to the Fred Allen Show.
Who's asking you to vote?
Look, I'm listening to the Fred Allen Show.
Not yet, you ain't, missy. First you listen to me.
Who are you?
I'm from the Daily Globe. We're conducting a straw vote.
Look, now...
Fill out this blank. Who are you voting for? Hart, Gaffner, Marks, or Dewey?
I'm not voting for anybody.
Yes. Hey, you're Robert Benchley, ain't you?
Yes.
I've seen you in shorts.
So what?
Brother, do you...
You just closed the door in time, Robert.
Oh, that darn pest. Well, we'll get back to the Allen performance.
I'll turn on the radio.
And thank you, Falstaff Openshaw. For so much for the newsreel, folks.
Oh, kumquats. I missed the whole newsreel.
And now Mr. Goodman plays...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, better late than never.
Oh, boy, just in time. Here's Portland. He's a scream.
Well, Portland, what's new?
As I always say.
Good grief, what's that buzzing?
Oh, must be the icebox. It generally starts about this time.
And what did your mother say, Portland?
It was funny. Mother said.
And she's the one who can do it, too.
Oh, darn that old icebox. I missed the whole joke.
And here he is, folks, Arthur Godfrey.
Let a Texaco dealer get your car ready for cold weather driving. Make him your car warden. Let your Texaco dealer care for your car for your country.
That came through nice and clear, Robert.
Oh, sure. Nothing ever stops the commercial.
And now we present our guest star, Orson Welles.
Oh, boy, Orson Welles and Fred Allen. Say, this will be a scream.
Well, Orson, old boy, a funny thing must have happened to you on your way to the theater studio tonight.
There's the phone, Robert. I'll answer it.
I'll be a soft nougatine.
Turn off the radio. Hello? Yes, Mr. Benchley's here. For you, Robert.
Oh, crab sakes. Hello? Yes? This is Mr. Benchley. Who's this? The Grosveney radio poll? What program am I listening to? Oh, I'm trying to listen to the Fred Allen program. Allen, that's right. Fred Allen. Of course he's still on the air. Goodbye. Radio surveys call you. How can you listen to a program? Surveys my...
Don't start cussing, Robert. Sit down and enjoy the radio.
All right. Lucky Allen does an hour program. At least I can hear the last half hour. I'll turn it on now.
This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you like our new half-hour show. We'll be back with 30 minutes of fun again next Sunday night.
That's done it. I'm going out and skin the cat.
Well, I'm sorry you miss our program every Sunday night, Bob.
Well, I didn't miss it tonight, Fred. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, thank you a lot, Bob. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be Miss Joan Edwards of your hit parade and Hugh Herbert, hot from Hollywood. And now, Arthur, have you anything to add?
Just a little rhyme that Paul Stapleton gave me, Fred. It goes like this. Lives of tires all remind us driving fast is now a crime. We can put more miles behind us if we only take our time.
In other words?
Stay under 35 to save rubber, and to save your car, have a Texaco dealer get it ready now for cold weather.
Thank you, Arthur. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive in regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Immediately following station identification, you'll hear Phil Baker in Take It or Leave It. And at 10:30, CBS World News brings you a dramatic summary of the week's developments in A Report to the Nation. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time.
Bars Incorporated, makers of Milky Way candy bars, invite you to step right up to the Fountain of Fun. Welcoming you to the Fountain of Fun, the Crossroads Soda Parlor, where we meet Bill Brito, the Thrasher Sisters, Veronica Lagoon, Doc Fiddlefaddle, Paul Jones, and Phil Davis and his orchestra. And here's the drip of the fountain, that little pumpkin head left over from Halloween, Bob Jellison. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello. I'll be with you just as soon as I wait on this customer. It's a messenger boy. Is this package for you, mister? The name on it's obliterated. Obliterated? Oh, that's not mine then. My name's Jellison. Bob Jellison. On the phone, Bob Jellison speaking. Oh, hello, Gwendolyn. What's that? Oh, all right, I'll send it right over. Oh, by the way, would you like to have dinner with me tonight? You would? Okay. Tell your folks I'll be over early.
Of Milky Way candy bars present Fountain of Fun, an enjoyable half hour designed to bring you just the right atmosphere of fun, laughter, and musical refreshment that goes with eating a Milky Way, America's most enjoyable candy bar. During the coming week, discover this unusual quality to be found in a Milky Way. In the middle of the afternoon, when you begin to feel tired, worn, and weary, notice what a grand pick-me-up a Milky Way is, as well as a luscious candy bar. How good it tastes, yet how quickly a Milky Way bar satisfies hunger, helps lagging energy return. That is why everywhere, for children at school and for grown-ups at work, wholesome, nourishing Milky Way candy bars have become an American institution. Every day, countless thousands of Milky Ways are placed in lunchboxes throughout America and are taken to busy factories. Then at lunchtime, that Milky Way in the lunchbox becomes a luxurious dessert, unusual unusual as a dessert because of its extremely high nutritional value, and even more unusual because of its rare, delightful taste. With each bite, the pure milk chocolate coating, the layer of smooth, creamy caramel, and the luscious center of chocolate nougat, flavored with real malted milk, melt into that thrilling taste blend found only in a Milky Way. When you crave good candy, eat a Milky Way.
Fountain of Fun. And seriously, I want to say this is a real occasion for us, too. Because with us in the audience today, we have one of the most beloved American personalities, the Right Reverend Monsignor Edward J. Flanagan, known to you as Father Flanagan of Boys Town.
And with Father Flanagan are 22 strapping youngsters of the Boys Town football team.
That's right, right out there in front. Oh, yeah. Fine-looking bunch of boys, aren't they, Jonesy?
I'll say, Bob, but there's just one thing that bothers me.
What's that?
Where's Mickey Rooney?
I can see you're going to get along.
Well, by the way, Bobby, are you going to take part in the big benefit show our boss, old Doc Fiddlefaddle's getting up?
Why, certainly. You realize, Jonesy, you're talking to an old end man.
An end man? In a minstrel?
No, in a horse act. Well, I used to tour with our over-the-top little orchestra leader, Bill Davis.
You did?
Yes, sir. And we made a fine combination, too. I put up the money, and he put up the front.
Well, getting back to the benefit, Bob, I hear Doc is also organizing a victory parade.
Well, that's funny. I just passed a victory parade on my way down here.
You did?
Yeah, sure. 3 sailors were standing on the corner when Dorothy McVitie, Dorothy Gish, and Dot Lamour paraded by. Oh, man, you'd have seen those sailors dash after them.
Well, how do you figure that's a victory parade?
Well, there were 3 dots on the dash, weren't there?
I wish Doc would get here so we could go ahead with our plans for the benefit show.
Yeah, where is Doc?
Well, he's downtown at the fire commissioners pleading for a season's pass to all the fires.
Pleading? He's doing the wrong approach. Why, I sent the commissioner a strong letter demanding that he allow me to see all the fires. And by return mail, he sent me his permission.
You sent him a strong demand, and by return mail, he sent you permission to attend all the fires?
That's right. I got his letter right here with me. Look, right here it says, Dear Mr. Jellison, you can go to blazes. And talking about fires, Veronica Lagoon had a narrow escape the other day.
She did? How come?
Well, it seems she got too close to the radiator of Doc's old Stanley.
Steamer?
Nope, just singed her a little.
Well, getting back to your acting, Bob, what was your first experience on the stage?
Why, Jonesy, I first began acting back in the Little Red Schoolhouse.
You mean you actually started the school in a Little Red Schoolhouse?
Well, not exactly. See, back home, we didn't enter the Red Schoolhouse until the 2nd grade. Our 1st grade house was white.
Oh, I see. The 1st grade house was white.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they used to call me the FDR, that school.
Why? Because you were so popular?
No, because I spent 3 terms in the White House.
Massachusetts, I'll be there with bells, Massachusetts. Want to roam around, Massachusetts, in Nantucket down, Massachusetts. Got a special date with that New England state. Now my heart will knock, Massachusetts, to see Plymouth Rock, Massachusetts. Homesick as can be, Massachusetts. Only a place for me, Massachusetts. I can hardly wait to hurry to that gate. You can't guess how much it means for me to be there. Childhood friends and childhood scenes for me to see there. Massachusetts bound. Massachusetts, you can't believe me when I tell you, friend, I'm in a hurry to get back again. Get along to Massachusetts. Am I really happy? Yes, it's my lucky day. Take down my new address. I'm leaving right away. When that porter yells, I'll be right there with them. Massachusetts, Massachusetts, Massachusetts. How my heart will not to see your Plymouth Rock. I can hardly wait to hurry back to that New England state. You can't guess how much it means for me to be there. Childhood friends and childhood scenes for me to be there. Narrow winding streets, Massachusetts, place where culture meets, Massachusetts, where they bake with pride, Massachusetts, beans are glorified, Massachusetts, spread that news around. I'm Massachusetts bound, Massachusetts bound.
That was Massachusetts as sung by the Thrasher Sisters. Yes, sir.
Mighty fine. Chickity-boo, chickity-boo. Yeah, I'm glad I got here in time to hear it.
Well, hiya, boss. Jonesy, meet old Doc Fiddlefaddle.
Well, Bucky, I just dropped in to see how things are going. Can't stay long. Got a lot of things to do. Got to stop by the Fallen Star Hotel to check the mileage on the roller towel. Afraid it's on its last go-round. Got to stop at the post office to see if Arthur Murray sent me my new rumble lesson. And, oh, yes. Got to go to the Eli Pastime Billiard Academy. Big day there. Dedicating a new cue ball on the number 3 table.
Well, Doctor, you astound me with your multitudinous activities.
What's that? I don't quite dig you, Jackson. I ain't hefty to jive.
He means you sure do get around.
Oh, yes. A busy boy am I. Now, let me see. I got a report for duty at the bowling alley, too.
Are you still working as a pin boy, Doc?
Do you mean that you actually set up pins in a bowling alley?
Yep, Jonesy. Strikes me as a good spare time job. Strike spares, get it? Sonny, that's a honey.
Oh, Doc, now, don't you remember? You used that very same joke on the Fountain of Fun program last week.
Oh, so that's where I heard it. Funny program. Yeah, that old fella on it sure is a card. Awful silly, though.
Oh, Doctor.
Well, how are things going at the bowling alley, Doc?
Oh, tickety-boo, Jonesy. I'm head of the pin boys there now. Pinhead Fiddle-Faddle, they call me.
That I can believe.
Oh, don't you think that work is a little too strenuous for you at your age?
At my age, oh, Fiddle-Faddle.
Well, after all.
What's that? Somebody call me? I thought I heard my name.
Oh, Doc, forget it.
Take it easy, Doc.
Well, I'm going to be awful busy, especially now that I'm organizing this show for my club to put on benefits and stuff. Mighty nice of you kids to help me out.
We're glad to do it for such a good cause, Doc.
I'll say, and by the way, just what is this club of yours?
Well, it's the West End Bird Call Study, Retired Steamboat Captains, and Peach Pit Carvers Association.
That sounds like quite an organization.
Well, ours is the Friends of the Vanishing Buffalo Branch, Admiral Dewey chapter.
Well, Doc, do you think you can handle the job of directing the show?
Oh, toot your horn, kid. You're in the fog. Why, of course I can. I've been a showman all my life. Hey, do you remember them big shows? Buffalo Bills, Wild West, Primrose and West Minstrels, Siegefield Follies? Yeah. I was in Colonel Higginbottom's medicine show.
I suppose you were quite a performer.
Just what did you do, Doc?
Well, one time, Jonesy, I was the world champion high diving champion.
Is that a fact?
Yes, well, let's change the subject.
Fine, yeah, I'll tell you all about it. I could dive the deepest and swim the longest underwater of anybody. One time I bet I could dive in the ocean at Liverpool, England, and come up at New York.
And I suppose you're going to tell us that you did dive in at Liverpool and come up at New York?
No, sir, I ain't, Bucky. Matter of fact, I miscalculated and come up in Gallipolis, Ohio.
I get the neck of a chicken. I get the rumble sea ride. I get the leaky umbrella. Everyone shoves me aside. When I jump in my shower each morning, sure it's fate. I'm too late. All the hot water is gone. I get the neck of the chicken. I get the hand-me-down shawl. And when there's company weekends, I get the couch in the hall. That's why I can't get over this dream that came true. If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you? I make a date for God, and you can bet your life it rains. I try to give a party, and that guy upstairs complains. I guess I'll go through life just catching colds and missing trains. Everything happens to me. I must have roused the devil's wrath, 'cause all my luck is bad. I get the neck of the chicken, I get the burnt piece of toast, I get the seat in the movie, back on back of a pole. When morning come to the door, sure as fate, I'm too late, and they're mine long about 4. I get the neck of the chicken, I get the plate with the cracks, I get those evenings with Grandma, everyone else can relax. That's why I can't get over this blues from the blue. If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you? This thing that's happened can't be possible. How did I ever get you?
That was Phil Brito singing I Get the Neck of the Chicken.
And he thinks that's bad. You should see the part I get.
Hello.
Well, Veronica Lagoon.
Hello.
Say, Veronica, I'd like you to meet my new helpmate, Paul Jones.
Is this Paul Jones, Bobby?
Uh-huh.
Goodness. He doesn't look anything like the label on the bottle.
Yeah. Don't mind her, Jonesy. She's illiterate.
Thank you, Bobby.
You see what I mean?
Bobby, I'm going to ask Doc if I can write the dramatic part of that benefit show he's putting on.
Oh, are you a writer, Veronica?
Oh, sure. Why, just last week, our dramatic class at business school presented a play I wrote.
Is that so? An original play?
Well, it was a modernized version of Bertha the Sewing Machine Girl. Wilma the Welder.
Sounds like a Henry Kaiser production.
Oh, are you an actress too, Veronica?
Oh, yes. I come from an acting family.
Yeah.
My cousin Quincy, he's in the movie.
Oh, who does he act for? Walt Disney?
Now, Bobby, that's no way to talk. Cousin Quincy is a real actor. He got his start with the stock company.
A stock company, huh? Armour or Swift?
Shouldn't go making fun of Cousin Quincy, Bobby.
Well, all right.
His mother, that's my Aunt Magnolia. She was a great dramatic actress.
Oh, is that so, Veronica? Did she ever play Cleopatra?
Well, if that's a dice game, yes. I'll never forget Aunt Magnolia telling about her first stage appearance.
Debut?
Oh, I'll say they did.
Well, that's certainly some family you come from, Veronica. Are any of the members entertainers?
Oh, sure. My sister Gwendolyn, she's a dancer.
Ballet?
No, balloon.
Hey, you know, Veronica, I come from a family who made their living as great actors.
Honestly?
Who cares how, as long as they ate. My Uncle Hubert, he was in that play 8 Nights in a Barroom.
Oh, that's 10 nights in a barroom.
Well, he was a fast drinker. And then there's my brother Simpson. Why, he made a fortune out of the desert song.
Was he the leading man?
No, he was in the sand and gravel business. And I'm quite a prominent person myself. Yes, sir, I've had plenty of offers. Anytime I want to, I can go to Hollywood and work for DeMille.
Work for DeMille? Why don't you?
Who wants to go all the way to Hollywood to saw lumber?
Now we're going to hear from Phil Davis in the orchestra with Yankee Doodle. Yankee Doodle as it's played in all countries of the world where the American flag flies in friendship.
play a musical instrument, don't you, Doc?
I sure do, sonny boy.
Well, how about you playing a solo at that benefit show we're getting up, huh?
Well, I'd like to, Buster, but that musical instrument of mine ain't been working lately.
Oh, is that so? Well, what happened?
Well, I was grooming my horse last week and busted a couple of teeth out of the comb.
Well, what about your ukulele, Doc? Don't you play that anymore?
Oh, busted all the strings, Junior.
Well, how did you do that?
Well, I've been playing Silver Threads Among the Gold and tunes like that on my string machine and getting mighty fine results. But last week I tried out Jingle, Jangle, Jingle and it couldn't take it.
Well, say, Doc, if Veronica does any dramatic writing for the show, we may need some more actors. I wonder if Phil Davis ever did any acting.
Oh, me?
Sure, I've done acting.
Why, I used to be a star.
A star, huh? Now look at you, whole Milky Way. What sort of dramatic work have you done, Mr. D? You always play the heavy?
No, Bob. Why, I've had the romantic lead in lots of plays.
Is that right?
Yeah, my director told me I looked like a regular Cyrano de Bergerac. Or was it Chassis de Cadillac?
Hey, Bob, why don't you have Phil Davis toe dance?
Toe dance? You mean to say Mr. D is a toe dancer, Mary?
He certainly is, and he doesn't care whose toes he dances on.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll just have Mr. D lead the band. Let's see now. We can have Phil Brito sing, and the Thrasher Sisters will be on hand.
Hey, Buster, just happened to think. You suppose at that show we could get the Thrasher Sisters to sing some of my compositions?
Why, Doc, don't tell me you're a songwriter.
Well, I sure am, PJ. Yeah. Hey, regular Jerome Kern. Say, you ever hear that song of mine, Pass the Tomato Ketchup Katie and We'll Paint the Whole Town Red? Oh, real swingaroo, that one. That was 67th once in the Mist Parade.
Well, I think we've heard enough about your songwriting, so...
Fine, I'll tell you all about it. One of the most touching songs I ever wrote was that one called The Engineer's Daughter Has Always Stood Up Since Her Pop Kicked Her in the Caboose.
Now, there's one with feeling, you know. But speaking of songs, Doc, I'm busy writing a new one right now.
That's so, Bucky. What's the name of it?
Bring over a couple of eyedroppers, dearie, and let's have our coffee together. The phone's ringing. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Lieutenant Smith. Oh, yes, Lieutenant Smith. Oh, yes, Lieutenant Smith.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Smith. Say, Lieutenant Smith heard us talking on the show and wants us to do a camp benefit. Now, wait. Now, hold it. Let's see. This is our big chance. Now, let's see. How do we start the program? I'll sing.
And I'll recite.
I'll dance. Hold it, gang. I think I've got it. Now, quiet while I start to plot it. First, we'll have old Doc's routine. It tickled Grant at 17, and how they loved him in Moline the year Victoria was queen. Yes, how that audience would rock when Doc was in there playing stock. Said Patrick Henry to his flock, give me liberty, or die. So if you're ready, Mr. Phil, old Doc and I will blend our skills to bring you just the kind of bill that led old Vaudeville to the kill. Mr. Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Sheehan?
Did you put the cat out?
Put him out. I didn't even know he was on fire.
Mr. Potash?
Yes, Mr. Perlmutter?
We have a goat at our house that doesn't have any nose.
A goat at your house that doesn't have any nose? How does it smell?
Terrible.
Oh, Mr. Duffy?
Yes, Mr. Sweeney?
You know my grandfather's 80 years old and never used glasses?
Your grandfather's 80 years old and never used glasses?
Nope. Always drank it straight out of the bottle.
Hold it, Doc. That stuff is worn. The boys don't go for that old corn. They want songs that bring to mind the sweetheart that they left behind. Songs of romance, songs of bliss, songs like this. In the hush of evening, when shadows steal across my lonely room, I think of you.
Hold it.
Okay.
You put all the boys to sleep with those songs that Weeping Creek. They like something right and step. Gals like us with youth and pep. Make way for three little sisters, each one on
Okay, you've had enough. Now, Mr. J, you stretch your stuff. Yes, sir, Bobby, here's your hitch. What will be your army pitch?
Well, Doc is in there playing stock, and Brito softly crooning about the gal back on the block while Thrash is singing spooning. I'll fix my tie, wink my eye, and make like Mr. Gable. Why, I'll outspry that George Rapp guy, according to Betty Grable. Yes, I will share the love and care that every male heart craves. 'Cause hip hooray, the camp we play is a training camp for waves.
Sailing, sailing, we'll be the rave of the waves. We'll pave the way, save the day, we'll wave the navy blue. Sailing, sailing, sailing the navy blue. But until we wave hello to the waves, we'll wave goodbye to you.
Visit your neighborhood fountain or candy counter, you can be sure of an added measure of pleasure. There you will always find the refreshment of a luscious, creamy, smooth Milky Way. Your host, Mars Incorporated, cordially invites you to enjoy that delightful treat in the coming week. During the long afternoon hours or during overtime work, when you begin to feel tired and run down, treat yourself to the luscious taste of a Milky Way bar. See how quickly your flagging energy returns. For a Milky Way is a nutritional treat, as wholesome and nourishing as it is delicious. And what a pleasant experience. As you open the crisp wrapper, you will notice the scent of fresh milk chocolate. Then as your teeth sink through the thick milk chocolate coating, through the layer of smooth, creamy caramel, and the luscious center of chocolate nougat, richly flavored with real malted milk, you will thrill to the taste blend found only in a Milky Way. What's more, you will enjoy every bite, right down to the last delightful flavor that lingers in your mouth. When you crave good candy, eat a Milky Way.
Say, Bobby.
Yeah, Jonesy?
I just got through listening to a British newscast. Isn't it funny how the English keep referring to him as Hitler?
Hitler? I don't think so. We're going to be calling him that too pretty soon.
How come?
Well, we're going to knock the H out of Hitler. We'll be back again next Sunday at the same time. So, you'll be here too, won't you?
Yes, Mars Incorporated, makers of Milky Way candy bars, invite you to visit the Fountain of Fun next Sunday at 5:30 Eastern Wartime. All the gang will be here. Bill Brito, the Thrasher Sisters, Veronica Lagoon, Doc Fiddle Faddle, Bill Davis and his music, Paul Jones,
and Bob Jellison.
So long now.
Speaking. This is the Nation Station.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. There is a lot more coal being mined this year than last year, so there's absolutely no reason for anyone to worry about a coal shortage this winter. The only problem is one of distribution, and that can be solved with your cooperation. Blue coal dealers right now are delivering anthracite as fast as they can. Some coal in every bin, enough for immediate needs, is the goal of your friendly blue coal dealer. Don't insist on a full winter supply at one time. Help your neighbors now by being patient, and you'll benefit in the long run. Remember, there's enough coal for everyone, but deliveries must be confined to immediate needs at present. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Keeps a Deadline.
Fear, awful, haunting fear, is the spur that drives many a criminal to horrible deeds. And it is such fear that drives the Shadow's enemy to murder when death meets the deadline. It is a balmy night in late autumn when Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane strolled toward Margot's home.
And here you are, Miss Lane. Safe and sound at the entrance to your apartment building.
You're very gallant, Mr. Cranston. Oh, even at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Tired, Margot?
Yes, deliciously tired.
Enjoy the evening?
Oh, Lamont, it was perfect. Everything was scrumptious from beginning to end. The dinner, the theater, the dancing, even the walk through the park just now.
And why shouldn't it be something special? After all, you don't have a birthday every day.
For which I am profoundly grateful. Good night, Lamont, and thanks again so much.
Good night, Margot. I'll see you tomorrow.
Buddy, got a match?
Why, yes, I think so.
Never mind, get your dukes up.
Lamont, he's got a gun.
Say, what is this?
It's a stick-up, buddy. Come on, get your hands up before I let you have it. Okay, lady. I begin with you. Hand over that purse. Come on, give me that purse, no stolen.
Better do as he says, Margot.
All right.
Now, your turn, buddy. Give me your wallet. Make it snappy.
Not tonight, Rabbit.
What? Wait a minute, wise guy. How come you know my name?
The car that just went by, Rabbit. Lit up your face for a moment with its headlights.
Hey, keep your hands up. Keep them up, I tell you, I'll do you.
You're afraid to pull that trigger, Rabbit. You haven't got the nerve.
You stay away from me, buddy. You take another step and I'll shoot.
Put down that gun, Rabbit.
Come on, get back. Get back, I'll blast you wide open.
Then why don't you, Rabbit? Go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. You can't miss me now.
Oh, Lamont, no, he'll kill you.
You haven't got the nerve to kill me, have you, Rabbit? You're afraid to pull that trigger.
No, I ain't afraid. I ain't, I tell you.
Then what are you waiting for? Well, my friend, you're certainly too late now.
Oh, Lamont.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Margot, except a few skin knuckles. Say, that wasn't a bad uppercut, if I do say so myself.
Yes, but you almost committed suicide. Walking straight into a hold-up man with a gun. Oh, Lamont.
I knew he wouldn't shoot.
You knew? How? But how did you know?
Margot, that gentleman sleeping blissfully on the sidewalk is Rabbit Eddie Burke, hanger-on of Tony Morello's, the gangster. You see, Margot, Rabbit here is frustrated. A psychological case.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, he always wanted to be a professional gunman, but he could never summon enough nerve to pull the trigger. He's never been able to reach that pitch of frenzy to take that last fatal step, to kill. The whole underworld holds him in contempt as a cheap crook who carries a gun just for show.
So that's where he got his nickname, Rabbit.
Exactly.
Whew, but still, Lamont, you took an awful chance. After all, there's always a first time, even for Rabbit Eddie Burke.
If there is, it hasn't happened yet. Oh, Margot, you go in and phone for the police. I'll stay here and keep an eye on our friend.
A whole year since that hold-up went wrong, Tony. A whole year I spent in the clink because of that rat Lamont Cranston.
Sure, Rabbit, I know how you feel. After all, when a guy takes your gun away, that makes you look like a chump, huh?
Yeah, he made me look like a chump, all right. But someday, Tony, I'm going to get him.
I'm going to watch him squirm, hear him beg for mercy. I'll blast the life out of him if it's the last thing I do.
Sure you will, Rabbit. But take it easy, pal. There's plenty of time. You just got out of stir and you got yourself to worry about.
What do you mean, Tony? I did my time, didn't I?
Sure you did. But the pen didn't do your health no good. You look kind of all in. Hey, Rabbit, you ain't sick, are you?
Well, me? No. Why, Tony? Why do you ask?
Well, I was kind of worried about you. Your face ain't got no color. You're breathing hard all the time.
Oh, I feel all right.
You never can tell until the doc gives you going over with the x-rays.
Yeah. Say, Tony, maybe you're right. Maybe I ought to see a doctor.
Yeah, check-up wouldn't do you no harm. Tell you what I do, Rabbit.
Yeah?
Take you to my own doctor, Doc Bryan. He'd give you the once-over and he wouldn't charge you a dime for it.
Oh, say, that's white of you, Tony.
Oh, not at all, Rabbit. After all, you're one of my boys, ain't you? If there's one thing Tony Morello does, that's take care of his boys.
See, Tony, I got the jitters. I wonder what's keeping the doc so long.
There he is now.
Well, Mr. Burke, I've completed my examination.
Yeah? Yeah, Doc. What'd you find?
Mr. Burke, I'm sorry, but I've got some bad news for you.
Bad?
Some very bad news.
Bad news? Oh, you mean I got something wrong in my chest?
It isn't your chest I'm worried about. It's your heart.
My heart?
Yes. The x-ray shows that you have a very bad heart condition. A severe aneurysm.
Oh, look, Doc, this aneurysm. What's it mean? I'll give it to me straight.
It means, Mr. Burke, that you have a serious weakness of the heart wall. To be brutally frank, you haven't more than 6 months to live.
You give me 6 months, Tony. 6 months to live. Gee, someday I'll be walking along the street and then it'll come.
Yeah, and how you feel, Rabbit? That's tough.
Yeah. Like standing around in a death house, knowing just when you're going to burn and waiting for the hot stuff.
Now, take it easy, pal. I know you're going through plenty, but maybe it wouldn't happen like the doc said.
Not a chance. You're hurting yourself, Tony. The only thing I can do but wait for it. Just sit around and wait to grow.
Here, Rabbit. Have a drink. It'll take the edge off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I need.
Okay. Hey, Rabbit, I was just thinking.
Yeah?
You know what I'd do if I knew I only had 6 months to live?
No. What would you do?
I'd spend all my time painting the town red. Wine, dames, music. I'd have more. Plenty. Yes, sir, I'd do all the things I ever wanted to do, but didn't have the nerve to do before. I'd live a lifetime in those 6 months.
Yeah. Yeah, you got something there, Tony.
Take your case, for instance, Rabbit. You always wanted to be a first-class trigger man, didn't you?
Yeah, but I never had the nerve.
Oh, that's different now, Rabbit.
I don't get you.
Listen, pal. This is your chance to be a real killer. Hottest gunman in town, a big shot.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. You don't have to be afraid of nothing now, Rabbit. You can go around blasting guys with a gun like you were shooting pigeons. How does that sound, pal?
Oh, it sounds swell. But, nah, Tony, I ain't got what it takes. Why, if the cop nailed me, it didn't mean a chair.
What do you care? You don't have to be afraid of the seat. You got nothing to lose anyway, have you? Your pump is bad, ain't it? You only got 6 months anyway, either way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Why, Rabbit, you can be terrific. Now, listen. I'm making my number one trigger man give you $1,000 a week to play with.
$1,000 a week?
Sure, and you can live like a king, Rabbit, while you last. And you can enjoy yourself knocking over guys you and me don't like. And that ain't all.
What else is there?
Lamont Cranston. This is your chance to get him the way you want it to.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have to worry about the chair now. I can blast his brains out. Oh, Lamont Cranston.
Hey, Rabbit, look through the window. Down there on the sidewalk. You know who that is coming along?
Yes, Donovan, the cop.
That's right. Donovan, the cop. The flatfoot who sent you up for your first stretch at the pen. The bull who kicks you off the street every time he sees you.
Yeah.
And now's your chance to know how it feels to put a slug through a guy. Here. Here's my gun, Rabbit.
Huh.
Now, let's see you knock that flatfoot off. Here, I open the window for you.
Tony,
That's the first one. It comes the hardest, Rabbit. The rest are easy. Now, look at him, pal. Right in the spot for you to draw a perfect piece. Go on. Let him have it, Rabbit. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. Blast him.
Okay. I ain't scared. Here goes.
You did it, Rabbit.
Yeah.
You're in. You put a slug right through that flatfoot's heart.
He's dead. He's dead. I killed him. I did it.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. But here is important information. Blue coal dealers everywhere are delivering fuel as fast as wartime transportation facilities will permit. Yes, we want to make sure that everyone has enough coal on hand for immediate requirements. To help speed deliveries, Blue coal dealers have asked consumers to cooperate by following two important suggestions. First, advise your dealer now of the estimated quantity of fuel you will require for the entire heating season. This will enable him to work out a schedule of deliveries that will ensure a steady supply all winter long. There is no advantage in placing duplicate orders with more than one dealer. It only makes distribution more difficult. Next, when your dealer has arranged to deliver your coal, be sure that someone is at home or preparations have been made to receive it. Loads that have to return to the dealer's yard complicate distribution and cause needless waste of gasoline and rubber. Remember, your Blue coal dealer has to plan the routing of deliveries several days in advance. Help him to maintain a smooth working schedule. Be prepared to receive your coal when it arrives by having the cellar window unlocked and the bin boards in place. This will save valuable time. And now, back to the shadow.
Listen, Morello, I want to know who's responsible for all these killings.
How should I know, Commissioner?
Looks like your work. 4 men have been shot and killed, and every one of them was a mortal enemy of yours.
Ain't that too bad? That's kind of a coincidence, ain't it?
Coincidence, my eye. There's a crazy gunman loose in this town. I've got good reason to believe it's you.
You ain't got a thing on me, Weston, and you know it. That plainclothes fly cup you put on my trail, that Lanigan, he knows it as well as you do. Had a perfect alibi every time, checked and double-checked.
That's just it, Morello. Your alibis have been too perfect.
If I was you, Cranston, I'd keep my nose out of this.
But you're not me. And I like my nose just where it is.
Okay, but don't say I didn't tip you off.
Commissioner Weston speaking. Yes, what is it? What? Detective Lanigan. Where? All right, stand by. We'll notify every squad car in the area right away.
What's up, Weston?
Tom Lanigan. Just shot, killed from a passing car.
Oh, now ain't that too bad, Commissioner. Maybe you try to tell me I shot Lanigan while you wasn't looking from your office window here. Well, this is one alibi I wouldn't have to prove.
Where to, Mr. Cranston? Where to?
We'll drop Miss Lane at her apartment, Sweetie.
Okay.
You're here, Sweetie.
Well, it seems my bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, overlistened to a couple of hoods he was hacking around. They was talking about Rabbit Eddie Burke, they was talking.
Yes?
Yeah. Anyway, it seems Big Charlie gathered from the conservation in the back seat that Rabbit Eddie is stuck with a bum ticker he is stuck. The doc give him the once-over, and he tells him that he ain't got but 6 months before he croaks he ain't got it.
Sweetie, are you sure?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Cranston, positive. You know what I'd do if I had 6 months to live? You know what I'd do?
No, Shrevey, what would you do?
Well, Miss Lane, I'd park this hack of mine in front of every hydrant in town. I'd park it. And I'd spend all day bawling out traffic cops. I'd bawl. And I'd go up one-way streets the wrong way I'd go.
In other words, you'd do all the things that you've been afraid to do.
Yeah.
Oh, Shrevey.
Yeah, Mr. Cranston?
Did Big Charlie happen to hear the name of the doctor who examined Rabbit Eddie?
Yeah. It was Dr. Bryan up on the south side. He handles a lot of hoods, he handles.
Thanks, Shrevey. You drop Miss Lane at her apartment. I'll get off here.
Yes, sir.
There's somebody I've got to see. Alone, Margot.
Listen, Tony, this ticker of mine may go at any second. My 6 months are almost up.
So what, Rabbit?
So I'm going out and give it to Lamont Cranston, or it's too late.
Now, listen. Cranston can wait. Got a couple of more important rats for you to bump off first.
Next, Tony. I ain't taking no chances. I'm going to kill Cranston now. Oh, I can't wait to put a slug in that weasel's heart. Eat me alive.
You listen, Rabbit. You do as I say. I'm giving the orders.
Maybe, but I ain't taking them anymore.
Oh, you little...
Stop that cat, Tony. You're a little late, Tony. Just a little too late. You showed me how to use a gun. Now I showed you. There's only one more thing I want before I hand in my chips. To get Lamont Cranston.
All right, nurse. You can go home now.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan.
Let's see. I'm going to reserve a table at the club. What was that? Oh, I must be imagining things. I thought I heard a laugh.
You did, Dr. Bryan.
What?
You heard the laugh of the shadow.
A shadow?
Yes.
But where are you? I can't see you.
No man can see me, Dr. Bryan. It's useless to look around the room.
Why? Why are you here? What do you want, Shadow?
I want to know the true condition of a certain criminal's heart.
Who? Who do you mean?
I mean Rabbit Eddie Burke.
Rabbit Eddie? Well, I don't know. Why do you ask me?
Don't try to lie to me, my friend. You examined him. Told him he had a very bad heart.
All right. I'll admit it, Shadow. I did examine him. His heart was critically weak.
Strange, Dr. Bryan. Very strange. You examined Burke the day after he got out of prison, did you not?
Why, yes. What about it?
Just this, my friend. The day before he was released, he was examined by the prison doctor, a very competent physician. And Burke's heart was found to be in fine condition.
Well,
I want the truth, Dr. Bryan. Why did you render a false diagnosis?
You can't intimidate me. I don't have to answer that.
You'll have to answer before a court of justice as an accessory to murder.
But murder?
Yes. And it will not go easier with you, my friend, when they find that you have no legal right to practice medicine.
You know that?
Yes, Dr. Bryan. I investigated you. For years, you've been masquerading as a licensed physician, dealing in crime behind a veil of respectability. Well, my friend, are you going to tell me what I want to know now?
All right. All right, Shadow, I'll tell you. But it was Tony Morello who made me do it. He wanted Burke to be his personal gunman to do with killings. He knew he could talk Burke into it, under the circumstances.
Oh, it was a cold-blooded frame-up, eh? And a perfect setup for Morello. He could sit back with an airtight alibi in each case while Rabbit Eddie did the dirty work and took all the chances.
Yes, that was it.
Why did you help Morello, Dr. Bryan?
I had to. Morello threatened to kill me if I didn't.
The law will judge you and pass sentence, Dr. Bryan. Meanwhile, I warn you not to leave town. Remember, the shadow is watching you.
Hello, Mr. Cranston.
Hello, Shrevey. Did you bring Margot with you?
No, Mr. Cranston. She was not in when I called for her. She was not.
Well, that's funny. We had a date this afternoon. She should have been home long before this. Oh, excuse me.
Certainly.
Hello?
Lamont Cranston?
I'm sorry, that noise in the background, I can't quite hear you.
Is this Lamont Cranston talking?
Yes?
That dame of yours, Margot Lane. She ain't gonna show up this afternoon or any other afternoon.
What do you mean?
I mean I nabbed her. Just 1 hour from now, I'm going to kill her, Cranston. And you won't be able to do a thing about it because you don't know where she is.
Who is this?
A friend, Cranston. Just a friend. How do you feel, pal? How's it feel to sit around and squirm and eat your heart out because you can't help your dame, eh? You're gonna suffer and suffer plenty.
If you hurt that girl, I'll hunt you down and kill you with my bare hands.
You got it the other way around, Cranston. Because after I get through with her, pal, I'm gonna hunt you down.
Hello. Hello.
Water Department.
My name is Lamont Cranston. I'd like to talk to Commissioner Murphy, please.
Just a minute, please.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. What can I do for you?
Commissioner, I need some information, and I need it fast.
1 second more, Miss Lane. That's all you got. 1 second more. Well, where's your boyfriend now, eh? Where's Francis? Oh, I can see him now, tearing his hair. Watching the time run out.
Look at the chair for this.
What do I care about the chair? There's only one law I believe in. The law of this gun. Well, time's up, sweetheart. I wonder what Transon's thinking about now, eh? Boy, I'd give my right arm to see him now. To see his face.
He'll never rest until he finds you.
It's me that'll find him, sister. Well, here goes. Now just sit tight and shut your eyes.
No.
It's gonna be quick and easy.
No.
You just hear a noise, sister, that's all. Just a noise.
My compliments on your courage, Rabbit.
What's that?
It takes a brave man to shoot a helpless woman.
Who's talking? Where are you?
The voice you hear is the voice of the Shadow, Rabbit.
What?
And I'm standing by your side.
The Shadow? I heard of you. You're the guy nobody can see.
Precisely, Rabbit. And wherever I go, I bring justice. Not the law of the gun, the law of the people.
Oh, why are you here, Shadow?
I have come as an avenger of society, Rabbit. You shall pay for your crimes. In the chair.
You're wasting your time, pal. I got a weak heart. It's due to go any time now. I'm going to cheat the chair.
No, Rabbit, your heart is in excellent condition.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Morello framed you, Rabbit. He forced Dr. Bryan to tell you that you were doomed. Morello knew that he could get you to kill to do his murders, while he sat back and played safe.
No, you're lying, Shadow.
The Shadow never lies, my friend. Dr. Bryan has just confessed. The police have just picked him up. They'll be here for you at any moment.
Oh, no. They'll never take me to the death house. And neither will you. That's the end of you, Shadow.
You're mistaken, Rabbit. Your gun has failed you. You can't escape your punishment.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. There's still another way out. And this time I won't miss.
Rabbit!
Too late, Shadow. I'm going to cheat the hot seat after all. It's funny. They told me I wouldn't live more than 6 months. They meant to lie to me. But instead, they gave it to me straight. It's just 6 months today that I walked out of Doc Bryan's office.
Too bad, Rabbit. You aren't really meant to be a killer. Who knows? Under different circumstances, you might have been a decent, honest citizen. But the law makes no distinction among criminals. It punishes them all, impartially.
It's the police.
Oh, Lamont, you have no idea what runs through your mind when you're waiting for the shock of a bullet. There I was with my eyes closed and saying every prayer I ever knew when the Shadow came along.
Something to remember, eh?
Whew, as long as I live. You know, when I heard your voice, I could have kissed you.
Well, why didn't you, Margot?
Oh, for the very good reason that I couldn't see you. Say, Lamont.
Yeah?
How on earth did you know I was there at Morello's hideout?
Well, I got in touch with Commissioner Murphy over at the Water Department. He told me.
Commissioner Murphy?
Uh-huh.
But what's he got to do with all of this? How did he know?
Remember when Rabbit phoned me?
Yes.
Well, while Rabbit was talking to me over the phone, I heard what sounded like a big water pump through the phone receiver.
Well, but I still don't understand.
It's very simple, Margot. I called Commissioner Murphy at the Water Department and asked him whether he had a crew out somewhere in the city using one of those big emergency water pumps. And luck was with me. A water main had burst at Central and 6th, and they were pumping the water. I knew Morello had a hideout in the apartment building across the street, so I called Weston and, well, the rest you know.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished keeping expert, John Forsythe. Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Manpower, as you know, is important. Every able-bodied man is needed for some activity related to the war program. Now, there are thousands of young men who have attended the John Barclay Sales Service training schools, and they have helped many of you to solve difficult heating problems.
In addition, they have shown countless blue coal customers the way to healthful and economical home heating. Today, very few of these men are available. Most of them are in key positions with our government. Naturally, it's not easy now for your blue coal dealer to handle requests for firing instructions and like services. So if you feel the need for information on how to operate your furnace, don't insist that a serviceman be sent to your home. Ask your blue coal dealer for our new illustrated firing chart. This easy-to-understand firing chart shows the proper method of firing anthracite and explains the correct operation of dampers. It contains all of the information needed for the easy and economical operation of your furnace. These charts are free, and your dealer will be glad to furnish you with a copy. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the B&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
That's the news today.
Longines Water has been made for many years. The Longines factory was established in 1866. The first Longines factory was located in one small building. Today, the Longines factory covers many acres.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Just because you can't join the Army doesn't mean that you can't be part of this big fight to preserve the American way of life. No, sir, not at all. There's one big important thing you can do, and I'm going to tell you about that right now. You see, aside from the fact that we can't all be soldiers, sailors, or Marines because we're too young or too old or something, it's necessary for a good many of us to stay right here where we are. As a matter of fact, Uncle Sam tells that for every man in the armed forces, there must be 11 people back home to help keep them well supplied and see that everything runs smoothly. It's sort of like, well, like a civilian army that cooperates with the armed forces to help win this war. And that's where you come in, you and I. For we're all members of a civilian army, and the best way we can help our boys at the front is to buy war-saving stamps and bonds, and buy them regularly. How does that help? Well, let me tell you. It helps our government to finance this war. It helps to buy guns and tanks and planes and all the other things the Army, Navy, and Marines need to knock out the Japs and the Nazis. For example, every time you buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp, your dime will pay for 5 bullets. And every 5 10-cent stamps buy enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile. So you see how important it is for you to buy a war-saving stamp every time you've got a dime. See if you can't get Mother or Dad to give you a dime every day or every other day with which to buy war-saving stamps. Talk about this with all your friends. Ask them to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Ask your mother and dad and all your neighbors and relatives to sign Minuteman pledges. Do all you can to build up the sale of war-saving stamps and bonds. That's what you can do to help win this war.
And now the adventures of Superman. When Perry White, editor of the Daily Planet, decided to go to the Hudson Bay country of northern Canada in answer to a message for help from his friend Sebastian Beauvais, he soon discovered his trip was to be a dangerous one. An attempt was made on the editor's life by the henchman of a strange individual known as the Laugher, who finds much to laugh at in the troubles of other people. For some reason, the Laugher does not want Editor White, nor Kent, nor Lois Lane to reach Sebastian Beauvais' hunting lodge in the Canadian wilderness. In our last episode, our friends were on their way to the airport, unaware that the driver of their taxi was one of the Laugher's henchmen. When the driver pretended to go for cigarettes, he left a time bomb on the seat beside him. How long before the time bomb will explode, we do not know. And as Kent, Lois, and Perry White sit talking in the cab, they themselves have no idea of their danger. Listen.
I won't stand for it. I'll report that driver to the company the first chance I get.
Now, Mr. White...
Don't do Mr. White me. That cab driver hasn't heard the last of this. Here we are, trying to make time to the airport. Seconds may mean the difference between catching that plane or missing it, and he has to stop to buy cigarettes.
Take it easy, Chief. We won't miss the plane.
No.
We've got plenty of time.
Now, if we miss that Ottawa plane, we'll also miss the one waiting to take us to Lake Minto.
Now, look, Chief. We're about 5 minutes from the airport.
Yeah.
The driver will be back in less than a minute, and we've got more than 15 minutes to make the plane. Well, we can't possibly miss it.
Oh, what time is it?
Let's see. A little before 8 o'clock.
The Ottawa plane leaves at 8. No, it would take Superman to get us to that airport on time now.
Well, I might... Oh, look, Chief, you've made a mistake. The Ottawa plane doesn't leave until 8:15.
How do you know?
I remember looking it up.
Yeah, so did I. Well, it leaves at 8.
Oh, now, for heaven's sake, Chief, hold on to your blood pressure. Wait a minute. I noticed a paper sticking out of that cab driver's overcoat, and I think he left his coat on the front seat. Wait till I have a look.
Is the overcoat there?
Yes, but I don't see the newspaper. Probably the other pocket under the coat. Just a second.
As Clark Kent lifts the overcoat, the small box beneath it comes into view. A small black box, inside which is the deadly time bomb. Even as his eyes notice it, his ears pick up the ominous ticking of the time mechanism within the box. And at once he realizes the meaning of it. The bomb may go off at any moment. What can he do? How can he save them without revealing himself as Superman?
Clark, haven't you found that paper yet?
No, Lois, no. It doesn't seem to be here. I'll keep looking.
No, what does it matter? I tell you that plane left at 8 o'clock, and when I say left, I mean left. It must be after 8 now.
Wait, here's the paper.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, let's see it. We don't calm Mr. White soon.
I'll be able to read it better by the light of the dashboard here. Now, just a second while I find the travel section.
Oh, Clark, for heaven's sake, bring that paper back here where we can all see it.
Oh, wait just a second. I think I've got it now.
At that moment, as the deadly ticking reaches the point where he knows the bomb is about to explode, Kent snatches up the box and, holding it firmly in his two powerful hands, completely encases it. And not a split second too soon, for hardly has he covered the box when the bomb explodes harmlessly in his hands. Once again, Superman has triumphed.
Oh, what was that explosion?
Just a car backfiring. Clark, if you don't tell us when that plane leaves, I think I'll die. Clark, will you let me see that plane schedule?
I've already looked it up. The plane leaves at 8:15.
All right, George, we may be able to make it yet.
Oh, come on. We haven't much time. I don't know what's happened to that driver. I guess we'd better get another cab. Here, Lois, I'll take that bag.
No, keep your hands off that bag, Clark.
What on earth?
That's my new airplane luggage.
Well,
It's a nice light color, and your hands, look at them. They're absolutely black.
What? Oh, they're covered with newsprint, I guess. I'm sorry, I forgot to wash them before I left the office.
And so, once again, Superman skillfully avoids revealing his identity to Lois and Editor White. Meanwhile, in his lavish apartment, the Laugher is seated like some monstrous Buddha in a large modern chair, his eyes half closed, his hands folded over his expansive stomach. He is thinking. Stretched full length on a nearby couch is Bullets McGuire, who, although he looks like a tough gangster, is reading a book of fairy tales.
He reaches the end of a story, sighs deeply, and gently closes the book.
That is the most beautiful fairy tale I have ever read.
Did you say something, Bullets?
Yeah, Laffer, I said I just finished the most beautiful fairy tale I ever read. What a pipperoo.
You never stop reading fairy tales, Bullets.
Oh, why should I, Laffer? They got everything else beat a mile. Now, take this one I'm just now finishing reading.
Yes?
It's called Jack and a Beanstalk. Boy, what a jerk.
Who is a jerk, Bullets, and why?
Oh, this kid Jack. To begin with, his old lady tells him to take the cow to market and sell it for what dough he can get, see? So Jack starts off leading the beef on the hook. And on the way to market, he meets a couple of local shills, see? A couple of coffee and crullers punk that take him butt for a ride.
Yes? How so?
Well, these two shills, you won't believe this. These shills buy the cow from Jack for a handful of colored beans. And he says to this Jack jerk, "Look, Junior, plant these beans and things will happen." It's like selling somebody the Brooklyn Bridge, the Golden Gate.
They plot thickens, as it were.
Yeah, thick. This guy Jack was one of the dumbest clerks there ever is. Well, he plants the beans, and the next morning, there's a beanstalk growing right up into the clouds. You get me?
I get you. Pray continue, Bullets.
Well, you know, come to think of it, maybe Jack wasn't such a dumb jerk after all. Because in the end, see, he cops all the giant's dough for himself.
Oh, there's a giant in it, is there?
Oh, yeah, a giant. And he had a hen which gives out with golden eggs.
I don't believe it.
Oh, it's all true.
I'm sorry, Bullets, but I simply cannot bring myself to believe anything quite so fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of hard to take, ain't it? Yeah, but it's all true, Laffer. It's right here in the book, pictures and everything. Here, I'll show you. I'll get it. Hello, this is Jack. Hello. Oh, yeah, Sleepy. This is Bullets, yeah. Huh? Hello. Hello. Now, look, Sleepy, don't go to sleep in the telephone booth. Huh? Will you please stop yawning and talk? Oh. All right. Wait a minute. It's Sleepy, Laffer. He wants to chin with you.
Oh, yes. Hello, Sleepy. Is everything all right? What's that? Sleepy. For heaven's sake, stop yawning and tell me. Yes? Yes? They've left the cab. But that's impossible. Didn't the bomb go off? It didn't. Now, look here, Sleepy. Hello, Sleepy.
Something wrong, Laffer?
He fell asleep in the booth. I can hear him snoring. Oh, well. There are other things to think of now. White, Miss Lane, and Kent. They've escaped. And I've no doubt it's all due to the gentleman in the red cape and the blue suit. Superman.
Superman? He sounds like he might even be smarter than Jack, even.
Superman would make you a Jack. And even your giant looks slightly ill. This Superman's an amazing fellow. He is so fast that he can stop a bullet in flight. So strong that he can move mountains. And he's intelligent as well.
Wow, what a combo, huh? What a combo.
Yes, he is. Quite a combination. For the very first time in my rather long and dangerous career, I've met an opponent worthy of me. The first 2 rounds go to Superman. But perhaps a third shall be mine. Much can happen between here and that hunting lodge in the Hudson Bay country. Much can happen, and will.
Now you're happy again, huh, Laffer? And that funny look, it ain't your face no more. Hey, Laffer, you want I should tell you the rest of the fairy story about Jack and his here beanstalk?
By all means, Bullet. By all means.
Yeah. Well, there's a giant living at the top of this beanstalk, see? So...
Well, Chief, after all your excitement, you see, we made the plane anyway.
Yes, it's good to sit back in this seat and relax. The But I've got a funny feeling we're going to run into trouble before this trip is through.
Yes, I've got a feeling you're right.
Fasten your seatbelts, please. We're taking off. Fasten your seatbelts.
What's the matter, Clark? Getting cold feet again?
I can't help it if I'm the nervous type, can I?
No, I suppose not. Though it seems to me that you could... Well, never mind.
Well, here we go. We're on our way, Chief.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning we'll be in Ottawa, then on to the Hudson Bay country and... Well, heaven alone knows what.
Yes, Kent, I'm certainly anxious to find out what kind of trouble Sebastian is in. Must be pretty bad. Pretty bad. Otherwise, he'd... What? What in the world?
What's the matter, Mr. White? What's wrong?
No. Well, no, it isn't. It can't be. But, Lois, tell me that it isn't.
Mr. White, what on earth are you talking about?
No, I'll never be able to live through it. It isn't true. It can't be, I tell you. It can't be.
Well, what in the world has happened to upset Editor White again? What won't he be able to live through? Evidently something is wrong with the Ottawa-bound plane. What is it? Be sure to be with us for the next episode in this story of the North Woods. Listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Did you ever stop to think why American machine gun crews make such good scores in their battles against the Jap and Nazi hordes? Their teamwork, their super marksmanship comes from practice. Practice every day until they can hit the bullseye practically every time. But that much practice eats up a lot of bullets. And that's just where you come in. You buy bullets for machine gunners every time you buy war stamps. 5 bullets for every 10-cent stamp. Get behind your team by buying stamps just as often as you can. Can you think of anything more exciting to buy for your dime than 5 .45 caliber bullets? 5 bullets for American soldiers to use in protecting your home from Jap or Nazi hordes. Get going. Get your stamps today and every day.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman, directed by George Lothar, and his copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Oh, Silver! Away!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's murder on the trail ahead! Now, Silver! Away!
It was a night of stars. A full moon rode high in the heavens, casting grotesque shadows behind the sagebrush and strangely shaped boulders in the canyon below. It caught the figures of a masked man astride a white stallion and an Indian who sat a paint and wove fantastic caricatures which galloped with towering strides along the ground beside them. Suddenly the riders in their shadows reined up and listened to the rumble of an approaching stagecoach.
A nice stage to Lenape, Tonto.
Driver push horses plenty fast.
I don't blame him. This canyon is festive with outlaws. They've held up the stage before.
That's right.
No one knows where and when the gang will strike next. Afterwards, they disappear as mysteriously as if the night had swallowed them.
That gunfire
came from those men riding from behind the sagebrush. Stage is heading into an ambush. Those men are masked. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
We want them cash boxes, driver.
No, you don't. Them boxes contain pay cash for the United States Army at Fort Lenape.
Keep out of this, guard. Keep them hands up, or you won't live to report this robbery, Savvy.
Be careful, boss. We don't want no shooting.
Button your lip, Windy. I'm running this show. Get them boxes, boys.
Say, ain't I heard your voice before?
That's just what I was thinking, Hank. Seems to me it's mighty familiar.
If you want to stay healthy, you better get rid of them thoughts.
Easy, boss.
Shut up, Windy.
Now I remember.
Yeah, me too, but it can't be the same man, Hank.
You asked for it, boss.
Easy, big fella. I'm afraid we're too late, Tonto. Both the driver and the guard have been shot. See if there's anything you can do, Kimosabe.
Them dead.
I thought so.
What we do now?
The stage to Powder City is due along here any minute. We'll put these men inside this coach for their partners to find here. Give me a hand. That's it. Now the other one. There. Hand me those blankets, Tonto. That's as much as can be done for them until the Powder City stage comes. Now we've work to do, Kimosabe.
We trail gang?
Easy, big fella. Right. They've got a good start on us, but with a full moon, we should be able to follow their trail.
That's right.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
An hour later, the moon looked down on an ominous sight. While a ring of outlaws watched, Flint stood with his feet apart in the middle of an obscure trail, his hairy hands resting on the twin butts of his 6 guns. Facing him was Windy.
You've shut off your mouth once too often, Windy.
I didn't bargain for murder, Flint.
You spabbing Moss Horn. Them tongue-wagging fools recognize me. They'll expose me as soon as they get back to town.
Just the same, murder is going too far.
Windy's getting soaked, ain't he, boys?
I'll handle this, Dutch.
Sure, boss.
Well, Windy.
My mind's made up, Flint. I'm quitting the gang.
You wouldn't be aiming to collect that reward money, would you?
I never squealed in my life.
Maybe so. But $10,000 is a mighty big temptation.
What do you mean, Flint?
We ain't taking any chances.
No, you can't mean that, Flint. You already done in 2 men tonight.
That's what makes it easy, Windy. One more don't make no difference.
I won't talk, Flint. I swear it. I won't talk.
That was a gunshot, Tonto. We must be closer to the gang than we thought.
Shot come from round bend.
Listen.
Them fellas make getaway.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
I wonder what that shot was for, Tonto.
Me not know.
Couldn't have been another hole up on this trail.
That's right.
There's a bend, we'll soon know.
Kimosabe,
Look there.
It's a man lying on the trail. Silver, hold. Easy, big fella. He's still alive, Tonto.
Let me bring water.
He's badly wounded, Tonto. I doubt that we can save him.
Wound in chest. It plenty bad.
He's opening his eyes. Here, give him a sip of water from the canteen.
Masked.
Don't try to talk yet. Do what you can for him, Tonto.
Water. Thanks. You're an outlaw.
No.
But you're masked.
That's not important now. Who shot you?
I'm cashing in, stranger.
Tell me the name of the man who shot you. My friend and I will see that he pays for it.
I've been an outlaw most of my life, mister.
Yes?
But I never squealed. Savvy.
But this is murder.
Windy. That's me. I talk too much, but never squealed.
Yeah. Wound plenty bad. Tonto not able to help him.
Ain't nobody can help me now. But, mister, you listen.
I'm listening.
Plenty cash.
Yes?
Death Cavern.
Plenty of cash at Death Cavern?
Yeah. You go there.
Is there a gold load there?
Yeah. You'll find out. You take it. Maybe that'll revenge me.
He's gone, Tonto. Death Cavern.
Tonto no cavern. It's south of here.
I've heard several stories about it, Tonto. Said that men who have gone inside the cavern have died there very mysteriously.
That place plenty bad.
No one knows what caused their death. The few men who stumbled out of the cavern before they died didn't even have a mark on them.
That right.
And yet, Wendy wants us to go there.
And we go to Death Cavern?
Yes, Kimosabe. Just as soon as it's daylight. Meanwhile, we'll take care of this old fellow.
The next day, in the sheriff's office in Lenape, two hard-faced, thin-lipped men conferred. One wore the sheriff's star. His name was Flint. The other, Dutch, wore the badge of deputy.
Well, one thing we don't have to worry about, Dutch. That's Windy.
Yeah, with that loose-jawed maverick 6 feet under, nobody'll know we're outlaws.
He couldn't have picked a better hideout than Death Cavern either, thanks to Windy.
Hey, he sure fixed that place for us fine. Even if folks knew we were the outlaws, they'd be too blamed scared to go in the cavern and grab us.
But that ain't enough.
What do you mean, Flint?
Folks are getting restless. We gotta pin all them holdups we pulled on somebody soon, or there'll be a new sheriff and a new deputy sitting in these chairs.
I guess you're right.
And if that happens, we won't be tipped off when there's gold being freighted on the stage, or extra heavy deposits at the bank.
So as we can take extra precautions to safeguard him, huh, Flint?
The murder of the stage driver and guard last night is gonna stir up a hornet's nest. And the sooner somebody is hung for it, the safer it'll be for us.
You, got somebody in mind?
Yeah.
Who?
Just the right party. Somebody's coming. It's a marshal. Howdy, Marshal.
Flint, the driver and guard of the Lenape stage were murdered on the trail last night. What are you aiming to do about it?
Well, I was just going out.
All the cash boxes were stolen, too. Them boxes were the property of the United States government. Pay cash for the soldiers at the fort.
I know that, Marshal.
If you know so much, why ain't you doing something about it?
Well, I aim to if
Flint, you're the poorest excuse for a sheriff I ever saw. And this deputy of yours is even worse. If you don't put a stop to the thieving and killing that's been going on around here pronto, you can both kiss them stars goodbye.
I am putting a stop to it, Marshal. Today.
How's that?
I'm leaving to arrest the leader of the gang right now.
Who is it?
Jeff Young.
Jeff Young? Are you out of your head? Jeff Young's never even been guilty of disturbing the peace.
Maybe so. But he's a dispatcher for the stage line. He didn't know when gold or pay cash was coming through.
I reckon you're right about that.
You know, I found out a lot of things about Jeff Young. And every one of them points to him as a leader of the outlaws and as a murderer.
I'm listening, Flint, and you'd better show proof. I ain't one to be taken in by a phony arrest so you and Dutch can save your faces.
You'll have the proof, Marshal. And here's how it adds up.
Meanwhile, after conducting a simple burial service for Windy, the Lone Ranger and Tonto followed the now almost invisible trail of the outlaws. The sun baked the canyon with an almost intolerable heat. Then as they came to a turn in the trail, a breeze sprang up.
That breeze feels good, huh, Tonto? These rock slopes hadn't obscured the gang's trail. We could have made better time.
Them make tracks very hard to find.
Only you could have picked up the trail, Kemosabe.
Over there, we find Death Canyon.
These tracks seem to be leading right to it.
That's right.
I wonder if the gang could be hiding out in the cavern.
Cavern bring death?
That's the story we've heard.
That not story. That true. Me no place.
The cavern is right below us there.
That entrance ahead.
Steady, Silver.
You think feller on trail tell truth?
Windy? He wouldn't have any reason to lie to us, Tonto. That's what makes me sure it's safe to enter the cavern. The fact that there's cash concealed in it. What is it, big fella? Something's troubling Silver, Tonto.
Why you stop?
That breeze, Tonto. Did you smell anything?
No, me not.
Now, there it is again. An acrid odor.
Now me smell it. That gas.
Gas? I wonder where it can be coming from.
Not know.
It's carried by the wind. It can't be far away. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The odor's stronger now, Tonto. It must. There's where it's coming from, that hole.
That's right.
The hole's been freshly dug, Tonto.
It's big enough for man.
Oh, Silver, hold.
Scout, look out the hole.
The gas is sickening here, Tonto. The horses don't like it.
Me not like it either.
This hole was dug to allow the gas in some underground chamber to escape. I wonder if... Tonto. I think we have the explanation to the mystery of Death Cavern.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. Aware that the townspeople of Lenape, as well as the United States Marshal, were impatient for him to apprehend the outlaws and put an end to the crime wave which had plagued the district, Sheriff Flint cunningly placed suspicion on Jeff Young as the leader of the gang. Convinced that Sheriff Flint's suspicion of Jeff as an outlaw and murderer was sound, the Marshal, with Flint and Dutch, knocked on the door of the youth's home.
Well, Marshal, this is something of a surprise. Morning, Sheriff.
Maybe there'll be an unpleasant surprise before we're through, Young.
I'll handle this, Flint.
Just as you say, Marshal. Dutch, you search the house.
Sure, boss.
Why, I don't understand.
I just aimed to ask you a few questions, Jeff.
What about?
I saw a post outside your house as we came up. Looks like you've been practicing some fancy shooting on it.
Yeah?
What for?
Well, I just like to shoot, that's all.
Yeah. And you ain't content just to riddle that post either.
Let me see your guns, Jeff.
There they are on the table. I was cleaning them when you came.
44, eh?
What'd I tell you, Marshal? It was 44s that killed the driver and the guard on the stage.
Hey, you aren't suspecting me.
Where were you about 11 o'clock last night, Jeff?
Well, I was right here.
Can you prove it?
No, I can't.
Where were you the night the Powder City stage was stuck up?
Well, when was that?
As if you didn't know. It was Friday.
Well, I was home then, too.
Pretty phony alibi, Marshal. Jeff, what caused your pa's death?
Why, nothing. He just died, that's all.
That's a lie. He was hung.
Is that true, Jeff?
I reckon it is, Marshal.
Why did they do it?
They accused him of murder. Said he robbed a stage.
What'd I tell you, Marshal?
He was framed. Dad never did a dishonest thing in his life.
I suppose he was home the night of the murder, too.
Yes, he was. I was with him.
Then why didn't you clear him, Jeff?
Well, they wouldn't believe me. I was just a kid, and they laughed at me. But I know he was innocent. I know he was.
Easy, Jeff.
Ask him about the stage guard, Marshal.
Jeff, does one of the men who testified against your pa at the trial work for the stage line?
Why?
Answer him, young.
But
ain't it true that the guard on the stage last night was a witness against your old man?
Yeah, it's true.
Sure. You're bitter because you think your old man was framed for murder. You vowed to revenge him, so you practiced with guns on a post.
That isn't true.
As a dispatcher, you're informed when there's gold or cash coming free on the stage. So you round up your gang and slip out nights for some fancy hauls.
No.
Then when you get the chance to revenge your pa on one of the men you think framed him, you drill him in cold blood.
I never did.
Cunningly, relentlessly, with all the foresight of his shrewd, scheming brain, Sheriff Flint built up a case against Jeff Young. A case based on his past and false evidence. Slowly, yet as surely as if Flint himself were pulling the rope taut, the hangman's noose tightened about the innocent youth's neck.
Look what I found, Flint.
Let me see, Dutch.
Why? Well, that's a money pouch.
Yeah. And it's stamped with the name of the United States government.
Where'd you get that? That ain't mine.
You told the truth that time, young. Look here, Marshal. Pay cash.
That's not mine, Marshal. I swear it.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
I never saw that cash before.
Put the handcuffs on him, Dutch.
I'm innocent, I tell you.
That's what your old man said.
You're framing me just like my dad was framed. I never murdered anybody.
Take him along, Dutch. That money pouch just about puts the noose around his neck.
Flint wasted no time in rushing the youth to trial, nor in bringing his case to a speedy conclusion. He was helped in this by the people of Lenape themselves, already incensed by the holdups which were becoming even more frequent and daring as time went on. They were aroused by the cold-blooded killing of the stage driver and the guard, and it was obvious that Jeff Young had very little chance to escape the hangman's noose. The courtroom was tense as the jury returned with the verdict.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
What is it?
We find the defendant, Jeff Young, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Sheriff, take charge of the prisoner.
Glad to.
I'll take charge of the prisoner, Judge.
Mask!
An outlaw and an Injun.
From the rear of the crowded courtroom, voices rose excitedly as a tall man who wore a white sombrero and a black mask walked down the aisle with a grave-faced Indian dressed in buckskin. In his hands, the masked man held twin silver-mounted 6 guns, ready for business.
Take the keys from the sheriff and unlock Jeff's handcuffs, Tonto.
What's the meaning of this?
It means Jeff Young is innocent. I'm taking him with me to prove it.
That's a lie. The masked man is one of Young's gang.
He want keys.
Stand back, Redskin, or I'll drill you.
Put those guns back in leather, Flint. Jeff Young is coming with us.
You'll swallow lead first. My hands.
Jumping Juniper shot both guns right out of the sheriff's hand.
Sorry, Sheriff. I didn't want any wild shooting. Someone might get hurt. Get those keys, Tonto.
He got them. Now you're free.
But I don't
ask questions now, Jeff. We're your friends. Take him outside, Tonto.
Dutch, don't let him get away. Riddle him.
Keep your hands where they are, Dutch.
Dutch, what are you waiting for?
I'm taking that man's hombre's advice, Flint. This time he might aim above the hand.
All of you, stay where you are. I'm coming through.
They're getting away.
What do we do, boys?
Steady, Silver. Easy. They're coming after us, Tonto.
Where are you taking me?
You'll soon know, Jeff. Remember, Tonto, ride just fast enough for them to keep us in sight.
Tonto, steady.
All right, Kemosabe, ride.
Get him up.
Get up, boss.
Straight into the canyon streaked the great horse Silver, with Skelton the horse ridden by Jeff not far behind. Reining in the powerful stallion's stride so they would not outdistance their pursuers, the Lone Ranger looked back and saw Flint and his posse hot on the trail.
They're following us, Tonto.
Why do you want them to follow us?
You see, plenty soon.
Well, where are you heading?
Death Cavern.
I'm riding ahead, Tonto. Be sure to let them keep you in sight. Come on, Silver.
Racing ahead, the masked man reined in his white stallion at the gas-filled hole he and Tonto had discovered. It was but the work of a moment to tumble the huge rock they had held in readiness over the gap, sealing the gas in the chamber below. Then with Tonto and Jeff, the Lone Ranger rode on and into the mouth of Death Cavern.
Oh, Silver, hold.
Hey, this is the place where so many men have died. It's not safe here.
Everything will be taken care of, Jeff. The main thing is to prove your innocence and capture the murderer and the gang.
I guess you're right, but I don't see how you're going to...
Posse ride plenty fast.
There they are. Now move over here into the dark. When the posse rides through, they'll find the gang at the rear of the cave. Come on, Silver.
Come up, Scout.
The masked man and his companions maneuvered their horses into the deep shadows at the side of the cavern and quieted their mounts. By lining themselves against the shadowy wall of the cave, they left a clear road for the sheriff's posse to ride through and surprise the outlaws in the rear.
You mean the outlaws are right here in this cavern?
This is their hideout, Jeff. And when they... Listen.
That's right, Marshal.
What are you afraid of? They went in, didn't they? We saw them with our own eyes.
Just the same, you get me to go in Death Cavern.
Yeah, me either.
If this don't beat everything, we trap them outlaws and you won't go in and get them.
Knowing too well that if the marshal and the posse trailed their quarry into Death Cavern, they would inevitably surprise and capture the outlaw gang in the rear of their underground hideout, Flint seized upon the popular belief that it meant certain and horrible death to enter the cave to prevent the posse from continuing their hunt. Unwittingly, they quickly responded to his scheme and refused to pursue Jeff Young and his rescuers into the cavern.
They're afraid to come in, Tonto. It's a good thing we prepared for this emergency by covering the hole with that rock.
That's right.
Oh, wait. I hear someone.
Hey, what's it? It's the marshal with a posse. I better tell the gang.
Who's that?
Quiet. Easy, big fella. He's gone to tell the others. I'm going to follow him, Tonto. Wait here.
He's steady.
The posse won't come in for the outlaws. We'll send the outlaws out to the posse.
How?
You'll see in a moment, Jeff. Adios.
Feeling his way along the damp, murky corridor of the cave, the Lone Ranger trailed the outlaw whose voice he had heard warning the gang. Creeping stealthily around a bend in the channel, he suddenly saw several grim-faced renegades with 6 guns worn loosely at their hips, assembled in a huge clearing ahead. They were listening to the man he had followed.
I tell you, they're waiting for us to come out. Flint and Dutch are with them. We got nothing to worry about. The posse's scared to come in. Flint's got them believing all them stories they heard. We got enough food and water in here to last us for weeks. They'll get tired of waiting and we'll walk out. What's up?
You men, put down your guns and come out with your hands up.
Come and get us, mister.
You haven't a chance. If you stay here much longer, you'll be gassed.
You hear that, boys? Even that hombre believes them stories.
What I've said is true. The hole you cut through the roof of the cavern to let the gas out had been closed up. The gas has been sealed in this cave.
Hey, the hombre's right. I can smell the gas. Come get out of here. Come on.
Get your men ready, Marshal. The gang's coming out.
Coughing and choking from the poisonous gas which was beginning to fog the cave, making it a literal death trap, the outlaws fought with each other to gain the entrance and save themselves from the fumes. Stumbling and groping their way to the patch of light which marked the mouth of the cavern, they emerged with red, streaming eyes and handkerchiefs held over their noses. Immediately they were pounced upon by the marshal and his men and taken prisoner.
Keep them hands up. Take their guns, man. Come on.
Shut up, you fool. Don't do it.
I think we're about ready to learn who the leader of the outlaws really is, Marshal.
Don't go making any wild guesses, stranger.
Dutch, you're wanted for the murder of the stage driver and guard.
Me?
Yes. You better tell all you know, Dutch, before they hang you.
Hang me?
All right, Sheriff. Put the handcuffs on him.
Sure, stranger.
No, you don't, Flint. I ain't taking the blame for your hog wild shooting. Flint's the murderer, stranger. I saw him shoot them fellas.
Why, you...
Quick. Keep it in leather, Flint.
Grab him, man.
All right, come on. That's yours.
Well, Marshal, you heard what I wanted you to hear.
I heard plenty, thanks to you, mister. But how did you...
Flint had Dutch plant the money bag in Jeff's home while you talked in the other room. You'll find the rest of the loot in the cavern.
You mean there really ain't poison gas in it?
There is now because I closed a hole in the roof.
The gas will escape when the rock's removed.
Am I free now, Marshal?
Free as air, Jeff. I should have known it was that yellow-livered coyote Flint from the slick way he tried to pin the murder on you.
If it wasn't for the Lone Ranger... Hey, he's gone.
Who did you say?
Tonto told me in the cave. He's the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Madeline Carroll as Amelia Earhart on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As these words are spoken, 2,200 women are now piloting Civil Air Patrol planes. Others are ferrying bombers to distant places. Thousands of American women are pouring through the gates of factories, shipyards, and airplane plants after a hard day's work. Today we know that there is hardly a job that a woman cannot do. And if there is one woman who proved that fact once and forever, it is America's greatest woman flyer, whose thrilling story we tell this evening. For her courage, her skill, and her persistent efforts to prove woman's place in aviation, Cavalcade salutes Amelia Earhart.
You want to know about Earhart? I know plenty about Earhart. Mister, that's one lady you can't think about too long. She'd break your heart. Well, you come to the right guy, or guys, I should say. Because I'm speaking for all her mechanics. Call me Johnny. I'm the man who cleaned the spark plugs in her plane before she took off the first time. I'm the man who checked the wires on her ship, time after time. I'm the guy who fixed her propeller on that big job she took into the Pacific when she never come back. Yeah, I'm the guy she walked over to that day in 1922 when I was standing next to a plane, wondering why I wouldn't run.
Having trouble?
Yeah, all the time I'm having trouble.
Mind if I watch?
Nope.
Pretty engine, isn't it?
You mind if I ask you what you're doing in this hangar?
Nothing, just, well, I come here from the office now and then, just to watch the planes take off and land.
Doesn't it bore you?
It bores me something terrific.
You a mechanic?
Yes. What are you?
Nobody. Just trying to get up in the air.
You got any money?
Little. You know anybody would take up a passenger?
Do I know any? Sister, the pilots in this field are starving to death. Come on. Hey, here's Frank. Wait a minute. Hey, Frank, come over here, will you?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, I just wondered if I could buy a ride.
Oh, sure. The motor's still warm. Come on, right this way.
Is this the plane? This one? It looks so little, doesn't it?
Big enough to fly. Scared?
Oh, no. I just meant that... Well, they look so sturdy from the ground when they're flying over you.
Oh, when you get close, you see the skin and bones, huh? Well, get in.
Say, do I climb on the wing?
Yeah, on your toes.
Uh-huh.
Don't put your heel through the fabric there.
Right.
That's it. Easy now. All right, move over now. I sit right next to you.
It feels so alone in here. What's under this floor? I mean, what's holding it?
Just goodwill, I guess. Give her a spin, Johnny.
Gosh, it sure shakes you up, doesn't it?
Hold on. Going into the wind.
Are we off the ground yet?
Look over the side.
The clouds is rushing under us, but I can't see the wheels. Are we off the ground?
Now we are. We're in the air.
I never know it. Isn't it smooth riding now?
Like riding on air.
Yes. Can we go very high?
Sure. Pick your cloud.
That orange one over there.
That one? Right out. Here we go.
I always thought an orange cloud would smell like oranges. It doesn't.
Smells like rain.
It's another world up here, isn't it?
You like it, huh?
I never felt like this. I'd like to live up here. You think I can learn to fly?
Why not? Here. Take hold of the stick.
You steer with it?
Just pull it back and see.
All right.
Take it easy. Just push it forward now and the nose will go down.
Wonderful. Let me fly her.
Oh, gotta go down now. It'll cost you too much money staying up any longer.
What would it cost to learn?
500 to 1,000.
Wow.
You got that much money?
No.
Too bad.
Not on your life. I'll get the money if I have to scrub floors. I'm going to fly.
Yeah? Earhart learned to fly all right. Those old planes. I laugh when I think of them. They were really something. Every time a plane went over, the kids used to yell their heads off with excitement. Yeah, that was about the time they put four-wheel brakes on Buicks. That's when Earhart was working in an office, saving her money. When she'd piled up 100, she'd come around and fly it off. When she was broke again, she'd just come nights and sit around the hangar shooting the bull with the boys.
Hey, Ralph.
Yeah? What's up?
Come here, but don't make any noise.
What are you looking at?
Look there, under the wing.
Something wrong with the wings?
No. See that fly?
You starting that again. Yeah, I see the fly. Last week it was cats landing on their feet. Now it's flies again.
I'll brush him away, and when he comes back, you see how he makes that upside-down landing. See if I'm not right.
Okay.
There he goes. Now, don't move. He's coming back. He's going to land on the bottom of the wing.
You haven't got that fly trained, have you?
He did it! He barrel rolled.
He didn't barrel at all. He nosed himself up, then laid over backward.
I saw him, I tell you. He turned over sideways and stuck his feet up. Crazy arguments like that till midnight. She talked herself to sleep. Just planes. Saw her eyes change in those months. Being around planes seemed to make her breathless. Beautiful. She wanted to grab the world by the tail and swing it over her shoulder. She could swing, Earhart could. with both fists.
I came all the way here to tell you this, and now you won't listen.
Miss Earhart, I own this airline. I'm in business. There is one idea my passengers must never get, that air travel is unsafe. All a passenger would need is to see a woman in the pilot seat, and he'd faint first and then come to me for his refund.
In other words, a woman is undependable, scatterbrained, a congenital nitwit.
No, not at all. I'd just say that as far as piloting goes, a woman is a congenital woman, that's all.
But I'm a good pilot. I beat the altitude record. I'm competent. Ask anybody who's flown with me.
I know you're competent, but you're a woman.
What are you telling me? To go home and scrub pots? Isn't it time to unlock the kitchen and let women out into the free air?
Young lady, you can have all the air you want, except in my planes.
Listen, mister, I can fly a plane as well as any man. I intend to work in the sky and nowhere else. At least tell me I'm not competent or that I have bad eyes, but don't chain me to the ground because I'm a woman.
Flying simply isn't a woman's business. It's just like shipbuilding or riveting or fighting wars. They just aren't for women.
And who says that?
Well, look around you. Look at the world.
Yes, indeed. Look at the world. And think. Try and imagine how much richer it would be now if half its population, if all its women were freed to do their part of the world's work. The world has been walking on one foot, working with one hand when it has two, blinding one of its eyes, stifling half its brain, yes, and flying with only one of its wings. Do look at the world, Mr. Brown, and hold your breath, because it's changing right now.
Well, Earhart went around saying that to a lot of people. She didn't get nowheres. He had to take another office job. To me, that's like caging a bird. I can see her looking out of that office window at the weather. Earhart was a cloud sailor. She lived in weather and changes of wind. Her hair was cut for flying. Her eyes was pure. They were made for sharp sight, for gauging distances. Yeah, she must have gone nuts in that office. Especially on that clear November day. It was about 5 o'clock.
I've got to lock the office, Amelia. Coming? Hey, Amelia.
What? Oh, sure. I was just getting ready.
Say, you're getting to look like a walking fog. Why can't you forget flying?
That's not easy, Vera. It's as though I told you to start walking with a limp, to forget you can run and vault over a chair.
Well, what's there about a plane that gets you that way? You know, I knew a boy once in Revere Beach. He was the same way about flying. What does it do to you anyway?
It's just the idea of flight, that's all.
Well, do all pilots get this way about it, or are you just plain romantic?
Well, I never met a pilot who would admit it, but there's one thing about flying that really gets them.
What's that?
It's hard to describe, Vera. Flying isn't only exciting. It's beautiful. You don't know what the world looks like until you've seen it from up there. It's a wonderful sight. You feel transparent when you're up there, as though clouds were passing through you. You don't know what a feeling it is just after dawn when the air is so clean and the propeller bites into it. You don't know what it is to open your mouth in the sky and devour distance. Distance has a taste, Vera. It has a feel, a texture that the earth destroys with its ruts and roads. I'll take it. Hello? Yes, this is Miss Amelia Earhart. You say my name was given to you by George Putnam? What's that? Me fly across the Atlantic alone? Yes, I know. No woman's ever done it. What do I say? I say yes. Yes, sir. I'd like to very much.
You are listening to Madeline Carroll as Amelia Earhart on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. As our play continues, Amelia Earhart is nearing the end of her solo flight across the Atlantic.
there. Can you tell me where I am?
I can. You're in Derry, sir.
In Derry? Oh, Londonderry.
Yes, sir. Heaven help me. It's a woman.
Whose house is that over there?
It belongs to the galleon.
I wonder if I could stop there.
Yes, sir. I mean, ma'am. Have you come far?
I've come from America.
From America? Well, may the saints preserve us.
I don't have to tell you that trip made her famous. So famous, in fact, that a cop stopped her for speeding a couple of weeks later, and he wouldn't let her go till he took her home with him, met his wife, and had some milk and chocolate cake with him. You try that sometime with a motorcycle cop. Man, a couple of years went by, and then a day came that I'll never forget. Looking over a nick in the propeller of her new plane, she come over to me. I looked at her and felt something terrific was up. There's a big dancing going on in her eyes.
How's it going, Johnny? Think we need a new prop?
Nah, she'll do fine. She's a beautiful plane. You know that, Earhart.
She sings.
Sings?
That's the only word for it. I take her off the ground and she just starts making music. When I'm up there in this plane, I feel like the wings were growing out of my back. All I have to do is lean and she banks. I raise my head and she climbs.
Hey, you're excited about something, ain't you? I mean, you look like a parade's about to start.
I'm going to be married, Johnny.
You? Isn't that funny? I never thought of you as anybody's wife. I mean, I always think of you up in the air.
You don't seem very happy about the news.
Yeah, I'm happy and just wondering.
What? Tell me, Johnny. I want to know what you think.
Well, just whether a woman can go flying all over the place and still be somebody's wife. I mean, make both things last.
You don't think it can work, do you?
I don't know. Can it?
It's got to. I'm going to be his wife and I'm going to fly. It's got to work because it must be true that a woman can live out her personal dreams and still be a wife. I mean, women must have a right to lead the way once in a while, to search for new things instead of sitting home waiting for men to do the work of the world. Isn't that true?
Well, I hope you go on flying, because I'd hate to see this plane put away in mothballs.
What would you say if I told you I was going to take this plane around the world?
Earhart, you're going to fly around the whole world?
As soon as I can get ready. What do you say to that?
What do I say? I say, wow.
Get a couple of pictures.
Will you pose with the map in your hand, Miss Earhart? That's it. Thanks. That's good.
How many days do you think it'll take, Miss Earhart?
Oh, I don't know.
Have you got a rubber boat along? How much food are you taking?
Enough, I hope.
Tell me, Miss Earhart, are you doing this just for a lark?
No, I'm not doing it just for a lark.
Well, what are you trying to prove?
I'll tell you what I'm trying to prove. The purpose of this flight is to demonstrate...
Miss Earhart.
Yes, what is it?
Will you come into the office for a second, please? It's very important.
I'll be right there. Excuse me, please.
Miss Earhart, I've got some bad news for you.
Bad news? What's the matter?
And the other backers and I have come to the conclusion that we've made a mistake.
Mistake? I don't follow you. What do you mean?
Simply this. We've given this very careful thought and consideration, and we feel we must withdraw our support as sponsors of your flight.
Withdraw? But why?
Well, frankly, Miss Earhart, when we got behind this thing, we thought we were all going to benefit. But apparently we made a serious mistake. Every newspaper in the country is criticizing us. We feel it advisable to withdraw.
I see.
I'm sorry. I know this comes at the 11th hour when everything is ready, and I know it's embarrassing to you, but all I can say is you must abandon this flight, Miss Earhart. And, of course, we'll assume all the expenses that have been incurred to date.
I'm sorry you had to make such a decision. But I don't agree. This flight will not be abandoned. I shall assume full responsibility myself. And, gentlemen, I'll be ready to take off in an hour.
That was Earhart for you. She went ahead with the flight. Then came that day in New Guinea. Lai, the name of the town. We're fighting the Japs there now. On July 2nd, a nice, peaceful spot. Hot, though. All you could see on that runaway in 1937 was cameras and newspaper men. You remember the photographs? I'm the guy in the overhauls with his head in the engine. Earhart was about to take off on the last leg of the round-the-world trip. You remember. She'd already passed Brazil, Africa, Arabia, India, Australia. Now she was shooting for California. Newsmen started to move away from the plane. I stuck my head into the cabin. Everything okay, Earhart? You all set?
Be a good boy now, Johnny. And remember me to your monkey wrenches.
Okay. I'll see you when you come down.
If I come down, you mean?
Is that a nice thing to say?
No, but just don't bank on anything. I figure my chances are 10 to 1.
I didn't hear a word you said, Earhart. Well, take the air, lady. The world is yours.
Bye, Johnny.
Bless you, Earhart. That's the last any of us ever saw of Amelia Earhart. You know, I wonder sometimes when I'm alone at night what she must have done out there. I hear her voice. I see the inside of that ship so clear.
What time is it, Bill?
5 o'clock, Earhart.
When does the sun come up out here? I can't see a thing.
Sun's up half an hour.
Well, when is the night going to end? See any clearing anywhere?
Black. Black all around. What's that down there? Hey, pull up.
Oh. I didn't know we were so close to the water. The altimeter's shot. Bill, wake up Terry. Maybe he can get an idea of where we are.
I'd rather let him sleep, Earhart.
No, Bill, wake him. Don't talk like that.
We're through, Earhart. We got gas for 5 minutes flying. I'm lost.
The wind. The wind is so strong I can see it. Look down, Bill. Look into the sea. There must be an island somewhere in the sea. The world is so full of useless islands. Look down, Bill. The port motor's dying. Bill, look down. Find something down there. There go the engines. We're going down. I'll try and stretch her out. A long glide. I'll make it long. Maybe we'll hit a reef. Oh, heaven. At least it's quiet now. Bill, you don't regret it, do you? Get the rubber boat launched as soon as we touch the waves. I'll try and get her in without turning over. Listen to the waves. It's raining into the sea.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Miss Carroll will return to the microphone to present our guest of the evening. Meanwhile, we have a story of chemistry from the DuPont Company. Upon the speed, accuracy, and continued performance of machines of all types depends the nation's war production. So you see why machine operators are mighty important in this war. But in many an industrial plant, a well-designed lighting system is robbed of complete efficiency by dingy ceilings, walls, floors, and machinery. In other plants, where surfaces are properly painted so as to reflect light, quite a bit is still lost, blotted up by dark floors. Operators at the machines don't see as well as they might. The result is more accidents, something to be prevented at all times. And there's an enormous waste of electricity when conservation of manpower, materials, and electricity are more important than ever in our history. 2 years ago, illuminating engineers and DuPont paint technicians began intensive studies of this factory lighting problem. One result of their studies is three-dimensional seeing. Introduced by DuPont, three-dimensional seeing is a way of spotlighting machinery with especially chosen paints, light in color and high in reflecting power. DuPont's new technique of painting machinery in colors so that workmen have full vision without eye strain is rapidly being adopted throughout industry. Some manufacturers report production increases running to as much as 15%. Along with greater operating efficiency, there is less fatigue for workers, and there are correspondingly fewer accidents. Now, these three-dimensional seeing studies have been applied to working surroundings as well as to machinery. A ray of light isn't allowed to stop work, as you might say, just because it strikes a flat surface. Instead of being absorbed by a dark surface, it is reflected by a light one, getting the last bit of value out of every bit of light. The whole room becomes a giant light reflector. The workers see their work better, without glare, without strain. Practical application of three-dimensional seeing in war production plants proves beyond question that it is often possible to get as much as 100% more usable light for each watt of electrical energy. So we can report to you tonight that this DuPont development, which has already improved production, working conditions, and morale, and decreased the number of injuries, has now reached the point where it offers industry still another benefit, getting the last bit of value out of every ray of light and every penny's worth of electric current. We invite inquiries for complete information from engineers and manufacturers. Three-dimensional seeing deserves a noteworthy place among the contributions of DuPont chemists and engineers to better things for better living through chemistry. And now our star, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Tonight I would like to present our guest, Mrs. D.A. McNeil of Ellington Field, Texas, the first woman air crew chief in the world. Women like Mrs. McNeil are working day and night in flying fields stationed all over America. Upon their skill and accuracy of judgment, the safety of our planes and the lives of those who fly them depend. These are the women who keep the planes in the air. Mrs. D.A. McNeil.
Down at Ellington Field, they call me the cowpuncher air chief because I make my living selling Burma cattle on my ranch outside of Houston when the war came. When I first entered service at Ellington Field, the men were polite, but a little skeptical about women mechanics. It was not considered a woman's work. That attitude has changed. We were there to do a job. Upon our work rested the responsibility of human lives. The moment a plane is grounded, it is met by an inspector and checked from nose to rudder. Then it is sent to the hangars where the necessary repairs are made by women before it is ready for the air again. That responsibility is ours, and we take it seriously. Each time we stand on the field and see a plane take off, we must know that there has been no mistake. We must be sure that everything from hydraulic pressure to the smallest bolt is right. Because our men are flying those planes. They are depending on us. I have a husband in the armed forces and a little girl 2 years old. When a plane goes out, every woman who has worked on that plane must think of these things as I do and of what depends upon her work. Someday, I hope to wear wings on my lapel. I'm working for that. But until then, I am proud to do the groundwork that keeps our men in the air. As a pioneer, Amelia Earhart foresaw women's place in aviation. There are many branches in the field open to women today. I want to make an appeal to you tonight. Go to your post office. Secure the information regarding women needed in various branches of this one great service. Women are needed in machine shops as lathe workers and workers on delicate precision instruments. We women can keep our men and our planes flying by doing the groundwork. Thank you. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week, Cavalcade will be proud to honor the men of our merchant marine in a new radio play called Torpedo Lane, a story based on the actual experiences of the heroic men who carry the goods over the 7 seas, fighting submarines beneath and bombers overhead. Our star will be the popular stage and screen star, Dean Jagger. Don't forget, next week, Dean Jagger in a merchant marine play entitled Torpedo Lane on the Cavalcade of America. On tonight's program, the orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. The part of Johnny was played by Frank Reddick. Cavalcade wishes to thank George Palmer Putnam for material made available in his Soaring Wings. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways.
CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in.
Fellas and girls, as you read your newspapers and listen on the air to thrilling tales about the daring exploits of American airmen in giant flying fortresses and liberators, lightning-fast thunderbolts and P-38s, I'll bet you've wished many times that you were old enough to qualify for training as an Army or Navy flyer. Well, even though you may still be too young to join Uncle Sam's Air Services, you can prepare yourself for the fulfillment of that wish. That is, if you're a high school junior or senior, or between 16 and 18 years of age. How? Listen carefully. Pre-flight courses are now being established in high schools all over the country for air-minded students. These courses teach navigation, aerodynamics, meteorology, theory of flight, engine design and structure, all the necessary fundamentals. And what's more, you can take these courses as part of your regular high school curriculum during regular school hours. These courses, approved by the Army and Navy Air Corps and the Civilian Aeronautics Administration, will train American youth to take its place in aviation, America's strongest arm in war and America's greatest career in peace. So get in the swim. Prepare to take your place in American peacetime aviation. Remember, if you're a high school junior or senior, or between the ages of 16 and 18, you are eligible to take these courses. Now, if some of our listeners are still too young for this special training, tell your older brothers and friends about the pre-flight training courses in high schools. I know they'll be interested. Tell them to find out at once if there are aviation courses already established in your high school. If not, ask your high school principal to include them in the curriculum for the next semester. Further information may be obtained by writing the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. But don't waste time. Careers are waiting for you in civilian and military aviation. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Rescued from the English Channel by a Catalina flying boat, Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker were taken to the Shetland Islands, where, to their great surprise, they found Captain Kirby awaiting them, with a request from the Russian government that they be assigned to one of the Spitfire squadrons serving in Leningrad. An hour later, the boys took off in a Russian Stormovik bomber and headed for the sleek gray ship in the direction of Murmansk. But en route to the northern Russian port, the left engine oil line broke, covering the windshield cowling with a stream of black oil. Instantly cutting his motors, Hop nosed the bomber down for a landing on a snow-covered field, only to discover that the field was covered with jagged peaks of ice. Frantically wrestling with the controls, Hop tried to lift the nose of the Stormovik, seeking a clear place to land.
Keep your head low, Tank. I can't pull out. We'll have to pancake.
I'm okay. Look out, Hop. We're gonna hit. Hop. Hop, are you all right?
Yeah, I would be if you'd only get off of me, you big goon.
Well, I can't help it. The ship's standing on her nose, and so am I.
And the least you can do is get your feet out of my face.
Well, wait till I slide the hatch cover back. Then there'll be room to move. Oh, it sure is cold.
Go on, climb out of the plane.
Well, don't shove. I'm going. Hey, you ought to see this ship. It's a total wreck. Oh, boy, you sure set her down pretty. What do you see? Right between two icebergs.
I'll see it in a minute. Here, catch this.
What is it?
Emergency rations. Here I come. Oh, now we got to build a shelter. Ooh, this wind is biting right through my flying suit.
How about building one of them Eskimo houses? You know, one of them hollowed-out snowballs, them gigolos?
You mean an igloo?
Well...
Oh, they're too tough to build, Tank. We'll have to make a lean-to out of that wing section that ripped loose.
Well, don't you think we'd better radio back to the Shetlands and tell them what happened and where we are?
Well, I would if I could, but the radio smashed to bits.
Well, then we're lost.
No, I know where we are.
Where?
We're behind the German line.
Oh, well, then we're all right. Hey, behind the German line? Oh, wait a minute. We better get out of here. I don't mind fighting them Nazis, but I sure don't want to get tossed into one of their concentration camps.
Well, I don't either, Tank, but where are we going to go?
Oh, you're right. Where?
I don't know.
Hey, you hear something, Hop?
Yeah, a plane motor.
Well, I can't see any plane, but it seems to be coming closer.
Listen.
Well, that don't sound like no plane motor I ever heard. It's way too high-pitched.
Yeah, it seems to be coming from the left there. The east.
Well, I still don't see no plane. Oh, tell me they got invisible planes in Russia. What's so funny?
Look, Dak. It's one of those armored sleds, driven by a propeller.
Only one guy on it. Is he a Nazi? Huh? Hey, Hop, he said something.
I know, he's Russian. Look, he's coming over.
What's he jabbering about?
Well, he's talking Russian, stupid. Boy, will you look at that sled? Ain't it a honey?
Why doesn't he speak English?
English. You will come me.
Hey, he does speak English. Kinda.
I think he wants us to get into the sled.
Okay, by me. I'd ride a wild horse to get out of this ice field.
You come me?
Yes, we'll come with you. You lead the way.
God siggity. What a sled, Hop. It's got everything on it. Machine gun batteries, pom-pom, everything. And a 750-horse airplane engine to drive it.
You English?
No, we're Americans.
Americans!
What?
Hey, cut it out. Take him away. He's kissing me.
Товарищ! Союзники! Товарищ!
For the love of Mike, get him off. Get him away.
Well, it's just a Russian way of welcoming us.
Well, I don't like it.
All right, go on. Get in the sled.
My name, Sergei.
Sergei. I'm glad to know you, Sergei. I'm Hop, and this is Tank.
Tavares? There he goes again. Any minute now I'm going to get kissed.
Oh, don't be silly, will you? Where are you taking us, Sergei?
Capitan.
Oh, he's taking us to his captain. That's fine, Sergei. Good.
Не понимаю.
What is this net Panama business? Sounds like double talk to me.
I haven't the faintest idea what it means, Tank.
Товарищ, не понимаю.
Okay. I'll take 2 dozen, mister. Wrap him up.
We cut it out, Tank. Just because we're too ignorant to understand his language is no reason for making fun of him.
Who's making fun? I'm just kidding. Let's go, huh?
Go. We go, товарищ, huh?
It is my pleasure to welcome you to Russia, Comrade Harrigan and Comrade Tinker. Throw clothes around the fire.
Thank you, Captain. Oh, boy. Fire sure feels good after a 2-hour sled ride.
You ain't kidding, Hop.
You are uncomfortable, no?
Well, it wasn't too bad, really. Sergei here sure knows how to handle those sleds.
I'll say. But you better look out, Sergei. The way you take corners on one runner, you're going to wind up in traffic court.
Hey,
What's this net Panama thing, Captain, that Sergei has been throwing at us all the time?
Ne понимаю, you mean. That is how he says, I do not understand.
Oh.
Sergei is a good driver and one of the best men we have.
Yes, sir. The Russian army's full of soldiers like him, and the Nazis have a tough winter ahead of them.
Sergei is not a soldier.
He ain't?
No. He is a partisan. How do you say it? A guerrilla fighter. He is one of many Russians who have banded together to strike back at the Nazis.
Oh, I see. Well, we are behind the German lines, aren't we?
Yes. You are on the Russo-Finnish border.
Oh, holy smoke. How do you get supplies, Captain? How do you live?
By our wits. If we are captured, we are shot. So we must be clever.
Well, you fellas have helped more than any other single force outside the Army. Guerrillas, they blow up bridges, harass the enemy supply lines.
We are not all fellows, as you say, Comrade Harrigan.
Well, I don't quite understand, Captain.
I will take my hat off.
Gosh.
What?
You certainly wear your hair long.
Tank. It's a woman.
Russian women also fight, you see.
Jumpin' Jenny's a woman captain.
Yeah.
Just like the waves and the wax back in the States.
That's right.
Well, comrades, you must be tired after your trip. Will you rest, or would you rather eat first?
Eat? Did somebody say eat?
Our menu is limited.
Say, where'd you learn to speak English, Captain?
Once, not too long ago, I was a student in the university. Someday, perhaps I will return to my studies. But now, Sergei, bring some tea and some bread for our friend.
Da. Hey, what is this da?
It means yes.
Say, this is quite some dugout you have here, Captain. It's warm, perfectly hidden.
It is our home, the only home we have.
Excuse me, Captain, but what is this you asked Sergei to bring?
She is borscht.
Well, that's no help. What's borscht?
Borscht is soup, beet soup.
Oh.
Can't you forget your stomach, Tank? Say, tell me, Captain, why haven't we seen any big guns or any armored equipment? Except for a few sleds. How do you fight the Nazis?
With our hands, comrade. With our hands and our will to win.
What's that?
Something is wrong.
Is that the warning signal?
Yes, I must go to see.
Captain!
What is it?
Panzer Division, Capitan!
Heading in what direction?
Yeah, Murmansk!
We must stop them. Order the men to get ready.
Yeah,
Well, Captain, how can you possibly fight a panzer division without equipment, without cannon?
I am sorry, but we will not be able to see for ourselves. You must remain here.
Why? We got hands, ain't we? We can shoot, can't we?
Sure, we're both soldiers and allies.
You mean you wish to come with us, to fight with us?
And knock off some Nazis? Oh, boy, you bet we do.
But if you are captured, it means death.
They've got to get us first. Come on.
I am proud of you. There is no better way to die.
With the warning horn hoarsely summoning the tiny guerrilla band to the attack, Hop and Tank join what may be their most dangerous venture yet. Practically without equipment, the courageous guerrilla fighters are going out to do battle with a fully armored German Panzer division. And if Hop and Tank are captured, it will mean certain death. What will happen? Don't miss tomorrow's thrilling battle episode. Same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. And so we leave Hop Harrigan for today. But don't let another day go by until you find out for yourself all about the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools all over the country. Remember, fellas, that this war, this terrific fight the United Nations are putting up to wipe out the Axis, is being fought by physically fit, well-trained young men. In modern warfare, training is all important. Toughness is essential, and youth with these other two attributes is necessary. It's never too early to prepare yourself, to make yourself physically fit, and to get as much training as you can for the demands of a career in the air age, either as an aviator in the Air Forces or as a commercial flyer after the war. Your school systems are taking steps to help you prepare yourselves for the demands of the air age. So take advantage of their aid. If you want further information about pre-flight training in high schools, write to the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman. Strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, somewhere in the Solomon Islands, there are a lot of big, tough, fighting Marines. And they're carrying guns that you may have helped to buy for them. That is, if you've been buying your share of war-saving stamps for victory. You see, every single dime you exchange for a war-saving stamp helps to buy the guns and bullets, the planes and bombs, the ships and the shells that are going to lick the Nazis and the Japs. Now, we know that all red-blooded Americans can't actually wear Uncle Sam's uniforms because some of us are too young or too old to join the Army or Navy. But there is one big important way we can help. We can buy war-saving stamps and bonds. We can lend our money to Uncle Sam and put weapons into the hands of American fighting men. Why, do you know that your dime spent for a war stamp is the same dime used to buy 5 .45 caliber bullets? I guess you know, too, and the Japs and the Nazis certainly do, what a soldier or sailor or Marine can do with just 5 bullets. And speaking of sailors, you might be interested to learn that every time you buy 5 war stamps, that same 50 cents buys enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile closer to its objective. Now, that makes buying war stamps pretty exciting, doesn't it? So look, let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps every week regularly. And you can help even more than that. You can get your friends and your mother and father and all the people you know to buy war stamps and bonds regularly. They'll want to help, too, when you explain to them how important it is for all of us to do our share to help our brothers and our friends in uniform. Now, our boys are going to win this war, and we've simply got to help them. So remember, every time that you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now the adventures of Superman. Superman, in the guise of Clark Kent, Harry White, editor of the Daily Planet, and Lois Lane, girl reporter, are now safely on their way to visit Sebastian Beauvais, owner of a hunting lodge in the Hudson Bay region, in answer to his letter for help to Harry White. For some reason, as yet unknown to us, an evil character known as the Laugher does not want them to reach the hunting lodge. As our last episode ended, the Ottawa plane was just taking off when...
I've said it before, and I repeat it now. I wish you two weren't going on this trip. I've got a feeling we're going to run into trouble.
Oh, don't worry about us, Chief. We've been through plenty.
Nevertheless, I fail to see... Oh, no. No, it isn't so. It can't be. Lois, tell me it isn't.
Sorry, Mr. White. I'm afraid it is.
No, it can't be. I tell you, it can't be.
Hello.
Oh, great heavens, it is.
Of course it is, Chief. It's Jimmy Olsen.
Glad to see me?
Glad to see you, Jim boy. Now, let me see. What exactly were my reactions when I first laid eyes on you? At first, a desperate panic seized me. I wanted to scream out.
Say, what's gotten into Mr. White?
And then I said to myself, no, no, this can't be so. That's not Jimmy Olsen. I'm imagining things, or perhaps I need new glasses. That's what I said to myself. And then you spoke. You said, hello. And then I knew it was you. And I wanted to jump out of the plane, you understand? I wanted to throw myself down and beat my head against the floor. I wanted to... Oh, but what does it matter? You're here now, and I can't get rid of you. You've done this to me, Kent, and you'll pay for it right now. You're fired, Kent.
Oh, Chief.
You're fired. Do you hear me? You're fired.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll take a plane back from Ottawa tomorrow morning.
And take that freckle-faced troublemaker back with you.
Gosh, Mr. Kent. Oh, gosh, I didn't mean to get you fired.
Well, Jim, it's the best thing that ever happened to me.
What do you mean, Clark?
Well, I'll take that job with Humphreys at the Daily Clarion. It means a 25% increase in pay, you know.
No, just a moment, Kent. You can't do that.
But you just fired me, Mr. White. I'm no longer responsible to you or your newspaper. I join the staff of the Clarion tomorrow with a 25% increase.
Now, just hold on. I'll give you... No, I don't fall for the same trick twice. This is one time I fooled you. You're fired, Mr. Kent, and this time you'll stay fired.
It's okay with me. I didn't ask you to rehire me.
No, but you were trying to trick me into doing it.
Oh, you flatter yourself.
What's that? What's that?
Now, please, you two. Everybody in the plane is looking at us. Look what I started.
Wherever you are, there's trouble. But don't try to change the subject.
I didn't try to...
Silence! Now, Kent, just what did you mean by that remark?
You said I was trying to trick you into rehiring me, and I said you flattered yourself.
What did you mean by it?
Oh, I meant simply that I'm fed up with working for you. Now that I'm free of you, I'm glad of it.
What?
And I'll tell you a few other things that others don't dare tell you. You're a tyrant, Harry White.
What?
A mean, nasty-tempered, irascible, and thoroughly detestable tyrant.
Me?
You heard what I said. It's true, and it's about time you knew it. Take a look at yourself. Take a good look. You won't find it pleasant.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, I've never heard you talk this way before.
I never have either.
Neither have I. I don't know what to say.
Well, the less said, the better, I guess. Jim, I'm sorry that our trip to Hudson Bay has turned out to be a fizzle.
Oh, gosh, that's okay, Mr. Kent.
How in the world did Jimmy get aboard this plane, Clark?
Oh, well, when I left you this afternoon at the sporting goods store, Lois, I went to see about a reservation for Jimmy. I phoned him where to pick up his ticket and to meet us on the plane.
Well, I was glad to see you, Jimmy. Well, thanks, Miss Lane. I'm glad someone was.
No trip would seem complete without you, Jim. You and Mr. Kent and myself, well, we're sort of becoming the Three Musketeers, you know. One for all and all for one.
You mean that, Lois?
What? Of course I mean it, certainly. I mean
irascible. Mean-tempered. No, nasty-tempered, he said.
Oh, what were we going to Canada for, Mr. Kent?
Our esteemed Mr. White got a letter which said, "Please come quick," signed Sebastian Beauvais, an old friend of Mr. White's, one of the few he has left.
Gosh, what do you suppose the trouble is?
No idea, Jim. No idea at all.
Kent.
Yes?
I've looked at myself.
Oh, yes?
Unpleasant, just like you said. You're right. I am mean and irascible and nasty-tempered.
Oh, now, Mr. White, you really are...
No, Kent's right. I ought to be horsewhipped.
Oh, gee, Mr. White...
Jimmy, Kent, Lois, can you ever forgive me?
Oh,
well, Mr.
And
White...
you particularly, Kent. Will you let bygones be bygones?
Why, sure, Chief.
Then you'll stay with the Daily Planet?
Sure.
Same salary?
Okay.
Huh? What are you all laughing about? What's so funny?
Don't you see, Mr. White?
I've fallen for the same trick again. I've been fooled into rehiring him. Oh, I suppose I'll never learn. Oh, well, let it pass. Forget it now. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we land in Ottawa.
That's what I said, mister. I'm the bush pilot you hired for this trip to Lake Minto, and if you're ready, we'll start now. Get your baggage.
Just a minute. We just got here. Is that the plane you're taking us in? The one anchored down there at the float?
You don't see no other plane in the immediate vicinity, do you?
No, but...
Well, if that's it, I must say I don't like the looks of it.
How old is that plane?
She's one of the first transports built back in 1920, and she's one of the best planes I ever flew. If you don't like the looks of her, I'm sorry. You can call the trip off if you want to.
Now, look here. When I hired you to fly me to Lake Minto, I never thought your plane was a wreck like that one. We'll be flying over uncharted wilderness. A crack-up would be fatal.
I've been bush piloting this plane since 1924, mister, and she's never had a serious crack-up yet, and I don't expect she ever will.
But golly, the wings have got patches all over them. And look, the open door on the side of the fuselage, It's sort of hanging off.
Yep, I got to put a new hinge on that door one of these here days.
Well, I'll be...
The question is, are we going to fly in that thing or not?
Well, is there any other way of getting to Lake Minto, Mr. White?
If there is, I don't know about it.
Well, then I guess it's this plane or nothing.
All right, we'll take a chance.
And get your baggage and get aboard. We'll get started at once. On account, I think there's a fog setting in, and the quicker we get going, the better.
Now, wait a minute. You make a habit of flying in a fog?
Can't make a habit of it, young fellow. On account there ain't enough fog, but I fly fog or no fog. If it scares you, you can stay behind.
Oh, come on, Kent. We may as well get aboard. Here, I'll take some of the bags. Would you mind helping us?
I'm a pilot, not a porter, mister, but I'll give you a hand on account I'm that anxious to get started. And the quicker we get the baggage aboard, the faster we'll take off. Give me that small bag.
Here you are. Don't strain yourself.
Is it heavy?
No, not really.
I've got it. Just follow me, all of you, down this gangplank to the plane and watch your step on account the landing kind of slippery.
Careful, Miss Lane. Thanks, Lane.
There we are now. Just be careful getting into the plane. Don't grab hold of that busted door. It may come off.
Well, nothing matters, really, unless we fall through the bottom of the plane.
Oh, get in, Clark. For heaven's sake, get in.
I'll sit down over here and be all right.
Yeah, if you'll just let me get to the pilot's seat, I'll start her up. We'll take off for Lake Minto.
Sure, don't let me stand in your way.
I've had a self-starter put in just to keep up with the times a bit, and she works fine. You just watch and see.
That sounds fine. Just like a real plane. Gosh, I'm beginning to wish I'd never come on this trip.
Don't lose your nerve, Jim.
I'm not, but golly. Uh-oh. This plane has got to give out sometime or other, and this may be the time.
Well, let's hope it isn't. Well, it looks as if we're about ready for the takeoff.
That's right, young fellow, we are, but I just want to see everything's in good working condition.
Oh, optimist, isn't he? How long will it take us to get to Lake Minto?
6 hours or thereabouts, the crow flies.
Well, how about as we fly?
About the same.
Oh.
Flaps seem to work a little stiff on account, I guess they're kind of rusty. I ain't oiled the cables like I've intended to.
Yes, you'll have to do that, I guess, one of these here days.
Yeah. Well, hold your seats, everybody. We're ready for the takeoff. Are you all set? Then here we go. There, we're in the air.
Well, amazing. I didn't think it could be done.
I didn't either. Now I've seen everything.
Well, the question in my mind is, how long do we stay in the air?
Don't worry none about that, mister, on account I've made this same trip in this here same plane hundreds of times. I ain't never had a serious accident yet.
Yeah, but there's always a first time for everything, you know.
Now, stop worrying and just sit back and enjoy the trip. We've got some pretty wonderful scenery ahead of us. Mountains and wilderness such as you've never seen before.
I'll sit back, but I won't relax. And frankly, the thought of your mountains and wilderness doesn't make me feel particularly happy. And this helps. Huh? What's that?
Something's wrong with the motor.
Now, just don't get excited, folks. Sometimes this happens on account I ain't checked her over in a long time, but it usually passes off.
Well, that doesn't sound to me as if it's going to pass off. Oh, wait. Look. There are flames shooting out of the motor.
Holy mackerel, we're going to burn up. Look, the fuselage is starting to catch fire.
The cabin's full of smoke.
I can't understand this. It ain't never happened before.
We're nosing over. We're going to crash. We're going to crash right into the river.
My heavens, we'll be drowned or burned alive. This ship is going up like a bale of hay.
Mr. Kent.
Steady, Jim. For heaven's sake, steady.
What can we do, Clark? What can we do?
Nothing. We're going to crash.
When we hit this way, we'll dive straight to the bottom. And those flames, that smoke.
Here it comes, the river. We're going to crash.
Screaming through space, the flaming plane dives toward the river, carrying all on board with it. For some strange reason, Clark Kent has thus far made no effort to assume his role of Superman and save the plane before it plunged headlong to its doom. Why is he waiting? And has he waited too long? Be sure to hear tomorrow's episode when once again that strange, fearful character known as the Laugher puts in another appearance. Yes, be sure to listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Yes, be sure to tune in again tomorrow for another thrilling Superman episode. And don't forget what else you're going to do. You're going to buy war stamps as often as you can get Mother or Dad to give you a dime. Now, you know when you see that big capital S on a three-cornered shield, you recognize it as the emblem of Superman, and you know at once what it stands for. Likewise, when you see the capital letters U.S. on a war-saving stamp or bond, you recognize them as the emblem of Uncle Sam, and it represents a pledge from Uncle Sam to you.
his pledge to use every dime you lend him when you buy war-saving stamps for more bullets and guns and planes and all the other things the American armed forces need to win a smashing victory from the Nazis or the Japs. So don't put off buying war stamps. Uncle Sam is depending on you.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The Six Hits and a Miss. And George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, now it's late afternoon, and we find George on his way home to Gracie. He has stopped in for a moment at the corner cigar store.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Burns.
Hello. 3 cigars, please.
The usual kind?
Uh-huh.
Right, here you are.
Thanks. Here's your quarter.
Thank you. Here's your 20 cents change.
Thanks.
You know, you're smart to buy these cigars, Mr. Burns. Tobacco's habit forming.
Well, I happen to like these
Oh,
cigars.
excuse me, Mr. Burns. Yes, sir?
I'd like a pack of... Well, I'll be darned. George Burns. Huh? Why, it's Lester Hamill. Gee, George, I haven't seen you in years. How are you? Fine, Lester. What are you doing out here in California? Well, I've been here a couple of months. I'm working over at MGM. MGM? You don't say. Well, what are you, an actor, director, writer? I'm a plumber. A plumber at MGM? Yeah. I guess it don't seem possible to a movie fan, but even Irene Dunn has to wash her hands once in a while. Well, so you're a plumber, huh? Yeah, but don't tell anybody. You see, if it gets out around the lot, all those movie stars will try to borrow money from me. I see. Gee, Lester, it's been years since we've worked together in New York. Yeah, it sure has. Hey, I heard that you and Gracie Allen got married. Uh-huh. Just think, if she'd said no, you and I might be working together over at MGM. Yeah, who knows? Say, Les, how would you like to have dinner with Gracie and me over at the house tonight? Well, I'd love to, but... come on, we'll talk over old times. Well, I'll come on one condition, that you don't tell Gracie what I do at MGM. Well, Gracie wouldn't mind. Oh, it isn't exactly that. You see, I mean, with things the way they are now, every time I'm invited to somebody's house, I wind up fixing the sink. Oh. Well, don't worry, our sink is okay. And if it'll make you feel better, I won't mention that you're a plumber even to Gracie. You promise, George? I promise. Okay. See you in about an hour. Okay. Wait, Les. How would you like a cigar? Oh, don't mind if I do. Well, here, try one of mine.
Mr. Burns.
Yes?
You two are friends, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, why not keep it that way?
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, dear.
Say, I just met an old friend of mine down at the corner, and I invited him for dinner tonight. Is it all right?
Oh, dear, you would have to invite company the one night our sinker stopped up.
What?
Oh, I've been trying to get a plumber all day.
Well, never mind. I'll fix it.
Oh, all right. Who did you invite?
Oh, an old friend of mine, Lester Hamill. You don't know him. He's with MGM.
MGM? You mean he's in the movie business?
Well, in a way.
Is he a big executive?
Well, he's not exactly an executive.
Go on. I'll bet he's in the president's office.
Well, as a matter of fact, he's in and out of all the offices.
Oh. Well, George, I'll be right back.
Well, where are you going?
Oh, I've got to call Tootsie Sagwell. Oh, my, I hope she's home. Hello? Hello? Hello, Tootsie?
Oh, dear. Always a soprano, never a baritone. Who's this?
Well, it's Gracie. Oh, Tootsie, I have the most exciting news. A big movie magnet is coming to my house for dinner.
Really? You mean...
Yes, it's our big chance, Tootsie. What we've been talking about for months. A chance to get you into the movie.
Oh, I'll be right over. What'll I wear? Let me see. I'd better wear something to show my legs off to the bed today.
That's a good idea. How about your new corduroy slacks?
Don't worry. I'll think of something.
Oh, all right. Goodbye. Oh, George, I'm so thrilled about Mr. Hamill coming over. Now I'll be able to get Tootsie in pictures.
Gracie, Lester can't get Tootsie in pictures.
Oh, why not? Just last week she won a beauty prize.
Tootsie Sagwell won a beauty prize?
Uh-huh. Well, didn't you read in the paper how hundreds of girls were helping to pick the tomato crop? High school girls, society debutantes, and even movie stars?
Yes.
Well, they had a beauty contest, and Tootsie won it.
Really?
Yes. Of all those girls, she picked the most beautiful tomato.
Well, good for her.
Oh, and she's a very fine actress, too. When our club put on My Sister Eileen, she had the part of Eileen, and she was wonderful.
But Eileen is a gorgeous young girl. How could Tootsie look the part?
Well, she didn't exactly, but we took care of that. We fixed up the plot a little bit and changed the title to My Brother Eugene.
Kid must have been sensational.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. You stay here and talk to George while I run into the kitchen. I want to see if there's enough for a big dinner.
Having company, George?
Yeah, you're invited if you'd like to come, Bill.
Oh, well, thanks, George, but I have to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock.
Who is she?
Well, how do I know who's going to be at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock?
I thought maybe you'd like to stay. A friend of mine who works at MGM is coming over.
MGM? Oh, well, maybe I'd rather take potluck here. You know, George, I almost signed with MGM before Paramount grabbed me. You saw me in Wake Island.
Yes. Great 10 seconds.
Well, you know, it was a funny thing about that MGM deal. We just couldn't see eye to eye on a couple of very small things.
Like your salary?
No. For example, they considered me for that last Gable picture, George, and here's what they wanted to flash on the screen. Somewhere I'll find you, introducing handsome, talented Bill Goodwin with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh. But, you didn't want that.
Oh, no, George. Instead, I just wanted them to say, introducing Bill Goodwin, through the courtesy of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine cast steel, and that gives lots of suds. Swan, the sud sensation of the century, with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh, I see. But they wouldn't put that on the screen, huh?
No.
Very unreasonable, yeah.
Well, then they wanted me to play a scene where I grab Lana Turner in my arms and kiss her and kiss her and kiss her.
But that wouldn't do.
Oh, of course not. I'd rather do a scene where I talk to her.
Yeah, oh, brother. And you played a Marine in Wake Island.
Well, George, I wanted to say, Lana, darling, have you washed your dishes lately with Swan?
Win the award, yeah.
Swan, you know, is great for doing the dishes, or for that matter, any soap and water job, because Swan not only gives you long-lasting, hard-working suds, but you can be sure that Swan is going to be kind to your hands. It's so pure and gentle, Lana.
Yes. But they wouldn't let you do that scene in the picture.
No.
You must have a very bad agent.
Well, then, George, then I wanted to make one more little change.
Yes, I suppose you wanted to change the title of the picture to, Somewhere I'll Find You Breaking Swan in Two, so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
No. The change I wanted to make was a very small one. You know the lion they flash on the screen at the start of every MGM picture?
Yes.
I'm out of pages.
Well, take mine.
Yes. You know the lion that they flash on the screen at MGM pictures? Yes. Well, the idea of them saying a swan can't roar.
Yeah. But I'm not deaf. Don't holler so loud.
George, I'm coming back later and take it up with that friend of yours from MGM.
Now, Bill, wait. That couldn't... You see, what...
No, sir. I won't rest till I put swan prints in the cement at Grauman's Chinese.
Gracie, don't go to too much trouble about Lester.
But, George, he's a big movie man. Did you say he was a director or a producer?
Well, Lester handles lots of jobs at MGM. He's sort of a handyman, to have around.
Oh, men like that lead such glamorous lives, George. Oh, what a thrill it must be when he finishes a job and they put a big sign on it. This is a Lester Hamill production.
Oh, yeah, sure.
This is Paul Whiteman speaking. Jimmy Cash sings one of the top tunes, Dearly Beloved. Okay, Jimmy boy.
So I say, merely, dearly beloved, tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, merely, dearly beloved, be
Now, George, when Mr. Hamill gets here, we'll make him feel at home by using movie talk. At dinner, when we serve the roast, I'll say, cut. And when it's time to pass the peas, I'll holler, roll 'em.
Gracie, I don't think Lester would kind of like that.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. It's your bedtime, Herman. Say goodnight to Mama. Ah, good night, Herman. Now, what do you say to your daddy?
Go on, go to bed, go to bed, go to bed.
Come in.
Gracie, darling!
Tootsie Sagwell!
This is awful.
Gracie, do I look all right? Well, no, Tootsie, your makeup is wrong. You shouldn't have rosebud lips. I shouldn't? No. What if your mouth is large? That's nothing to be ashamed of. When you put on lipstick, just follow the natural lines of your mouth.
Well, all right, I'll do it.
But after you get it on, don't smile. Lipstick looks so messy on the tips of your ears.
I'll be careful, Gracie. Gee, I wish there was some way to make my nose look shorter.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, such a long nose.
Oh, I've got it. Now, later on, we'll serve tea, and I'll give you an empty cup. And then when Mr. Hamill looks at you, you can stick your nose in it.
Oh, Gracie, you're wonderful. You think of everything.
Well, now run along upstairs and get fixed. And I'll let you know when it's time to make your entrance.
I'll make you proud of me, Gracie.
Ah, what a dame. Why do you waste so much time with her, Gracie? Believe me, she'll never be another Veronica Lake.
Too tall, huh?
Yeah, too tall.
Come in.
Well, here I am, George. Oh, hello, Lester. Here, let me take your hat. Gracie, this is my old friend, Lester Hamill.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, I'm so pleased to meet you. George told me about your job at MGM.
George, you promised that you wouldn't. Well, Lester, I only told her.
Well, what if she does know? It's just between friends.
But, Lester, I didn't...
Oh, Mr. Hamill, your work sounds so exciting. Tell me, do you work close to all the big stars at MGM?
Oh, sure. Only yesterday I was in Jeanette McDonald's dressing room. She had trouble with her pipes.
Mr. Hamill, that's that's too bad. I love her voice.
And so do I.
What did you do?
Oh, I just stuck a monkey wrench down as far as I could, gave it a couple of turns.
Oh, my goodness. Well, tell me, Mr. Hamill, what happened?
Nothing. She just smiled and thanked me.
Oh, my. She must have an iron constitution.
Huh?
Gracie, I'm pretty sure Lester doesn't want to talk shop.
Oh, all right. We'll talk about us. You knew George even before I did, Mr. Hamill. What was he like in those days?
Well, he was quite a dresser, and nobody on Avenue A looked any better in peg-top pants. Hey, remember what they called you, George?
Yeah, Bo Burns.
Yeah, remember that pair of tan kid shoes you had with 6 pearl buttons up the sides?
Oh, that reminds me, dear. I found that bottom pearl button and sewed it back on.
Well, thanks.
Oh, I'll bet you're surprised to see how domestic George is, aren't you, Mr. Hamill? I guess having a wife and a little son made him...
A son? Why, George Burns, you old son of a gun, you never told me. I didn't know you had a little boy.
Well, Lester, he isn't really...
Gee, I'd like to see the little fella.
Oh, well, he's taking a nap. He got sleepy after dinner. I guess he ate too many fish heads.
He eats fish heads?
Oh, yes, he loves them. They're so full of vitamins. Now, if you're very quiet, I'll open the kitchen door. He's sleeping under the stove. Mr. Hamill, would you like to see him?
I'll say I would.
All right. Oh, isn't he sweet? Isn't he cute, Mr. Hamill?
Yeah. You know, funny thing, the light was kind of dim in there, and for a minute I thought he was a duck.
Yes, it's bad light.
Oh, but after a second look, I knew he was George Burns' son, all right.
If you look once more, you'll see it was a duck.
Oh, my. It's getting late, isn't it? I wonder what can be keeping Tootsie upstairs.
Gracie, about Tootsie.
Well, I better run up and see. Pardon me a moment. Well, Tootsie, aren't you ready yet?
Gracie, how do I look? Glamorous?
Oh, Tootsie, you're gorgeous. Honestly, you look enough like Aunt Sheridan to be her mother.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be right down, Gracie, as soon as I finish powdering my nose.
Oh, good. And remember to make a grand entrance. We've got to impress Mr. Hamill with your poise and grace.
I know. I'm so nervous. I just hope at the last minute my oomph doesn't turn to blah.
Oh, Tootsie will be right down, Mr. Hamill.
Gracie, I don't think Lester is interested in Tootsie.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's a very remarkable girl. Why, she might turn out to be another Claudette Colbert, or Ginger Rogers, or Jean Hersholt.
See, Jean Hersholt is a man.
Oh, well, you see what a remarkable girl Tootsie is?
She does sound like one.
Oh, she is. Oh, look. There's Tootsie at the head of the stairs now.
Ah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I join you?
Well, by all means, come right down, Tootsie.
All right, here I come.
Mr. Hamill, I'd like you to meet Miss Sagwell.
How do you do?
We've had a lot of war songs, but it looks like this is really it. Pass the Ammunition with 6 hits and a miss.
Down went the gunner, a bullet was his fate. Down went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look,
and manned the gun himself as he laid aside the book, shouting, "Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free."
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord.
Swing into position.
Can't afford to sit around a-wishing. Praise the Lord. We're all between perdition and the deep blue sea.
Yes, the sky pilot said it. You gotta give him credit
for a son of a gunner free. Shout it.
Praise the Lord.
We're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition and we'll all stay free. Come on and pass the ammunition and we'll all be on board. Praise the Lord.
In the living room and continue our discussion.
Well, Gracie, I'm glad I came back. That was certainly a nice dinner.
Oh, well, thanks, Bill. Now, Mr. Hamill, don't you think Tootsie Sagwell would be wonderful in pictures?
Gracie, Mr. Hamill doesn't want to hear any more about Tootsie. You talked his ear off all through dinner.
Oh, but there are a lot of angles she hasn't mentioned yet.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. In fact, Tootsie has more angles than any girl I've ever met.
And in the funniest places. But be that as it may, Mr. Hamill, I've been trying to get in a word with you all evening myself. I guess you know that I just finished starring in Wake Island.
You movie people are funny, Mr. Hamill. You scour the country for talent, but when it's right under your nose, you ignore it. Now look at Mickey Rooney. He always had the talent he has now. Why wasn't he a star 25 years ago?
Because he wasn't born yet.
Oh, George, you and your silly argument.
I guess so, yeah.
Yes, Gracie's right about talent, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all either. Think of Robert Taylor for a minute. And then think of Cary Grant and Tyrone Power and Melvin Douglas.
Gracie, not so fast. I'm not through with Robert Taylor yet.
This is the silliest talk I ever heard in my life.
Well, speaking of handsome leading men, when I made Wake Island...
It isn't silly. I'm trying to convince Mr. Hamill that Tootsie might be an undiscovered star.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island... Well, now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all. You movie people think just because a girl is beautiful, she can't have any talent. Well, look at Tootsie.
What for?
Now, I wouldn't say that Tootsie is better looking than Lana Turner, would you, Mr. Hamill? No, I wouldn't say that because I have a reason not to. I don't believe in knocking the other fellow's product.
Oh, you're right. Now, when I made Wake Island...
Oh, sit down with that Wake Island.
Well, that does it. I can take a hint. If you don't want to listen to me, I'm going and I'm never coming back. But mark my words, George, you'll miss me. The next time you have guests and there's a lull in the conversation, who's going to jump up and say, have you heard about Swan, the new white floating soap that's a baby gentle whiz for suds? More suds than you ever saw in your life. Who's going to say that?
Well, I'll just have to jump up myself. I'm a very high jumper, you know. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Oop, and I'm up.
Yeah. And 6 o'clock in the morning, who's going to phone you and say, George, time to get up and take your shower with Swan. Swan, the soap that's so great for your shower or bath because it's as mild as fine Castile soaps. So pure, it's perfect for a little baby's tender skin. Who's going to do that?
Crovney, Dittenfest, Newman, Sam Tralafash.
Oh, all right.
I've got thousands of friends.
Well, let them do it then. Let them do it. But I'm going. What's more, I had some great news for you, but now you can find it out for yourself. Goodbye.
Oh, Bill, wait. What's the news?
Oh, no. Goodbye.
Oh, come on, Bill. What's the news?
Well, lots of dealers right now are running a special sale on Swan. You buy 3 bars and save. Swan gives you more real soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested, and it goes further than easily wasted package soaps. So when you buy 3 bars, you save in more ways than one. Well, you made me tell you, but I'll never open my mouth again. I'm going. I know when I'm not wanted. I'll never set foot in this house again as long as I live. Well, that's that. So long, everybody. See you tomorrow, George.
Someday that kid will stop hinting and come right out with it.
Oh, let me see now, where was I? Oh, yes, Tootsie Sagwell. Would you believe, Mr. Hamill, that Tootsie Sagwell is just as talented as she is beautiful?
That he'd believe.
I wasn't talking to you, George. What do you think, Mr. Hamill? Then, as I was saying, your studio will make a big mistake if they don't sign her. She has all the qualities that a great actress needs. Poise, emotion, subtlety, loud voice. Would you like to hear a sample of her work? Well, of course you would. You should hear her do a big dramatic scene where she has to be heartbroken. Oh, she's wonderful, aren't you, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Oh, nobody can cry like Tootsie. Nobody. Nobody can say, goodbye, Joe. Goodbye. Don't forget me, Joe. Don't forget our home. Don't forget the children. Don't sit under the apple tree. Nobody can do that. She's dynamic, aren't you, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Oh, wasn't that the best heartbreak you ever heard, Mr. Hamill? But Tootsie's Wicked Vampire is even better. Oh, she does it with the French accent. Do you not, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Oh, you should hear her when she say, I am irresistible. Comme si? I am enchanting. Comme ça? Yes, come see? No, come ça? Why don't you come see me sometime, come ça? Oh, she's marvelous. Don't you think so, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Well, that gives you an idea of her talent, Mr. Hamill. Oh, when can you get her to get a screen test?
This is going far enough. Look, Gracie, Lester does work at MGM, but he's not a producer. He's a plumber.
A plumber? What? Well, my goodness, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, he asked me not to. I guess he thought you wouldn't be impressed.
Well, that's silly. I think plumbers are wonderful people, and I'm proud to have a husband who's a plumber's friend.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Of course, this means Lester can't get Tootsie a job.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, George. Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's not only a great actress, but she's strong. Show me a muscle, Tootsie. Yeah, that's right. Well, Mr. Hamill, how about giving her a chance as your helper? Oh, thank you, Mr. Hamill. Isn't it thrilling, Tootsie? I've got a job for you in pictures. You're going to be a plumber's helper at MGM.
Well, I've carried a torch for lots of men, so I might as well carry one for him.
Oh, imagine Mr. Hamill not wanting to say he was a plumber. Why didn't you tell us, Mr. Hamill?
I thought maybe you wouldn't. Gee, listen to me. I'm talking.
Go on. Go right ahead, Lester.
Why, Mr. Hamill, I'd rather have you in our house tonight than the president of MGM.
You would?
Yes, of course I would. Could Louis B. Mayer fix a sink? Come along in the kitchen, Mr. Hamill.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you to stop in where you see a dealer displaying the Swan sign that says, buy 3 bars and save. If you haven't yet tried Swan, now's a swell time to do it. See if you don't find that Swan always saves you money, sale or no sale. Saves because it takes the place of expensive toilet soaps. And saves because Swan also does away with the need for easily wasted package soaps. So now's the time to swing to Swan. Now, when you can buy 3 bars and save. And now here's George and Gracie.
Boy, this sink is really stopped up. Look, it's overflowing. And what'd you do, Mrs. Burns? Pour grease down the drain?
Oh, no, Mr. Hamill. I save all our bacon grease and waste kitchen fats and take them to my meat dealer. Everybody should do that, you know. The government needs waste fats for bombs and bullets, so it can't be grease in the sink.
Well, there's water all over the floor. Something must be clogging up the sink.
I wonder what it could be.
Well, I don't know. Let's pull out the stopper and look.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cake, pie, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with There's a Great Day Coming Mañana. Did you ever take a look at particles of dirt and dust under a magnifying glass? They look just like sharp, ragged rocks. No wonder dirt wears things out. When stone and steel wear away, you can't expect wood surfaces or painted surfaces to stand up without protection. But dirt doesn't need to wear out those surfaces. They can easily be protected with an application of Johnson's Wax. The tough coat of wax acts as a shield, guards the surfaces of floors, furniture, and woodwork against wear. And when the wax is worn off, you can easily renew that protection with another coat of wax. Johnson's Wax will help you prolong the life of many things in your home which you cannot replace in wartime. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Fibber, McGee, and Molly. But first we give you Fibber, who with his honor Mayor Latrivia is sitting in a duck blind at the edge of Mud Lake. They're loaded down with lunch baskets, shotgun shells, and blankets. And the bottom of the boat is completely covered with no ducks whatsoever.
Quit crabbing, Latrivia. You'll get some ducks. People go hunting with me never fail. And why? Because I'm a natural hunter. Got an instinct for stalking game. Now, a hunter has got to learn two things. First, the habits of the game he's hunting, and second, silence. Silence is very important, Latrivia. A hunter that can't keep his mouth shut is liable to scare all the game away, you see? On the other hand, a fellow that keeps gabbing all the time hasn't got the time...
Oh, goodness sakes, will you keep quiet, McGee?
Not so loud, Latrivia. That's exactly what I was talking about. You're too gabby.
I'm too gabby. I haven't said 3 words since we got here this morning. I'm too cold.
Well, I'm cold, too. That's why I talk. Figure while my teeth are chattering, I might as well make them useful. Now, before I started as an expert hunter...
McGee, look. What's that?
Where?
Flying this way. Over to the right. In a V formation.
Ah, that's a bunch of Army planes. Put down your gun and wave to them, Latrivia. Those are our boys. Hi, boys! Happy landing! Yoo-hoo!
Army plane. Quack, 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 quack. Who was the one in front with the yellow bill? Jimmy Doolittle?
Oh, doggone it, they look like Army planes. Ducks have got no right to fly in a V formation while there's a war on. It's too confusing.
Oh, don't be so silly, McGee. Ducks have always flown in a V formation.
Yeah, a likely story. Ducks don't even know how to spell victory. Give me that stuff, Latrivia. I know my ducks. I was a professional duck hunter once.
You don't say. What were you before that?
A street singer with a mandolin. Used to make as much as $6 just on a Sunday morning singing, I'll meet you in the garden where the praties grow.
I can understand why you took up duck shooting.
What you mean?
Must have been easier to pot ducks than vice versa.
I don't get it.
Hand me the thermos jug. I want some hot coffee.
Thermos jug?
Yes. I'm half frozen. It's under the seat there. I tried to rope to the handle so it wouldn't fall overboard.
Oh, here. Here's the rope. Hey, this ain't a thermos jug. This is an anchor.
And what, may I ask, did you throw over for an anchor?
Oh, gee whiz, how did I know? Hey, hand me my shotgun, quick. Here comes 3 of them right over our heads. You take the one on the right, I'll take the other two.
McGee, don't shoot. Stop it. Put your gun down. McGee, I'm going home.
Oh, now, be a sportsman. We'll get some ducks.
No, I don't want to stay out here with the duck hunter who fires at airplanes and throws kisses to mallards. Who throws the coffee overboard and offers me a cold anchor to drink. Who chatters away like a magpie with, look, McGee, here they come. My first shot. Keep your head down.
Oh, boy, there's a minute now.
Yes, well, I'm so glad you called, Mrs. Toops, and I'll see that you get a couple of ducks as soon as he gets home. We can't use more than 2 of them ourselves, and I promised 1 to Billy Mills and 2 to Mr. Wilcox. Yes. Oh, don't mention it. Goodbye. Now, let me see. I better write that down. 2 ducks to Mrs. Toops, 2 to Mr. Wilcox, 1 to Mr. Mills, and 2 for ourselves. That's 7. I wonder what we better do with the rest of them. Oh, come in.
Hello there, daughter. Where's Johnny?
Oh, McGee? He went duck hunting with Mayor Latrivia, Mr. Oldtimer.
Duck hunting, eh? Gee, I wish I knew he was gone, daughter. I'm quite a Nimrod myself.
Now, you mean Nimrod.
Not in this weather, daughter. It's numb. Johnny, pretty good man with a gun?
Oh, McGee's a wonderful shot, Mr. Oldtimer. Though they got off to rather a bad start today.
What you mean, daughter?
Well, just as they were loading up the mayor's automobile, McGee stumbled and spilt all the shotgun shells under the car.
Latrivia get mad?
Oh, no, he didn't get mad. He just stood there and sang, raise the Ford and pass the ammunition.
That's pretty good, daughter. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it. Hey, if you have any ducks left over, give me one, will you, daughter?
Why, certainly, Mr. Oldtimer.
Thanks, daughter. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, says.
Come in.
She says, come in.
Oh, for goodness sakes, I'll open it for them. McGee.
Take some of this stuff, Molly. Take the lunch basket. Hey, Old-timer, grab this shotgun.
Here.
Sure. Take the blanket, somebody. I'm about ready to fold up.
Oh, you poor lad. You do look tired. Here, sit down here.
Where's the ducks, Johnny?
I only got 1. Boy, what a day. Take my shoes off, will you, Molly?
Of course I will. I'll run up and get your slippers for you, too.
Only 1 duck?
Yes, only 1 duck. You want to make something out of it?
Well, I promised him one if you got a lot of them, McGee.
Promised me 1 anyway.
I did not.
Did too.
She did not.
She did too.
I did not.
You keep out of this, you little... Oh, excuse me, daughter. Hey, where do I put the shotgun, Johnny?
Oh, lean it in the corner there. Any place.
You sure it isn't loaded, dearie?
What do you mean loaded? What kind of a hunter you think I am coming into the house with a loaded gun? Pull the trigger and see for yourself.
Okay.
There, you see? Only a fool would keep a gun loaded when he was coming.
Oh.
Well, you ain't a complete fool, Johnny. You unloaded 1 barrel.
feeling a little rested now, McGee?
Yeah, a little. Give me another match, will you?
Okay.
My cigar's going out. Ain't got enough strength left to puff on it. Thanks.
Well, it must be a great sport, duck hunting.
Yeah, well, it is fun. But this is the last time I go duck hunting with Latrivia.
Why?
Well, I don't know, but that's what he said. He's no sportsman. Keeps crabbing all the time.
Crabbing about what?
Well, how did I know it was his hat I was bailing out the boat with?
Well, with only 2 people in the boat, it was 50-50 whose hat it was. Did the boat leak, dearie?
Did it leak? There was a hole in the bottom of it I could have almost stuck my head through. I say almost because Latrivia tried to do it.
His head?
No, mine.
Well, why did he do that?
Sore head. Just because my gun went off and blew the bottom out of the boat.
Oh. Well, that must have been quite a little outing. And you only got 1 duck. Well, what did it do? Commit suicide?
No, sir. It was the finest piece of marksmanship I ever saw, if I do say so myself as I shouldn't. There I was, sitting in the boat, keeping a keen eye out for every duck. Every nerve tense and ready. When all of a sudden, a wing flashed right by my face.
A duck?
No, a fried chicken. Latrivia spilled the lunch. Well, sir?
Come in. Oh, hello, Abigail, darling.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Abby. Pardon me if I don't leap up and bow from the waist, but I got a terrific mallard migraine.
Why, good heavens, what is that, Mr. McGee?
A foul headache.
He just got home from his duck shooting trip, Abigail. Spent all day out in a cold rowboat and only got 1 duck. Isn't that the limit?
Yeah.
Why, I was under the impression that 10 was the limit.
It is, but both me and Latrivia were hunting under the worst possible conditions, Uppy.
Oh, really? How so?
Well, McGee was with the mayor, and the mayor was with McGee. Now, if you can whip up any worse conditions than that, we'll shoot it in Technicolor.
Next time I'll go alone, not with an amateur like Latrivia.
I just met him down the street, Mr. McGee.
What did he have to say, Abigail?
Well, he said Mr. McGee was the biggest bore he'd been out with since he left the Coast Artillery.
Oh, he did he? Why, that...
He said that Mr. McGee was really a boon to wildlife, and he didn't mean Daniel.
Now, look here, Uppy. If he said...
And he added that you were a born woodsman, particularly from the neck up.
Oh, my goodness, now, I don't think that was
And he concluded his remarks, Mr. McGee, with a comment that you couldn't hit a duck with a napkin if it was on a blue plate special.
Why, that big blowhard. He'd never even seen a double-barrel shotgun before. Didn't even know what it was for.
He didn't really?
No, he had 1 barrel full of cigarettes with a cork in the end of it. Now, Marks. Why, if I...
How many ducks did you get, Mr. McGee?
He got 1, Abigail.
Oh, how many did Mayor Latrivia get?
That's beside the point. What I'm trying to say is...
How many did he get, Mr. McGee?
How many he got is immaterial. Anybody that...
How many?
9. And why? Because he shut with his eyes shut, that's why.
Sorry, I must be going, Mrs. McGee. And don't apologize for not being able to give me a duck. Mayor Latrivia gave me 2 of them. Goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Goodbye, Abigail.
So long, Uppy. And next time you see Latrivia...
Oh, I knew I'd forgotten something. Here, Mr. McGee. The mayor wanted me to lend you his wristwatch, just to make it mutual.
Make what mutual?
He said that anyone who survived a day's hunting with you was living on borrowed time.
There's nothing like outdoor life to make men real pals, is there, McGee?
I'll pal him. I never been so insulted in my life. Why, when I think that linthead was behind me all day with a shotgun, it makes my blood stand on end.
Yes, but did he really shoot 9 ducks?
Well, so what if he did? Beginner's luck.
Well, maybe you better begin again yourself. Here, I promised ducks to everybody in the neighborhood.
Hiya, folks. Where's my ducks?
Still flying south, Mr. Wilcox. In a V formation, meaning vamoose.
Come on. No kidding. I've invited 6 people to a duck dinner tomorrow night. Give me my ducks.
You haven't got any ducks, Junior. I only got 1, and we're eating that ourselves.
Oh. Well, that's okay, pal. I'll cook steaks for my guests.
Can you cook, Mr. Wilcox?
Can I cook? Baby, I can spot Oscar of the Waldorf 3 lamb chops and beat him by 2 fricassees and a curry. I had to learn to cook.
How so, Junior? Inquired little Fibber with his bright blue eyes dancing with mischief.
Well, I'll tell you. Whenever I demonstrated Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and how it would give new life and beauty to tired old linoleum and make housekeeping a thing of joy because glow coat can be applied with practically no effort and shines as it dries to a mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less, what did I start out to say?
Well, you started out to say how you learned to broil steaks, and I'm interested, too, being the chef here myself.
Yeah, now you're gassing with Cook, Wilcox.
Well, wherever I demonstrated glow coats and how easily spots and spilled food are wiped right up with a damp cloth, housewives said, well, that's all very well, Mr. Wilcox, but you're just a man. You don't know what it is to work in a kitchen all day. So I learned to cook.
Yes, but did it help any in your selling?
It certainly did. The first time I ever spilled peach preserves on the linoleum, I discovered that nothing preserves linoleum as peachy as glow coats. You don't like it?
No.
Okay, I'll try again next Tuesday.
Imagine that guy as a cook, Molly.
Yeah.
I'll bet the only way he could get a lamb in a stew would be to make like a wolf.
Speaking of cooking, McGee, I better get this duck ready for dinner.
Ah, boy, duck dinner. Ha. Roast duck and wild rice. I'm so hungry I could eat the drumstick off a card table. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, little girl. You better run along now and don't bother me. I'm tired.
Why?
I've been hunting and I'm all in.
Oh.
What happened to me today shouldn't happen to a duck. And almost didn't. What you got in the paper bag, sis?
Jelly beans.
Oh, boy, jelly beans.
Mm-hmm.
Got any black ones?
Sure I have, I bet you.
How's about divvying up with your old pal, huh? I ain't had any black jelly beans since I was saddle high to a tricycle.
Will you tell me a story if I give you something, will you, please? Will you?
You drive a hard bargain, sis, but it's a deal. Phone me over the jelly beans.
Okay. Hey, not so many, gee.
Oh, I only took 5. Don't be such a cheap-fisted little tight skate.
It ought to be worth a dandy long story then, mister.
Okay. Did I ever tell you why the leaves turn red in the fall and green in the spring?
Yes.
Well, what do you want for 5 jelly beans, Ernest Hemingway? The reason the leaves turn red in the fall, sis, is because red is a stop sign. It means stop. Put on your warm clothes. Stop. Close the door after you. Stop. It's almost Thanksgiving. Stop. Get out your sled.
Oh, heavenly days.
And the reason the leaves turn green in the spring is because green means go. It means go out and play. Go pick the wildflowers. Go get out your bathing suit. Go and...
Hey, mister.
Huh?
Look, I don't begrudge you the jelly beans, but I don't go for that heavy-handed whimsy.
What you mean, sis?
Well, gee, everybody knows the coloration of foliage is due almost entirely to the photosynthetic action of chlorophyll under the actinic rays of solar radiation, in combination with a seasonal diminishing of the flow of vegetative fluids, and you can give that stop-and-go malarkey back to the Indians.
King's men sing Clabbering Up for Rain.
My pa went up in the hills one day for to get his mash a-cooking. He took a 12-gauge gun along in case someone were looking. I heard him say today's the day to taste it with a skewer. When they're not more'n 10 foot away was a gall-danged revenuer. Whoa, it's clabbering up for rain. It's clabbering up for rain. When my paw gets his dander up, it's clabbering up for rain. The gal I love is a mountain gal. She's jealous as a demon, and she can claw like a bear cub small, or else I must be a dreamin'. I took her to a hoedown dance, and in the dark I kissed her. On went the light, and dang my sight, if I hadn't kissed her sister. Clabbering up for rain, it's clabbering up for rain. When my gal gets her dander up, it's clabbering up for rain. My baby brother's a pesky brat named Daniel Obadiah. He won great fame because he got the name of the country's champion crier. Got a crying voice like Grandpa's bull, and a temper
like a viper. Should have seen that Tom the day he got a hornet in his pant leg. Whoa! It's clambering up parade. It's clambering up parade.
When Daniel gets his dander up, it's a clambering up.
It's clambering up. It's clambering, clambering, clambering up parade.
Boy, that duck smells good.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yep, my mouth is watering so hard my teeth just went down for the third time.
Say, McGee, you never did tell me how you happened to shoot this one duck.
Oh, say, I guess I didn't at that. Well, sir, there we were, keeping a sharp eye out for ducks. That is, I was keeping a sharp eye out. Latrivia is too nearsighted.
I didn't know that.
Sure, astigmatism or something. Bit himself in 5 places one night eating spare ribs. Well, anyway, there we were on the alert, when all of a sudden, swoosh, over come this beautiful duck, out of no place. Latrivia just sat there like a mope, all flustered, but I was cool as a cucumber.
And just as green, according to him.
Well, anything that guy says you can take with a dose of salts. Well, sir, with a smile of confidence, I draws a bead on him.
On the mayor?
No, on the duck. Closer and closer he comes.
Oh, I wonder who that is. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Well, hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man. What if you know if I'm not being too optimistic?
No, nothing much new, Mr. McGee. May I?
May you what, Mr. Wimple?
May I pick up the duck Mr. McGee promised me?
I'll tell you, Wimp, it's like this. I didn't have very good luck today. Only got one duck.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. McGee. I can get along without it. I just thought it would be a change from that chop that Sweetie Face gives me every night.
What? Chops every night?
Yeah.
Pork or lamb?
Suey. Sweetie Face is a great admirer of the Chinese.
Oh.
She calls me her little Shangri Lollipop.
At least she seems to have a sense of humor, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, indeed she has, Mrs. McGee. She has more comical ideas and witty thoughts. In fact, when I left this morning, she made a very funny crack.
Can you remember it?
Yes, for quite a while. It's right here in my collarbone.
Well, you poor lad. Why on earth do you take all that mistreatment?
Confidentially, Mrs. McGee, one of these days I'm going to surprise her. I'm taking a course in muscle building.
Oh.
Here, feel of my biceps, Mr. McGee.
Wow. Feels like you got a house brick up your sleeve. How do you do it, Wimp?
Oh, easy. I just put a house brick up my sleeve. I've been taking deep breathing exercises, too.
Yeah?
My chest is now 26 inches, normally.
Oh, and what is it expanded?
25.
Does Sweetie Face know you're building up to something, Wimp?
Oh, I think she suspects, Mr. McGee. She grabbed at me this morning, but I escaped.
Really?
Yes. Our second-story window opens right near a tall tree, and I leaped right through the window to the topmost branch.
Oh. Just like Tarzan, eh, Wimp?
Almost. When I took to the topmost branch, turned out to be a crack in my glasses.
Pathetic little mug, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Hey, ain't that duck about ready?
Well, it should be in just a few minutes, dearie. I better baste it once more before...
Oh, for the love of Mike, why...
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, you did? All right. Yes, I'll be sure and tell him. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Molly, if anybody else calls or phones before I fling a fang into that duck, I'm going to ignore him.
Well, I don't blame you, dearie.
Well, let him wait. I got that bird the hard way. One shot in a million. Now I want to enjoy it in peace. Who was that called?
Toby the butcher. He wants to apologize.
Apologize for what?
He overcharged you 17 cents on that duck you bought.
Who would have thought a few years ago that soldiers' uniforms would one day be waxed? but they really are today, and it's a sensible idea. Here's why. Uniforms impregnated with a wax emulsion are rendered water repellent, stain and dirt resistant, look smarter longer, and are easier to launder. Many Army laundries and textile mills use Drax, D-R-A-X, Johnson's water repellent textile finish for this purpose. The chances are, after the war, you'll be able to buy Drax-treated garments in stores and to have outdoor clothing, play suits, and other garments treated with Drax at your local laundries or dry cleaners. The makers of Johnson's Wax will welcome inquiries from finishing mills and others interested in Drax. Write S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated at Racine, Wisconsin, or at Brantford, Ontario.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about ducks for the last half hour. Now let's talk turkey. We're in this fight to the finish. And what does a smart guy do when he starts fighting?
I know, McGee. He gets somebody to hold his coat. Somebody that he knows won't go through the pockets while he's in there swinging.
And that's all of us. We're holding the coats for our boys in the Solomons, in Iceland, in Egypt, in Europe, and all over the world. They're trusting us to see that they'll have something when they get back.
Yes, so let's let them come home to a country that's kept faith with them. Let's buy only essential things. Use less, waste less, and save more by buying war bonds.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. For more late election returns, we take you to Chicago.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. An Army flyer, returning to his Australian base after a patrol flight, smiled as an orderly handed him a package just arrived from home. His smile broadened into a happy grin as he removed the wrappings and discovered a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. They were factory fresh, too, because Raleigh's afford extra protection with a brand new, highly protective, moisture-proof wrap, exclusive with the makers of Raleigh cigarettes. Here at home in America, millions enjoy Raleigh's every day. Enjoy their richness, smoothness, mildness. Enjoy saving the valuable premium coupons. The pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes. Chinatown, my Chinatown. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant young comedian, a gentleman who, if you read this month's American Home magazine, needs no further introduction, the star of our Raleigh show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Truman?
Hello, Red. Say, what's new on the sponsor? Are you still entertaining him?
Yeah, we sure had fun last week. You know, the hunting season's on, so I took him way up in the woods on a hunting trip with Fibber McGee. Boy, what cooperation. There was Fibber smoking Raleigh cigarettes and me wiping my gun down with Johnson's Wax. I was kind of hoping Bob Hope would have gone along so I could brush my teeth.
Does Mr. Raleigh like to go on hikes, Red?
Oh, sure, he loves it. After the first 20 miles, he started to get awful heavy, so I made him walk.
You really roughed it, huh, Red?
Oh, you should have seen us, Truman. We camped out overnight, and it was really dark and lonesome, too. And right in the middle of the night, a great big grizzly bear came over and started licking the sponsor's hand.
What happened?
Oh, he just laughed, and he says, "Please, Red, I picked up your option. Go to sleep."
Howdy, Mr. Skelton. I
Well.
stopped in to return your shotgun.
Well, thanks a lot, sir. Wonderful. Say, how was your hunting trip? Any luck?
Yes, sir. Say, do you like roast venison?
Yes, sir.
Well, come on over for supper. We got boiled game warden.
Say, you know, wonderful, I'm not sure, but I think Mr. Raleigh kept taking pot shots at me.
Well, weren't you sure?
No, he kept telling me those little holes in my hat were for moth. Say, maybe he wasn't taking pot shots at me.
I took a shot at a pot once.
You did, Ozzy?
Yeah, but I missed her.
You know, Mr. Skelton, Mr. Raleigh sure is some cook to take on a hunting trip, ain't
Yeah, he cooked something for us to eat, Brad.
Oh, he did? What was it, Red?
Don't ask me. What was it, Wonderful?
I don't know, but I think he's got the answer to the rubber shortage.
Hello, Red.
Oh, hello, Harriet. We were just talking about our hunting trip.
Say, Red, I've always wondered why hunters always wear those little red caps on their head.
Oh, that's easy. Do you see my left ear?
Nope.
That's why.
Say, Red, while you were there, did you covey for quail?
What?
I say, did you covey for quail?
Look, Truman, we were up in the woods, not strolling along Hollywood Boulevard. You know, the sponsor brought along something in a little bottle for snake bites.
You did, huh? Did it work?
I don't know. We couldn't find any snakes to bite.
What else happened, Red?
Well, everything was all right until Mr. Raleigh sent out his decoys for ducks. You know?
Oh, how many did he have?
One. After 3 hours, I sunk. Say, you know, those ducks are pretty smart.
How do you mean, Red?
Well, a sky rider came along and wrote root beer in the sky. And one duck kept following him and changing it to 7-Up.
Tell me, Red, how many ducks did you bag?
None. I fired 18 times at one duck, and finally he turned around and he says, "Hey, cut it out, will you? I feel a draft." Say, Wonderful, what happened to you on your trip, huh?
Well, I had a very unfortunate experience with a little black animal with a white stripe down its back.
Oh, skunk.
Oh, come now, Mr. Skelton. That's not the right attitude.
No. The animal is called a skunk. You know, there's something I'd like to know. Why do they call a skunk a skunk?
Did you ever smell one? What else could they call it?
I beg your pardon, mister. Is this the lost and found?
You're in the right place, sister. What did you leave around?
I left my heart at the stage door canteen. I left it there with a handsome Marine. I kept on serving donuts and coffee piping hot. He kept on eating donuts. Gosh, he ate a lot. And then I noticed him looking my way. And I could tell he had something to say. He gave my hand a gentle squeeze and said,
Could I have some more donuts, please?
"Oh, that wonderful night at the stage door canteen." Private Butch McHugh from 10th Avenue was returning to camp one day. While on leave, he had lost his hat. And here's what he had to say.
I left my hat at the stage door canteen. I parked it there with a movie siren. I used to go to Roseland and pay a dime a dance. Here I had fun for nothing with movie stars and debutantes. I guess the glamour was too much for me. But it was worth every hour of KP. If I could have just one more chance, I'd gladly lose my shirt and vest for just one night at the stage door canteen.
That was Harriet Hilliard, sung by Ozzie Nelson and Roche O'Day. Now that the football season is in full swing, we go behind the scene and look in on the people who make football what it is. First, we have Clem, the fella from the country. He's taking Daisy June to the game. Well, here I am. On my way to the football game, boy, am I tired. I voted 22 times today. I don't know who I voted for, but they can't say he stole the election. Brother, he paid for every vote, cash. Well, sure is a long walk to Daisy June's house and gets longer every day. I got a girl in Kalamazoo. A, B, C, do, 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 do. I gotta go back to school so I can finish that song.
Why, hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy. Hey, are you ready to go to the football game? Everybody will be yelling for me, you know. Better hurry. Here, I brung you something.
Oh, Clem, a sweater.
Mm-hmm.
Turtleneck?
Mine does. Does yours?
Say, Clem, as long as you're knitting in your spare time, why don't you knit something for the boys in the service?
Well, they made me stop. I got a letter from the War Department, and my socks have crippled 3 divisions.
Say, did you vote today?
Yeah, I looked all over the ballot for Roosevelt's name, but it wasn't there.
Why, he wasn't running today.
He wasn't? How'd that happen? Well, shall we get going to the football game? Well, boy, it's really nice out.
Clem, what are you doing? Hopping on a pogo stick?
No, I ain't got no pogo stick. I made a mistake this morning.
A mistake?
Yeah, I put both feet in the same shoe.
Oh, Clem, look. Here's that tree where we carved our initials on, remember?
Yeah, how could I forget it? It took me 2 weeks to get the bark out of my teeth.
You know, it's real nice of you to take me to the football game.
No, it is?
Give me a kiss.
No, that's kid stuff.
Oh, come on, give me a kiss.
No, that's kid stuff.
Well, here's a kiss anyway.
Hey, them kids have fun, don't they?
I'm so proud of you, Clem. I didn't even know you knew how to play football.
Sure, I played 4 years at Vassar.
Vassar's a girls' school.
Girls? I thought they said a school for squirrels. Boy, I played rough, too. What scrimmages, what scrimmages.
Is football a hard game?
You know, I should say, you see my cauliflower ear?
Well, that's nothing. A lot of people got cauliflower ears.
Creamed?
I sure would have liked to seen you play football.
Yeah, boy, I was really good. Boy, I was the best football player Harvard ever had.
You played for Harvard?
Nope, Yale.
Well, you don't look like a Yale man to me.
No, you see that hole in my head?
Yep.
Well, someday I'm going to have a key made for it. Well, let's hurry, Daisy June. I'm the most needed man at this game today.
Well, Clem, if you're going to play football, you better take off that baseball cap.
I ain't wearing a baseball cap. That's the way my mother cuts my hair. Well, here we are at the football stadium. Boy, a lot of people here, ain't there?
Howdy, Miss Daisy June. You taking your dog for a walk?
I ain't no dog. Hey, if you weren't such a little guy, I'd pin your ears back.
Don't let my size bother you, Clem. Go ahead and pin my ears back. I dare you.
And I dare you too, Clem.
Just my luck, I ain't got no pins on me.
What are you doing here anyway, Clem?
What am I doing here?
Well, Clem says he's going to be the most important man at this game today.
Are you in good shape?
Sure am, boy. Just look at my chest.
Very nice. Now put it on and let's see how it looks.
Oh, piddle paddle poodle. I ain't got no time to talk to you. I gotta go in the locker room, DJ. I'll be right back, though.
Yeah, Clem, there you are. You're late. Get in your uniform. Okay. Well, men, today's a big day for the big kill. I want you to get in there and give them all you got, see?
Okay.
Looks like a tough mob out there.
Yeah, it does.
But let them know you're in the stadium. Now get on
it.
out there.
All right, bud. Well, how do I look in my uniform, Daisy Jones?
Why, Clem, I thought you said you was going to be important at the game today.
Well, ain't I? Hot dogs, peanuts, popcorn. That was my favorite number. How I love Rosso Day.
Oh, well, thank you, Red. Say, do you know who's got the best fullback on the Pacific Coast?
Sure, Lana Turner.
No, don't be silly, Red. I want you to come over to Abercrombie Normal and hear the coach of this team give a pep talk to his men.
Yeah. Many's the day I've spent at good old Abnormal.
Now, the coach is in the dressing room talking to the men now. Listen.
Now, look here, Gilensky. And you too, Markeski. When you took out Dombrowski, you acted as relaxed as if you were smoking and enjoying the mellow goodness of a Raleigh cigarette.
Yeah, made from the more golden ski tobacco.
As for you, Smith, you gotta call your signal smoothly. As smooth as the choicer tobaccos that go into Raleigh's. Why do you think we have 31 men on the team anyway?
Well, I just figured you couldn't count.
Not at all, not at all. It takes 31 different tobaccos to make Raleigh's perfect blend for unequal smoothness and richness. And why were you so slow on that end run?
Well, you forget he was carrying the heavy coupon on his back.
Well, you see, Coach, while the quarterback was calling the signals, I was thinking about the cash dividend I could get in exchange for my Raleigh coupon.
Yeah, that should have been good for a long game, because Raleigh coupons may be redeemed for 3/4 of a cent each. A mighty neat cash return. And while that's an attractive value, take your coach's advice and redeem your Raleigh coupons for the equivalent in war stamps. In addition, there are dozens and dozens of handsome gift-worthy premiums that can be yours in exchange for Raleigh coupons.
Second half, Coach.
All right, man, let's get 'em. Gilensky, you get that in.
And I'll get the tackle in the first play.
And I'll get that cute little blonde in the first row.
And everybody get the pack with a coupon on the back. Raleigh cigarettes.
Then we have a lady and her little boy.
Thank you very much.
He wants to play football with a gang in the vacant lot, but he isn't big enough. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
Junior, is that you?
Who else could slam a door like that?
Did you wipe the mud off your feet before you came in?
No, but right afterward.
Goodness, what
happened to you? You're covered with mud from head to foot.
Sure, I've been playing football.
Football?
Yeah. Yeah, boy, now there is a game that fits me little personality.
Oh, darling, you're too little to play football.
No, I ain't. That's how I got in.
What do you mean?
I went to football.
What?
You want to know something? Them goalposts is higher than you think.
Well, Junior, I hope your teeth are all right.
Oh, sure, me teeth are all right. I got them right here in this paper bag.
Oh, now how will you eat, I wonder?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll gum me with a way around.
Well, this should teach you that you're not big enough to play football.
Well, I stopped them from playing.
Oh, now how could you stop those big boys from playing football?
I stuck an ice pick in the ball. Boy, you ought to heard that thing pop. Almost blew me with a brain down.
Well, now you go wash up. Come
on. Okay. Oh, boy, I ain't going to wash me face. I will wash. Oh, look, Mommy bought a new vase. I wonder if it would bounce like a football. I will throw it up against the wall and see. No, I won't neither. It might break. Then Mommy would have to stoop over and sweep it up. It might hurt her back. Now, I won't do that. I'll throw it out the window instead.
What did you break? Meow, meow. Oh, that darn cat'll put us in the poorhouse yet.
It always worked, Hey, speaking of cats, I wonder where the kitty is. Here, kitty. Well, here comes little Fatty now. Hey, how would you like to play football? Not being a cat, I don't know if that means yes or no. Here now, come here. I got you by the tail, don't try to get away. Come here. Well, come here. What's the matter? Don't you want your tail back? Come on, you and me is buddy. We're going to play football now. I will call signals. Now, you get between me legs here. Come on. Now, when I say 6, you're going to fly through the air like a football. Here you go. Don't argue with me. Get up. 9, 22, 27, 6, height. Let go of the rod. Let go of the rod. Oh, now you gonna get it. You tore that rug. You wait till Mummy catches...
What's going on in here?
Hey, look, Mum, to catch a jitterbug, a rug cutter.
Oh, dear, and that's the new rug that Grandma hooked to.
Oh, that's okay. Maybe Pop can swipe another one for you. Hey, Mummy, you going to the big football game today?
Well, I'm going, but you're not.
Oh, no, you take me to the game or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody that you got 100 gallons of gasoline stashed in the bathtub.
I have not.
Oh, no? I think I will go up and light a match in the bathroom.
No, you'll blow us to bits. That does it. Now you'll get it.
Ooh, you had me. You broke my little cranium.
I did not. There's nothing the matter with your cranium.
Oh, no. Listen while I shake me head. It's okay now. My eyes are back in focus again. Here, Kitty, come on.
Now,
here,
Junior,
Kitty.
I don't want you playing with that cat anymore.
Why not?
Well, he might scratch you and lose a claw or something. Now, hurry up and get dressed, and I'll take you to the game.
Okay, I will hurry. Oh, boy, I'm going to football. Well, here I is.
Ready so soon?
Sure.
Did you wash your face?
Sure. Don't you see how shiny it is?
Yes, it is strangely shiny.
Yeah, boy, that glow coat works like a charm, doesn't it?
Glow coat?
Sure, and I don't have to wash my face no more. Just dust it off.
Well, hurry up now, because we haven't much time.
Okay.
Now, Junior, you stay right here with me.
Okay.
Oh, now, where are the tickets?
Oh, boy.
Here they are. The seats are in the very last row.
Here, let me hold them.
Well, all right, but be careful now.
The football game is going.
Tickets, please. What row are your tickets in, Sonny?
They're lost.
Oh, no, Junior, you mean they're last.
You want to bet?
Oh, sometimes I wish...
Don't.
Oh, here they are on the ground. Now, come on, Junior, hurry up, will you?
Okay, well, I'm walking as fast as I can. Gee, I'm walking faster now than a soldier with a 6-hour pass. Boy, where are we going anyhow? Boy, we never get to the top, will we? Boy, I'm getting dizzy. I think I'm going to black out.
Oh, stop acting so silly. We're not so high as all that.
We ain't, huh? A P-38 just passed us. Underneath. Well, now that we're here, what do we do now?
Why, watch the game.
Oh, what's the game? Oh, boy, look at them termites down there with their little red hats on.
Junior, those are the players in their football blankets.
Oh, they is?
Now, where are our seats?
Oh, boy, let's hurry. I want to see this.
Oh, dear, there seems to be somebody sitting in mine.
Hey, mister, get up out of me. You're sitting in Mummy's seat.
Oh, yeah? What are you going to do about it, half pint?
Now, he ought to know better than that. I will take this safety pin out of me widow pants.
Junior!
Don't you hit me.
There's the kickoff.
The what?
Plusky just kicked off.
Oh, what a shame. He looked like a nice guy, too. Hey, Mummy, I was hungry. I want a hot dog.
Now, you should have thought of that when we were downstairs.
I did, but I want to wait until a more inconvenient time. Look, I want a hot dog. I was hungry, Mummy. Me little stomach just sent up a message. Hurry and bite something quick.
Well, here's a dime. Now walk down those stairs and you'll be under the grandstand. You'll get a hot dog there.
All right. Here I go to get me a hot dog. A hot dog. A hot dog. If anybody's got any place to go, now's your chance. You're going to take me quite a long time to get downstairs. Well, here I is, all alone here. Hold on to your hat, folks. You know what I mean. Oh, look what I found in me hammer. A little bean shooter. And there is 1,000 targets. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Oh, boy. I got something. Oh, what's the noise? What's the noise? Something going on out on the field. I'll run out and take a look. Oh, look, a guy running for a touchdown. I think I'll stick my little foot out. If I do, he gets a tripping. I do it. Here he comes, boy. He's on the 10, the 20, the 30, and here he goes.
Why did you trip me? Why did you trip me on the 30-yard line?
That's President's orders.
The President's orders?
Yep. Can't go over 35, you know.
Hey, fellas, did you vote today?
Pipe smokers, cast your vote for Sir Walter Raleigh Pipe Tobacco on its service record, satisfaction in smoking, and war effort. For Sir Walter Raleigh has given its tin to win, enlisting valuable metal for active service. Now you get all the goodness of Sir Walter Raleigh's better blend of extra choice burleys in a brand new service uniform. Same familiar orange and black design, but free of metal. And, of course, you get the same mild, mellow, nut-like richness of Sir Walter Raleigh. Its pleasing, fragrant aroma. Now, as ever before, it's the quality pipe tobacco of America. Tonight, try Sir Walter Raleigh.
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Meanwhile, listen to the Tommy Dorsey Show tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. Oh, by the way, if any of you have anything to do with football games, auction off the ball during the half for war bonds. Goodbye now, and again, thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This program has been broadcast to the armed forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood.
This is Buddy Twist reporting from Hollywood with the latest election returns. In the far west, it's still too early to indicate any trends. The polls closed just about an hour ago. Oregon expects to return Republican Senator McNary to Washington. Of the three contests for governor in the far west, the California race between Governor Olson, Democrat, and Attorney General Earl Warren has the major part of the spotlight. The state's preparation for civilian defense has been a key issue. Rivaling the governor's race for interest is the so-called hot cargo issue. In waterfront and agricultural strikes, unions have refused to handle hot cargo coming from a struck plant and have boycotted stores selling these goods. The proposed law, which by now has been voted in or out of existence, would forbid this practice. With the actual counting now in progress, it looks as if at least 60 and possibly 70% of the registered voters have expressed opinions where X marks the spot. In California, at latest reports, 50 precincts out of 5,367 in Los Angeles County gave 1,857 votes for Governor Olson, as against 1,821 for Attorney General Warren in the race for governor. Returns from Sacramento give Warren a slight lead and enough to give him the statewide lead. In Wyoming, a few precincts have given the Republican candidates early leads, but reports are too small to indicate any swing. The same is true in New Mexico's senatorial race, where the Democratic candidate is leading by a small margin on very incomplete returns. In Montana, the Democratic aspirant for senatorship leads his Republican opponent by a few votes with only scattered precincts reporting. On the basis of available figures, Republican senatorial candidates lead everywhere in congested districts except in Illinois, Delaware, and parts of New England. Republicans are leading in all 6 congressional races in Kansas. They're leading in 9 out of 11 races in Indiana. This election roundup has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For the devil and Mr. O.
Good evening. This is Van Cristo. Welcome to the Van Cristo Radio Theater. Tonight we present another of the radio plays of Arch Obler, the famed writer and producer of Lights Out. These collected plays, presented under the title of The Devil and Mr. O, represent radio drama at its finest. This is the theater of your mind, where you are about to enter the zero dimension. There are no boundaries or time limits here, only the depths of your own imagination. And now, to tell you about tonight's program, here is Mr. O.
This is Mr. O, Arch Obler. Have you ever wanted to turn time backwards to a pleasanter era, back to the days long before ticking atom bombs and air pollution and the inbred madness of our cities? Well, our story begins after a word from your announcer. The most natural. This is Mr. O again. Now picture this in your mind. We're in the Dordogne region in France. Beside a road shimmering in the heat of the midday sun stands a large, dusty limousine. The lid to the engine is open, and a begrimed little Frenchman tinkers with the mechanism. Within the car sits an Englishwoman, Kay Stanton by name. And next to her is Jim Brent, an American, a member of our own State Department's diplomatic corps. By the way, if you haven't turned out your lights yet, turn them out now and listen to Neanderthal.
Aren't you clever with engines?
I think I will rest a moment and talk with you. Oh, the sun. It is doing its best to fry the little brains I have left.
Poor dear. Come on, get in. Jeffrey was worried about your ability to fix the engine.
Most comfortable. You should try working with your hands, my dear Geoffrey. It gives one a most exquisite appreciation of the comforts of upholstered seats.
Sorry I'm such a dud at machinery.
Now, Geoffrey, don't be so stuffy. Claude's much too primeval in his ways to be subtle. He thought you ought to help fix the engine. He'd be shouting the fact at the top of his voice.
Not at the top, my dear, but perhaps in a middle register. Oui, Kay, as usual, you are right. I lack all knowledge of the diplomatic arts. If I do not like what a man is doing, I'm forced to say so abruptly and completely. What an advantage you men of the diplomatic service have over we other poor mortals, my dear Geoffrey.
Sorry, but I'm much too warm at the moment to think you're very funny.
Oh, you too. The minute you get together, the great battle of words begins. Aggressiveness versus diplomacy. The financier versus the diplomat. As the Americans say, bury the hatchet, my friend.
I'm afraid Mr. Wallace will never appreciate my virtues. He likes men who sit around green tables and talk. I, on the other hand, do not like sitting. I do.
The diplomatic way of getting things done is the only civilized way.
And again, monsieur, I must beg to disagree. There comes a time when if a thing is to be done, one must do it. And diplomacy, how do you say, be hanged?
The philosophy of ruthlessness. Caveman philosophy.
What do we know of cavemen?
I know that ruthless aggressiveness may reap temporary rewards, but those rewards that have come in a far greater and more permanent form have resulted from the use of a civilized code. A friendly exchange. Calm consideration of facts. The ethical way of life.
The ethical way of life. I tell you...
All right, gentlemen. There's just about enough of that for one day.
I'm so sorry.
1,000 pounds, my dear Kay.
Are you certain it will run, Renner?
In my simplicity, I know but one way to find out, and that is to try and start it. Voila!
Clever thought, isn't he, Geoffrey?
Let's hope it continues to run.
Oh, charming thought. Let's be on our way, Claude, before we fall apart.
Mom.
We're very late, Claude, so speed's the word.
Right. The sooner we get out of this country, the better I like it.
Why do you say that?
I don't like this place. It gives me the chills.
With the sun doing its best at Parboiler, what are you talking about?
I'm not talking of temperatures. I'm talking of atmosphere. These forests and hills. Whenever I travel through here, I feel as if I were passing through a place old beyond decay.
That is amazing.
What do you mean?
Because what you say of this country we are passing through, you speak profound truth.
Truth?
We are at Le Mystère.
Le Mystère?
Oui. Does that mean nothing to you?
Nothing.
Not to me either.
Le Mystère, the Mysterian period. Dawn of mankind. The Neanderthal man. We here. In this country which you say is old beyond decay, were found as Neanderthaloid skeletons, what you call cavemen. Men from the dawn of man's antiquity.
Claude, are you serious?
Some of the finest specimens of Neanderthaloid skeletons have been discovered in the caves right in this region.
Really?
It is unfortunate we are in such a hurry, or we could stop perhaps and see a few of the caves where the excavation have been made by the anthropologists.
We haven't time for that sort of thing.
I said as much.
Claude.
So I was saying, the anthropologists have found the most wonderful remains of this early species of man, who are said to be the source of the horrible ogres in our fairy tales.
What are you talking about?
Silly nonsense.
Yes, Claude. How could anyone possibly know after 50,000 years what this Neanderthal caveman looked like?
Well, that is simple. From the peculiarities of the skeletons that have been found, it is simple to reconstruct the physical appearance of the race.
Really?
I remember hearing the hands and feet were very large. The thigh bones curved so that the men walked like apes. Teeth and jaws were large. Enormous brow ridges resulted in a fierce, horrible expression.
How nice.
They were men and not men. Horrible characters.
Hey, would you mind telling your erudite friend to step on the accelerator? We've got to be at Monet within 2 hours. We'll never get there at the pace he's driving.
And Kay, would you tell your impatient compatriot that I drive as fast and in a manner that pleases me alone? Would you tell him that?
God, look out, the road's blocked.
Don't swing your wheel. Oh, the hearing here's something to go back there. Hey!
Please open your eyes. Jeffrey, please open your eyes. I'm so frightened. I don't know what.
Kay.
Oh, thank God you're all right.
You're all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but Claude, I don't know where he is.
The cliff. We went over.
We were thrown clear, I guess. The car's over there. It's all broken up. But Claude, I can't see him.
Help me out.
Oh, what is it, Jeffrey?
Oh, my arm. Broken, I guess.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Oh, I'll be all right. I'm lucky to be alive.
I don't understand going over that horrible cliff. Claude, back here, in the brush.
Well, come ahead. Well, what's the matter? Are you hurt?
My knee. Kay, are you all right? Oh, yes, Claire. All right, stay where you are. We'll come to you. We'll come to you. Don't move.
Oh.
Sorry, Claude. Have to get bandaged.
It is all right. A little pain is better than oblivion. Sorry I can't be of any help, old man. It's a blasted arm of mine. It is all right, my friend. Kay is doing excellently.
How cold it is.
That wind.
Freezing.
What? How could that be? In the middle of July.
Claude, Jeffrey, what is this? The car goes over a cliff. We don't die. A warm, sunny day, and now suddenly it's like winter. What is this? Tell me, what is this?
There must be some magical explanation. I know this country, like you say, like the back of my hand. There is never such cold wind here in July. I tell you... Oh,
Claude, you shouldn't try to get help.
I'm all right. Oh, we've got to get help somehow. No. All I want now is a cigarette. I haven't any. Oh, there's some in the side pocket of the car. I'll get
No, Jeffrey, I'll get But you can't go through the bushes with that arm of yours. I'm all right. I'll be right back.
Hey, wait.
No, I'll be back in a minute.
This infernal need. Better sit quietly. Quietly. It is not in my nature to be quiet. A stick. Get me a stick. I'm not going to lie here the rest of my life. Get me a stick for a crutch and Wait a minute. But I tell you. Wait, I tell you. There's someone coming. Kay? No, the other direction. But I do not see. There, over there to the right. There, don't you see? The bushes are being pushed back. Yes, I see. Some peasant will give us assistance. Now everything will be all right. Of course. There we are. He's in the clearing. Now he... Who is that? Oh, no. What? Who? Am I mad? This cannot be. He's looking at me. God. Yes. But who? You do not understand. Understand what? Talk up. You do not see him as I saw him. The short, hairy, twisted body, the head thrust forward, the neck bent like an ape, those enormous brow ridges, the broad, flat nose. You did not recognize. Well. Once, in your own British Museum, I saw a reproduction of a man like that. But never did I think that I would see him in life. I tell you, speak. Who was he? Who? A man of the cave. A Neanderthaler. Yeah? Are you insane? Why, the race is extinct 50,000 years. I tell you only what I saw, what I know. And I tell you you're mad. But you saw as I did. No. The thick, hairy body, the short, ape-like limbs, that misshapen face like something out of a nightmare. Yes. A nightmare of 50,000 years ago. A caveman comes out of the past. No, stop talking like that. It can't be, I tell you, it can't be. He's
Some madman wandering these forests, that's all. Why, cavemen died here 50,000 years ago. The past doesn't come back. I tell you it doesn't. Why? Claude. Kay. Oh. Kay, where are you? Kay, where are you? Kay, answer. Kay!
Now a word from your announcer before we return to the excitement of Neanderthal.
Today, you'll be glad you did.
This is Mr. O once more. Let's go back to our story of Neanderthal. An auto wreck somewhere in France, and out of the past has come a man with a cave, a creature supposedly extinct for 50,000 years. The Frenchman Claude believes that this has happened, but the American Jim Brand does not. Now the two men are searching for the third member of their party, the English woman who has suddenly disappeared. We give you again Neanderthal.
Well, it's nonsense, I tell you. Hallucination, eh? Yes, hallucination. Driving along, we were talking about the Neanderthal man. So when we saw that hairy peasant, we immediately took for granted that, well, here was one of the Neanderthal come to life. I tell you, the air was hazier. Our nerves were shot. We saw things that don't exist. Why is it so bitter cold? That, at least, is reality. Keep moving. So, I'll answer my own question. It is bitter cold because time has moved back to the third interglacial age. You do not believe the evidence of your senses. Yet perhaps you will believe that is a campfire up ahead. It is a fire. Here, quickly, Renard. Oh, quickly, and you hobble faster. Kay, we'll get who's ever there to help us find Kay. Come, hurry, Renard, hurry. It's the one we saw, all right. Keep your voice down. He will hear us. What manner of man is he? Time and time again I have told you. But he and all like him have been dead 50,000 years. You said that yourself. Dead don't come back to life. We have come into his life, not he into ours. Kay, keep your voice down. Oh, but Kay, she is not there. You can see for yourself. Well, then she's lost. She's wandering around. Keep your voice down. I warn you. Lunatic, savage, whatever it is, perhaps he's seen Kay. Get down, you fool. No, I'm going to talk to him. Stay down. Hey, you up there. Look. We want to talk to you. You fool. What have you done? See, he's coming this way. I'll settle this. Oh, you. While we were unseen, we had a chance to plan, to do. But now. Don't talk. I was in West Africa for 2 years. I know how to deal with savages. Look at him. You think that is even a savage? He stopped. Afraid of us. He's the ugliest beggar I've ever seen. Friends, old man. See? Friends. Look, money. I bring you money. And pretty thing. Mon Dieu, what a fool. Words of money for him. Jeffrey, look out. Let me go, you. Jeffrey, I tell you. Jeffrey, I can't help you. Do not try to hold back your tears, my friend. That devil. I never realized before what pain the human mind could endure. Why did he do this to me? Why? Do you ask the wolf why it kills? Oh, killing would be one thing, but once I saw a gypsy break the wings of a wild bird. The time would come in my life when I couldn't reason something out. But this is beyond reason. Thrown into a cave like a side of beef to wait. To wait for what? What? Oh, my only. Wait. Someone is coming. I hear nothing. Listen. A woman. Kay. Catherine. Is that you? Kay. Answer.
Oh, Jeffrey. Oh, okay.
You. Oh, Catherine, are you all right? Kay. Where were you?
No, you. Both of you all right?
We're all right. We don't matter. You. Are you all right?
You're dark in here. Are you all right? Tell me.
Catherine, you. It is you that matters. What?
No, listen. There's so little time.
What?
He's busy building up a fire. There's a chance if we run quickly.
Run quickly?
Yes, come.
We're not at liberty to go, my dear.
Why?
A matter of broken bone.
Oh, no.
That is the way it is.
Tell me what happened. Jeffrey, you. Claude, you. Tell me what happened to us. That old... Who is he? Is he really a Neanderthal?
There is no doubt.
But men like that have been dead for centuries. How did it happen? Why are we here?
When the automobile went over the cliff, we went into another dimension of time.
What? I don't understand.
And I, too, understand little. But can it be that events in time are static things? That everything which occurs remains in existence as life moved on further along the corridor of time?
Then you mean when the automobile went over the cliff, in some way we went back into time instead of forward?
No, that's impossible. Things exist when they exist, not afterwards. No, there's a factual explanation to all this. Factual? Is not the pain of our bones fact enough? Is enough? Wait. What is it? A chant of some sort.
Why is he...
What does he say? The beginning of worship. A chant to the rising sun.
What is happening to us? Only a few hours ago. So happy, the three of us. On our way to a party.
Party. Another age. We've got to do something strange.
What?
Only a few hours ago, I was the brute, and you, Jeffrey, the calm, poised diplomat of the green table. Stop talking nonsense! He's coming in here. For us? We've got to do something. You hear me? Do something. I won't die. I can't die. Do you hear me? Do something. I won't die like this. I can't. Yes, Daddy. I'm sorry. I never could endure pain. We understand, Jeffrey.
Try not to think, dear.
All my life, I've known what to say. And now...
Oh, Jeffrey,
no. Let me talk. I can talk. I'm a man. And I won't be a man when he gets here. If I had a gun, a world of reason. And that's what it was to me. And everything could be settled with reason. In a world of reason. If I had a gun, everything could be straightened out at the conference table. That's what I thought. All my life it would be that way. All my life. But you see, that is because I never met force in all my life. But you can't reason with unreason, can you? When you're facing brute force, words and ethics and logic and good faith don't mean anything, do they? You've got to face force with force. And a gun is force. And I've got a gun.
Jeffrey!
Yes, I tell you, I've got a gun. Diplomatic service. They made me carry it. Oh, I hated it. I thought I'd never use it, but now we've got to, don't we? We've got to.
Oh, he's coming in here.
Go right on, go right. Reach in my pocket. The gun, use it. I use it. It's where to live. Use it.
Jeffrey, it's reaching.
Oh, no, my hands are... I can't. All right, then. I'll shoot it. So... It's morning. Now, we go on living. Something may happen to return us to where we belong. I don't think so. Nor I. Perhaps we will be able to leave some record behind us so that the world of the future will know and understand this strange thing that has happened, this meeting of the present and the past.
Jeffrey, don't just stare. It's over. Talk to us.
I was thinking. I just killed a man. Yet, it's 50,000 years before I was born. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard a fantasy, just a story about a long time ago world where brute and unreasoning force were the order of the day and men were afraid until they found deep courage within themselves. Yes, what you heard was just a fantasy, but think about it in terms of what happened in the recent past of our world and what might happen in the very near future. Think about it. But let's talk more about that after a word from your announcer. This is Mr. O again. We were talking about the future, all right? Let's talk about our future play. Of all the stories out of my writing past, the one that many people ask me about is the very strange story titled The Revolt of the Worms. Yes, worms. Those little night crawlers on your lawn, those strange, slimy creatures of the dark who plowed under the land long before mankind ever invented the plow. So, next week I bring you The Revolt of the Worms, and I challenge you to listen. It is later than you think.
That's our story for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it and will join us again as we travel through the zero dimension in the theater of your own imagination. So until we meet again next week when I bring you another story in the night, this is Van Cristo reminding you that the extent of your own imagination is unlimited. One purpose of these programs is to help you exercise those imaginative powers. I hope we've succeeded.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. The X-4 calling control tower. The X-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower, back to CX-4. Wind southeast, ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Fellas and girls, doesn't the roar of Hop Harrigan's plane make you want to learn to fly? Doesn't it make your fingers itch to get hold of that joystick and feel the thrilling response of the ship to the controls? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet many of you listening right now are dreaming of a career in aviation, ambitiously planning to learn to fly just as soon as you can. Some of you, no doubt, are even looking forward to the day when you'll be qualified to join the Army or Navy Air Forces. Well, believe me, aerial warfare requires lots of physically fit, well-trained young men. Yes, sir, aviation in war and aviation in peace is a field for youth. But as you well know, there's much more to flying than merely guiding a plane through the skies. A good pilot isn't made overnight. A well-trained pilot for combat or peacetime civilian aviation requires many months of preparation, long hours of hard work and study. You boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you reach the required age, and you boys and girls who are planning careers in peacetime aviation, when this war is won, you can begin to prepare. You can start your training right now. How? By taking the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools all over the country. These courses, approved by the Army and Navy Air Forces and the Civilian Aeronautics Administration, teach aerodynamics, theory of flight, navigation, meteorology, all the necessary fundamentals. And what's more, you can take these courses as part of your regular high school curriculum during school hours. If you're a high school junior or senior, or between 16 and 18 years of age, you are eligible to take these aviation courses. Now, if you're not old enough, tell your older brothers about them. But don't waste any time. If pre-flight training courses have not yet been established in your high school, talk with your principal about them and ask him to include them in your curriculum for the next semester. If additional information is required, address inquiries to the U.S. Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Forced down over the icy wastes of northern Russia, when their plane's oil line parted, Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker were rescued by a Soviet guerrilla band, led by Captain Kirov, a young Russian girl. Taken to the hidden encampment of the guerrilla fighters, the boys were about to sit down to their first meal in many hours when a scout reported that a Nazi Panzer Division had been sighted advancing toward Murmansk. Immediately, orders were given to prepare for battle. Hop and Tank pleaded for a chance to go along against the warnings of the young female captain. Their position behind the German lines meant that capture would result in instant death. Heedless of the risk, the boys insisted. Listen.
The warning is sounded. Now we must prepare.
Well, what are you going to do now, Captain? Dig in and prepare to defend?
No, Comrade Harrigan. We Russians do not believe in defending. We will attack.
Attack? You mean you're going to attack a Panzer Division?
That is the only way we like to fight, Comrade Tanker.
But how? With what?
Oh, you will see. Now you had better eat your food.
Boy, I don't need no second invitation.
And after that, you must rest. We leave in 2 hours. If the scout's report is accurate, we should meet the Nazis as they climb the hill.
I see. Then we'll be firing down at them.
Exactly. They have the big guns. But this is our country and our land. We know each hill and each valley. We make the land fight for us.
You know, one thing. You can't have no scorched earth up here. It's all frozen.
You are right. In the south, we burn what we cannot take with us to keep it from the Nazi swine. But here, nature is our guardian.
Gosh. Why, this is one of those things you read about. Imagine, Tank, we're going on a guerrilla raid. Yeah. Say, Hop, are you forgetting that we're supposed to report at Leningrad?
Oh, of course, it is my mistake. How could I possibly keep you from your assignment? You must be escorted to Leningrad.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Captain. We can leave right after we take a crack at that Panzer Division. There's plenty of time.
You are sure it is all right?
Say, I wouldn't miss this tea party for all the gold in Fort Knox.
Yeah, me neither. Hey, and this bush, it ain't bad at all.
Well, I hope you are doing the right thing. Now I must go to inspect the sleds and our guns. Some are in need of repair, but it is difficult here. We have no mechanics.
Did you say mechanic?
Yes.
Oh, Miss Carroll. I mean, Captain. Now you're talking my language.
Sure, Captain Carroll. Tank's the best mechanic in the world. Anything from planes and locomotives to watch springs.
Hey, what's busted?
Well, there are several guns and tracks that we have captured.
Oh, you lead me to them. I'll have them running in no time.
They are very complicated.
Oh, machinery ain't complicated. Some guys that try to fix it get mixed up. But in a machine, one thing fits into another. All you gotta do is figure out where the parts go. Like a jigsaw puzzle. Machinery is beautiful.
Tank, I'm positively proud of you. That was beautifully said.
Never mind the wisecracks. Now, when you start talking about politics or philosophy or junk like that, that ain't my meat. But, boy, when you get to talking about mechanics, you're playing in my backyard.
And, he's not joking, Captain Kirov. I've seen him use a vacuum cleaner and a sewing machine to build a motor for a freezing unit. Honest.
Oh, no, Hop. Anyone could have done it.
Will you stop acting shy?
We have very few tools.
A couple of wrenches and a hammer and a screwdriver is all I need. Motors, I tune by ear.
Oh, if you can do this, Captain Tanker, it will help more than you can imagine. We have several pieces of Nazi field artillery. And more important than that, one of our airplane-driven sleds has not been running. We cannot use the motor at all. It will not start.
Now, you let me finish up this here bullshit I'm eating, and I'll start working on that sled motor.
You think you can fix it, Tank?
Oh, what do you mean, think? Hey, I could make it say uncle in Russian.
Kapitan Giro, all is ready.
Good.
Untrue. Give me that sled motor.
Sergei will take you to where it is hidden.
Okay, but tell him he ain't to start kissing me after I get it fixed, huh? I don't like his beard to tickle. Sure, Sergei, Tavares, but no kissing, huh?
Не понимаю.
Oh, jumping Jennies, here comes Panama Hattie. Let's go.
Jack was a little surprised at Sergei's affectionate greeting. Say, tell me, Captain, how far behind the German lines are we?
About 60 kilometers.
And you're going to attack? But how about supplies, ammunition?
We take what we need from the Nazis.
How?
When the Nazis are dead, it is surprising how little they resist. But there is only one grave danger in tonight's attack.
What's that?
There is a great new secret weapon the Nazis have. Perhaps you can explain it.
Well, what sort of a weapon is it?
It is a German tank, part of their Panzer Force.
What about it?
We have attacked Nazi Panzer divisions twice already during the last week. And both times we narrowly escaped being trapped and encircled. For suddenly, out of nowhere, these tanks appeared on both sides.
But where? Where did they come from?
They seemed to spring from the ground. And the strange thing is that even when we took careful aim with our heaviest anti-tank guns, these tanks seemed invincible. They did not stop.
Oh, no, wait, hold on a minute. You trying to tell me that you hit those tanks dead on with an 80-millimeter cannon, and it didn't stop them?
I have seen it with my own eyes.
Well, then, why don't the Nazis use those tanks at Stalingrad or Moscow or Leningrad?
We ask ourselves the same question.
Well, and you say the tanks seem to spring from the ground.
That's just how it appears. Of course, we must know they come from somewhere. But I sent out scouts, and they report nothing, so we attacked. And then, on our flank, suddenly, lumbering noiselessly toward us, come those huge, monstrous tanks.
Did you say noiselessly?
So it seems. The other German tanks, those we can hear miles away. But these new devils are silent.
I don't understand it. Well, tonight we'll find out something about those new tanks. All I want is a heavy anti-aircraft gun mounted on one of those motor sleds.
It will be arranged. And now, why do you not stretch out on one of the cots and get some rest? You will need it.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
And I will send Comrade Tanker back here if he is finished.
Okay, Captain.
Stretching out on a cot in the hidden Russian dugout, Hop soon drops off to sleep. 2 hours later, with a raw, biting wind whipping across the frozen waste, the motor sled carrying Hop, Tank, and young Captain Kirov comes to a stop at the crest of a small hill.
You may cut the motor now, Comrade Harrigan.
Right. Where are we now, Captain?
You will have to keep down your voice, Comrade Tanker. Voices carry far on this wind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We are now only a kilometer away from the German Panzer encampment and supply dump. They have roughly 3,500 troops on guard. We have much less, but we hate more.
Oh, where'd you say those mystery tanks come from?
Always they appear on our flanks, if at all.
Hey, what's this about mystery tanks? Well, the Nazis evidently have a new secret weapon tank. Armored cars or tanks that can't be destroyed. So, Captain, how soon is the attack supposed to start?
In just 15 seconds. We are covering the left flank. Be ready to open fire at once.
I got this gun loaded for bear.
We have never raided so close to a Panzer base before. If we are trapped, we will be cut to ribbons.
We won't be trapped on this flank.
Oh, if we only had a couple of planes, we'd sure show them a thing or two.
It is time for the attack. Now! If you will look through these glasses, Comrade Harrigan, you will see that the supply trucks are on the right.
Yeah, I see them.
And our attack is being launched in the center and on the left. That will give our pick troops time to circle the Nazi base and seize the trucks.
Still don't see no tanks.
It is when the trucks are seen that the Nazis will start their counterattack. And it is then that the mystery tanks appear.
We'll break a couple of them up for the scrap pile tonight, Captain Kirov. You just watch.
I got this gun aimed right at the left side of that Nazi camp. Oh, boy, if she only had the range, we'd blast a couple of them right now.
My men are reaching the trucks. I can see the little stabs of light as the Germans fire on them.
Get that tank.
I'm set.
Keep your eyes on the left flank.
I don't see anything. It's working the Nazi supply truck.
Oh, we can use those supplies. I think this time we surprised them.
Holy smoke!
What's the matter, Tank?
They came out of nowhere. Look, Hop, look.
What? A Panzer division. Look at the size of those babies. Let them have a tank.
All right, Nazis, here's where you get your lump, but good.
A dead hit. Why, it didn't even stop them. They're still coming on.
Oh, it couldn't be. This is a big gun. It should have blown them to bits.
You see, I told you.
Why, they're rolling on just like nothing happened. Give it to them again, Tank. Give it to them. Right on the target. Why, it went right through them, but they're still coming on.
Sergei! Sandrich!
Firing the
powerful anti-aircraft cannon as fast as he can pull the trigger, Tank rakes the line of huge armored vehicles with deadly fire. But still they come on, unaffected by the shells exploding in their very midst. What is this new German weapon, so powerful that nothing can stop it? Have Hop and Tank failed? And does their failure mean the destruction of the gallant Russian guerrillas? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting and revealing episode. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. If anyone were to ask you, is Hop Harrigan a good flyer? You'd probably answer, I'll say, is that boy's an expert. And I'd agree with you 100%. And believe me, to be an expert flyer requires plenty...
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman. Strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, have you ever seen a squadron of American bombers roaring through the air in formation? Have you seen newsreel pictures of Uncle Sam's destroyers cutting through the seas on patrol in search of enemy subs and surface raiders? I'm sure you have, and I bet you were thrilled. You probably felt terribly proud, too. Well, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly, you have a right to be proud. Not only because those planes and those ships represent the fighting spirit of America, but because you helped to build them. Yes, sir. Every time you bought a war-saving stamp, your money helped buy the labor and materials that are used to make planes and ships and equipment to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. So next time you hear some boy or girl in your block say, "Oh, shucks, what difference does it make if I buy one stamp or not? What difference can one dime make?" You tell them that it does make a difference. It makes a big difference. Tell them, for instance, that 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective, or that 1 dime will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets. Tell them that if every boy and girl in the United States bought just one 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, it would add up to enough money to buy a lot of swift pursuit planes, with which our Army and Navy forces could blast the Axis out of the air. And while you're at it, you might remind them that this is one way that all you fellows and girls can help win this war. Now, after all, everybody can't join Uncle Sam's armed forces, but all of us can buy war-saving stamps. So talk it over with Mother and Dad tonight. Tell them that you want to help Uncle Sam win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly, every day if possible. And if you tell them that, I'm sure that they'll be glad to cooperate.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman, in the guise of Clark Kent, Editor White of the Daily Planet, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen are now on their way to the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada to visit the hunting lodge of Sebastian Beauvais, an old friend of White's who's in trouble and needs help. For some reason, a strange character known as the Laugher does not want Perry White to reach the hunting lodge alive. In our last episode, we heard how White, Kent, Lois, and Jimmy started north from Ottawa in a private seaplane. Suddenly, the motor began to cough and sputter. In the next moment, the plane nosed over into a steep dive, and flames poured back into the cabin.
We're on fire. The cabin's burning.
Steady, Lois, steady.
Mr. White. Mr. White. Oh, Clark. Clark, he's fainted.
Yes, and the pilot's out, too. Smoke must have gotten them.
The heat. Mr. Kent.
Fire's getting worse.
The heat. Oh, Clark, I can't stand it. It's unbearable.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Jimmy. Jim. Oh, he's fainted, too.
Oh, Clark. Clark, this is... Oh.
It's a good thing you keeled over, Lois. Now I can handle this.
As Superman. Out through the plane door. Under the plane. So. Got it.
Now down into the water with it, but gently. So. Now, the water's put the flames out. Now to carry the plane to shore, to dry land and safety. Up, and away! Lifting the charred and crippled seaplane out of the water, Superman carries it to the safety of the riverbank, its unconscious occupants miraculously saved from horrible death. Meanwhile, back in Metropolis, the mysterious character known as the Laugher is seated in his penthouse apartment. With him is Bullets McGuire, the hawk-nosed gangster, reading fairy tales. Bullets is telling the Laugher about the latest story he read.
So, Sleeping Beauty is the name of this one, Laugher. It's all about a beautiful doll who sleeps for 100 years, see? Now, there she is, lying in the castle with the cobwebs getting thick and the dust piling up.
Answer the phone, Bullets. Sleeping Beauty will wait.
Yeah, sure. Hello. Oh. Who's calling? Hold on a minute. It's for you, Laugher. Long distance from Ottawa, Canada. The guy says you know who it is.
Yes, I'll take it. Hand me the phone.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes? Yes? How did that happen? I see. No, I'll carry on from this end. Yes. Goodbye.
You want to hear the rest of the story about Sleeping Beauty, Laugher?
Not now, Bullets. I have a problem.
You got problems?
I have a problem. The most intriguing problem I have had in a long time. The problem of Superman.
Oh, yeah. That's the guy that got in your way when you tried to knock off that newspaper editor, the Perry White.
Perry White and his friends must never reach the Hudson Bay hunting lodge of Sebastian Beauvais. I tried to prevent their even taking off in the plane for Ottawa. Superman blocked me successfully at every turn. They succeeded in reaching Ottawa. I made contact with our representative there and told him to keep an eye on him, to keep me posted. Meanwhile, I must prevent their reaching Beauvais' hunting lodge.
You don't want them to get there because of the...
Bullets. We never mention it by name. You remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
By the way, Bullets, you haven't mentioned it to anyone, have you?
Oh, no.
A slip of the tongue, perhaps? Something that you didn't intend?
Oh, no, honest, Laugher. Gee, you can trust me. Hey, don't look at me like that and laugh. It makes me feel kind of cold inside.
You have nothing to fear, Bullets. Nothing. So long as my instructions are obeyed to the letter. But to continue. That telephone call was from my Ottawa agent. He told me that White and his friends crashed in the private plane they had hired to fly them from Ottawa to Lake Minto, 30 miles from Beauvais' hunting lodge.
Well, I guess that takes care of them, huh?
No. Because despite the fact the plane fell into the river in flames, everyone in that plane escaped unharmed.
Yeah, but how could they?
Superman.
Oh.
Yes, They're now in Ottawa trying to find some means of transportation to the hunting lodge. Perceive now our situation. The people we wish to prevent from reaching the hunting lodge in Hudson Bay are caught in Ottawa. What do?
We bump them off in Ottawa.
That is as you reason it, Bullets. But to a unique brain such as my own, there comes another thought. A thought so amusing that I can hardly contain myself.
What is this thought of yours?
It is very clever, Bullets.
Yeah, well, stop patting yourself on the back and give me the lowdown. Oh, I'm sorry, Laugher. I didn't mean to say that. It just kind of slipped out. That's on the level. It's just that, well, I was kind of anxious to hear what your idea was, and honest, Laugher. Honest.
You must be more careful, Bullets. I will not tolerate disrespect.
Yeah, sure, I
recall to you the things that happened to Soapy and the monks and Kilrain for making stupid mistakes.
You wouldn't do nothing like that to me. I mean, you and me, we've been pals a long time. Laugher, no, you wouldn't. No.
No, of course not. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, my clever idea. Up to now, I've been trying to prevent White and his friends from reaching the hunting lodge. Now I'm going to make certain they do reach it.
Well, what's the sense in that?
The sense in it? Perhaps it amuses me, Bullets. Or perhaps I think it wise to permit them to walk into the lion's den. We shall see, Bullets. Yes, we shall see.
We've been cooped up in this out of a hotel for 3 days, and I can't stand it any longer.
Now, Chief.
Oh, stop trying to pacify me. We're wasting precious time. We should have been at Bouvet's hunting lodge 2 days ago.
We couldn't help the airplane accident, Mr. White.
As a matter of fact, it's a miracle we're alive.
Yes, I suppose you're right at that. But there ought to be something we can do about this interminable waiting around.
Oh, I haven't minded it myself. Ottawa's a beautiful city, I think, and I've been doing some shopping. And...
Have you forgotten that we're supposed to be on our way to the hunting lodge of Sebastian Bouvet because he's in trouble?
No, I haven't forgotten.
But nothing. I refuse to remain here another day. We've got to get to that hunting lodge, and we've got to get there quickly.
But how, Mr. White? The only possible way is by plane, and we haven't been able to find another private pilot in Ottawa able to make the trip. They're all doing war work.
No, I know it, but I've waited long enough.
Well, perhaps Clark will have better luck today than he's had before.
He's been gone now for 3 hours, and he'll have no better luck today than he had yesterday or the day before. No, my mind's made up. I know what I've got to do, and I'm going to do it.
Well, what's that, Mr. White?
There's a man named Shepard in Metropolis who owns a private plane. I'm going to telephone him and have him fly up here and pick us up.
Oh, gracious, Mr. White, the expense.
Oh, hang the expense. Shepard can be here by... Oh, hello. Long distance, please. Shepard can be here by tomorrow if he works fast, and we can be in Lake Minto the following day. Action, that's what I want, and...
Hi, Chief.
Hi yourself and see where it gets you.
Any luck, Clark?
I'll say our troubles are all over. We'll be in Lake Minto by tonight.
What's that?
Now, hold on to yourself, Chief. We'll all have to hurry, but I think we can make it.
What are you talking about? Are we going to Lake Minto or aren't we?
We are, if we can get to the Ottawa Seaplane Base within a half hour.
Well, of course we can. Come on, let's get going. Jimmy, start packing that bag. I'll pack this one.
Okay.
How did all this come about, Clark?
Well, I was down there trying to find a pilot who could make the trip when a private plane landed nearby. I got to talking with the pilot, a fellow named Shepard from Metropolis.
What?
I said I got to talking to the pilot, and he suggested...
Did you say his name was Shepard?
That's right. Why?
Well, that's funny. That's the man Mr. White was just...
Never mind. Go on.
Well, believe it or not, he's on his way to Lake Minto. He's carrying only one passenger, and he said the passenger wouldn't mind our going along, so we're going.
Gosh, that is luck. Almost too good to be true.
Funny thing, Jim. That's what I thought, too. But this is no time to look a gift horse in the mouth. We get to the base in half an hour.
Well, you'll make it, or I'll know the reason why. Here, pack those bags, you two. Come on now. Get busy. Give me those bags. Watch your step, everyone. It's a little difficult getting in the plane from landing. Here, you first, Miss Lane. I'll help you.
Thank you. We're certainly very happy you're able to take us.
Gosh, yeah, we didn't know what to do.
I'm glad to help you out. Wouldn't have thought twice about it, Perry, if known it was you. Jeff, your getting here like this is the best stroke of luck that's ever happened to me. Well, I'm glad. All right, Miss Lane. Just give me your arm.
Thanks.
That's it. Now then, you young fella, up you go.
Okay.
Grab a hold. There. Now, look here, Shep. You sure this is all right with your other passenger? Oh, sure, Perry. I talked to Mr. Graham and explained the situation. He's glad to have you come along. Well, I must tell him how grateful I am. Is he in the plane now? Yes, you'll find him in the cabin. Well, up you go, Perry. You're in. Mr. Kent, I guess you can make it alone.
Sure, I'll just grab hold of that door and swing up. There.
Boy, look at these cushioned seats and everything. Sit over here, Mr. Kent.
Thanks, Jim.
Ken.
Yes, Chief?
Come here. I want you to meet our benefactor, the man who's so kindly permitting us to go with him to Lake Minto.
Oh, yes, glad to.
Kent, this is Mr. Graham. Mr. Niles Graham of Metropolis.
What?
How do you do, Mr. Kent? Very happy to know you. Very happy indeed.
Well, the Laugher's plan, whatever it may be, is beginning to work. What strange adventures lie in store for our friends at the hunting lodge in the wilderness of Hudson Bay. Don't fail to listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
By all means, don't forget to tune in to Superman tomorrow for another thrilling and exciting episode. And don't forget to talk to Mother and Dad before you go to bed tonight about making arrangements to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Start the day off right tomorrow. Buy at least one 10-cent war-saving stamp first thing after breakfast. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program. Every single dime is important, because all your dimes put together can go a long way to help pay for the guns and tanks and planes and ships we need to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. And say, here's an idea. Why don't you get together with your friends tomorrow and make a joint pledge to buy war-saving stamps every time you've got a dime? See which of you can buy the most war-saving stamps every week and every month. Do your share to win this war.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'm Silver! Ahoy!
The Lone Ranger reined up at the hitch rack in front of Sheriff Parmley's office.
Oh, Silver, boy, steady, easy.
Two men waiting around the corner of the building watched the masked man dismount and toss...
Danger, no question about it, Pete.
We've got to get him, Jake, before he talks to the sheriff. Stand ready to jump him.
I'm set. Rat-faced whelp had his facts straight.
I thought the weasel was mistaken when he said the Lone Ranger was heading this way.
He weren't mistaken. Get ready now.
Jump him! All right. Crack him! Get him!
Hold on.
Turn him this way. I'll get him.
I don't like being turned that way.
I'll show you no masked man can gun for our sheriff.
You missed!
Oh!
Here's another!
Oh! You won't get me that way. I'll fix you.
Too slow!
Oh.
There, what's going on? Get your hands up. Hoist him.
Put your guns away, Parmalee.
Hey, Sid, get your hands
I came
up.
to see you. Those two wanted to change my plans.
They're both out cold.
Go on inside. We'll talk there.
But I got the drop on you. I told you to
Save
get
your
your head.
breath, Sheriff.
With a full lip.
Now, sit down there.
Now, you look here. When I point a shooting iron at a man, I want his hands to raise. I'm hanged if ever I saw
You
him.
wouldn't shoot a man who didn't raise his hands. You're not that kind of a lawman. I'd like to know why those two jumped me, but that can wait. Here, read this.
What you got there?
Signed by the governor of the state.
Yeah, so it is. Jumping jingle bobs.
You remember Steve Hawkins, don't you?
Like I remember my own name. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to hang. Then he escaped. Now this paper gives him a free pardon. If he's found, he can come back here and take up his life again.
That's right.
But he can't be found. He's gone from these parts. He ain't been seen in 4 years. We had a reward for his capture, but he's never been found.
He'll be found.
You know where he is?
Yes, I've talked to him.
How long since?
Not long ago. And I talked to him again. I'll tell him to come back.
How'd you wangle his pardon?
Steve Hawkins never committed a crime.
The evidence was against him.
Yes, 3 men testified against him. That was all the evidence there was.
Yes, but 3 witnesses is a plenty to hang a man.
When I talked to Steve, he told me he thought he could name the real murderers. But he didn't dare come back to town. Knew he'd be shot on sight.
Likely he would have been.
When Steve has a chance to tell what he's learned, you'll have evidence enough to convict the men who did the killing.
Yes. There was a lot of gold and jewelry stolen.
Yes, Sheriff.
Any chance of recovering that stuff?
Oh, probably some of it.
All right. I've noted the pardon, and I'll post the news. You say you can find Steve?
Yes, he'll be here in a short time.
Short time? Does that mean a few hours or a few days?
Oh, possibly tomorrow, maybe a couple of days. Say, who are the men who jumped on me when I started toward your door?
Oh, Jake and Pete.
Jake Maxim?
Yeah.
And Pete Whitcomb?
You know them?
2 of the witnesses at the trial.
Well, that's so, come to think of it. Those 2 were the witnesses.
Thanks, Sheriff. I'll see you again. Well, still waiting around, eh? Why don't you 2 try again?
Now, you see.
Hold on there, Jake. You want Pete leave alone?
I ain't started nothing.
You just make him leave us alone, that's all.
You 2 seemed mighty anxious to keep me from calling on the sheriff.
Well, we only want... That is...
I wonder if you didn't have some information about my visit.
I don't know what you mean.
Did you know why I went to see the sheriff?
No, how could we know?
Then why did you hide back of the building and jump me?
Well, that is...
And you, Pete. You were reaching for my pocket while Jake was trying to get at me.
I wasn't doing anything of the sort.
Are you sure you didn't want the governor's pardon?
Boys, why did you jump him?
Well, he was masked. We thought he was an outlaw.
You find it better to jump on a man's back, huh?
Huh?
Instead of getting the drop on him. I'll see you 2 again. Maybe you started something that I'll finish.
After the Lone Ranger left the town, the sheriff gave Pete and Jake a talking to, and then went to the small ranch where Betty Hawkins lived alone.
I've sure brought good news for you, Betty. It's about your father.
My father's dead.
That's a story you've stuck to all these years, honey. But it's not the true fact. Your pa is alive and kicking, and he's been hiding out near here.
No such thing. Why are you coming here to tell me this?
Look, he's been pardoned by the governor of the state.
That's a lie.
Hey, read this, Betty. It's true. As true as I'm standing here.
You're only trying to trick me into telling where he is. Well, I don't know where he is.
Oh, you don't need to. The Lone Ranger's going to get him.
The Lone Ranger?
Well, I didn't let on I knew who he was, but he's the man. Seems like Steve must have got evidence against the ones that framed him for the murder of that old man and his wife. The evidence was enough to convince the governor of the state.
Oh, Sheriff Parmalee, don't lie to me. If you only knew how much it means to me...
I'm not lying to you, honey. I'm telling the truth. Your pa is a free man.
But if he didn't do the murder, then the witnesses lied at the trial.
Yep.
That'd mean that the witnesses were likely the ones that done the murder.
Hey, Cinder, that's so. Great guns, why didn't I think of that? Jake and Pete and that other critter at the trial, the weasel-faced one.
Do they know Pa's coming out of hiding?
They know all about it. That's why they jumped the Lone Ranger. They wanted to get the pardon away from him. Great guns, they'll be after him. I've got to travel fast.
Sheriff, what'll they do?
I can only hang once. They'll kill to keep your pa from getting here. But get up there. Get up.
Sheriff hurried to his office, reined up, and shouted at a group of men sitting on the porch.
Hold that. Where's Jake? Where's Pete?
We don't know. They've been out of town.
Where'd they go?
Don't know. Didn't say.
Yeah, boys, we've got to find those 2. Get your horses and hunt for them.
All day, the sheriff hunted for Jake and Pete without success. Those two had already left town and ridden into the Badlands, where hoofs made no tracks on the hard rock.
We'll manage to keep him in sight, Pete. Keep out of sight ourselves.
Yeah, there's plenty of big rocks. Wait up. Duck back of this rock. See him?
Yep.
Resting his horse way off yonder.
Pete, we got nothing to worry about. There ain't no evidence against us.
There is. Listen, Jake, I ain't had the chance to tell you. Look at this jewelry.
Where'd you get that?
From the Lone Ranger.
But Pete did some of the stuff we got.
I know when we got it. This is the worthless junk we swapped to those redskins.
Yeah. But how'd the Lone Ranger get it?
Don't you savvy? He got it from Steve. Steve got it from the redskins. And they likely told him they got it from us. That's proof that we're the ones that drilled that couple.
How'd you get it from the Lone Ranger?
I was trying to get the pardon off him while we fought. I got this instead. This is what he showed the governor to get the pardon.
Well, there's probably more of it.
That's why we got to waylay the Lone Ranger and Steve. Got to drill them both before they hit town.
Come on, he's moving forward again.
Get up, boy. Come on, get up.
The Lone Ranger reached a cave at twilight. He joined Tonto and the man who for 4 years had been a fugitive.
I turned your pardon over to the sheriff, Steve.
I wish you hadn't.
Why?
I'd like to have seen it.
You not trust Lone Ranger?
I don't trust anyone, not anyone.
You have my word for it, Steve. The sheriff has posted the news. You're a free man.
I don't know.
You can start back for town right now, Steve. Your friends are waiting for you.
It's a trick.
Trick? It's no trick at all, Steve.
You're on the side of law and order. You do anything to get a fugitive in jail.
Oh, you're wrong.
Oh, him never lie to get crook.
All you've got to do is go back, accuse those lying witnesses, and the truth will come out.
Where's the evidence I gave you?
Here, I had...
Here, where is it? Let me have that jewelry.
Well, I thought it was in his pocket.
You ain't got it. It's gone. You turned it over to someone.
Steve, we'll find it. Now let's start.
I won't move. I won't go back. It's all a trick to get me to surrender. That's all it is, a trick. I'll go back to hang.
They aren't going to hang you, Steve. Betty is there, your daughter.
Betty, what's she like?
She's trying to hang on to the farm, Steve. But she needs you. She needs her father.
If only I could be sure it ain't a trick to get me.
Take my word for it. It's...
Lone Ranger, good friend.
Give me your guns.
What?
And the belt. The gun belt. Let me have that, too. The belt with the guns. And you, Towner, give me your gun belt, too.
Well, why you want that?
Give it to me. That red, maybe I'm touched from being out here alone for so many years, but I don't trust anyone.
All right. Here, Steve. Take my gun belt. Give him yours, Tonto. Now, why do you want them?
I'll tell you why. It's because I'm going to be on the guard against a trap.
You ready to start now?
Get going.
Steve, can you ride the horse we brought you?
I'd ride a razorback to get back home. Home? I never thought I'd be going home again. You sure you ain't double-crossing me?
Come, Steve, you're not being double-crossed. We'll start now and be home by sunup.
Pete, keep that horse quiet.
They're a-coming, Jake. See him? There's just enough light left.
Yeah, I see him. Got your rifle ready?
Yeah.
Take the Lone Ranger. I'll get Tano, and then we'll both fire on Steve Hawkins.
Right.
Pete, you doggone fool.
You said to shoot.
But you fired too soon. You missed. You gave him a warning.
But I thought...
You thought. Look at him. They ducked back of those rocks. Now we lost our best chance at him.
They can't stay back at those rocks forever.
So that's it. That's the story, huh? I should trust the Lone Ranger.
Steve, listen to me.
I did listen to you. I listened to you and walked right into a trap. You got men and wait for me. That's what you got. They're waiting a chance to kill me to get the reward.
I tell you, I didn't know those men were there.
You lied.
Steve.
Listen to me. If you're lying, I'll kill you with your own gun. Now go on out there. Show yourself.
Show myself?
You heard me. Step out behind this rock. If they shoot at you, I'll know you're on the square with me. If they don't shoot at you, by thunder, I will.
Now, wait. Me go.
No, Tonto.
I don't care which, but one of you's going out there pronto. I'll find out if you lead me into a trap. I thought this was too good to be true. That was a slick story. For a time, I believed you.
I'll prove we told the truth, Steve.
You wait.
Tonto.
Me got rope. Me rope you.
Kimosabe, this isn't your job. I'm the one to go.
No. Me not let you go. Tonto go. Me get killed, it not matter. You die. Not plenty bad. And there. Rope hold you for a minute.
Now, Tonto, go out and shelter a rock.
Be quick about it, Dad. Ready, get going. If you don't get shot by those skunks yonder, you'll get shot by me.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After convincing Steve Hawkins that he should return to town and face a murder charge of which he is innocent, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Steve were ambushed on the trail. Taking cover behind a sheltering rock, Hawkins threatened the masked man and the Indian with death unless they faced the rifle fire of the outlaws to prove that the ambush was not a trick. Tonto quickly roped and tied the Lone Ranger and prepared to face death alone.
Tonto, 1 minute.
What you want?
Come here just a minute before you step out.
What matter? Me make ropes too tight?
No, Tonto. Not tight enough. Sorry, Tonto. But if anyone's going to be shot, I'm going to be the one.
Make up your mind. I'm getting ready to do some shooting my own self.
You'll not have long to wait to learn the truth.
Show yourself.
Right.
Drop to the ground. Oh, great day, you did tell me the truth. They get you, son? They get you?
No, Steve.
Great gopher, she was on the level all the time.
I hope you're satisfied. Here, let me look at Tonto.
You sure cracked him a stiff one on the chin.
Let me have that canteen.
Here.
I'm sorry, Tonto, but it had to be done.
Is he hurt bad?
I'm just knocked out. Steady, Tonto. You're all right.
Me rope you. Me go out.
Forget it. It's all over. Steve's convinced we're his friends.
Me go out. What happened? You hit Tonto?
Yes, Tonto.
Me savvy.
Take a drink from this canteen.
What'll we do now? Those critters had the trail cut off.
As soon as it gets dark, we'll circle them and get back to town.
Can we do it?
Yes, Steve.
Who fire shot?
Are you all right now, Tonto?
Oh, me all right. You hit plenty hard, but Tonto got plenty hard chin, too.
Yes, Kiwasabi. Well, I got a quick look at the man who fired. It was Jake, one of the men who jumped on me at the sheriff's office.
Jake, one of the witnesses against me.
Steve, there were 3 witnesses.
That's right, Jake and Pete and the Weasel.
Who?
And the Weasel, that's what they called Mort. Rat-faced yellow polecat if there ever was one.
Where is he?
Well, he skipped town right after the trial.
Tonto, I wonder if this fellow called the Weasel found out what we were planning and got word to Jake and Pete.
Now, how him find out?
I don't know. But those 2 surely knew why I was calling on the sheriff.
It seems so, but see here.
Well?
The evidence I had was that jewelry. The jewelry you had. Now it's gone. I got no evidence left.
I'm convinced those 2 are the murderers, Steve. And there's some way to prove it.
I'd like to get my hands on the skinny neck of that rat-toothed weasel.
What's that?
I said I'd like to get my hands on
Did
that...
you say rat-toothed?
Well, Mort's front teeth point out and come together like a rat's.
Steve, tell me more about him.
Huh?
Tell me all about Mort. Everything you know. How big is he? How does he talk? What color's his hair? Tell me everything. I think he's working in the state office. If he is, he would know about the pardon. He would have sent word to Jake and Pete. The Weasel is there. I'm going after him.
Darkness enveloped the Badlands, and in its shelter the masked man prepared the mighty Silver for a long trip.
Steady, Silver. Easy, boy. We're traveling. Tonto, it's up to you to get Steve into town.
Me do it.
Now wait here until total darkness, and you'll be able to circle those 2.
Why not shoot it out with the ornery buzzard?
They've got to stand trial for murder.
What me do in town?
Steady, Silver. Keep Steve out of sight.
Out of sight? I thought I was to be a free man.
You are a free man, but if you don't keep out of sight, you'll be a dead one. Jake and Pete will be gunning for you.
Can't I even see my daughter, Betty?
Easy, Silver. A couple of days won't make any difference. You'll have to stay hidden until we're ready for you. I'll check with you, Tonto. Easy, big fella. Come on, Silver.
There he goes! Shooting at him.
A few days later,
I haven't found any sign of your father yet.
Tell me the truth, Sheriff. What's happened to him?
I don't know. That's the truth.
Those 2 men are back in town.
Jake and Pete? Yes, I know they are.
Paul was the only one who had evidence against them.
Yep.
Then they've killed him, haven't they?
Well, Miss Betty,
Please tell me the truth. I can stand anything better than this uncertainty.
Betty, I don't think they got him.
Why do you say that?
Your pa was with the Lone Ranger.
Do you know that for a fact?
The Lone Ranger said he'd bring him to town. My bets are that he will.
Then why hasn't he done so? Where is he?
I've told you all I know, honey. Now, you'll just have to be patient.
Hoofs clattered as a horse was brought to a halt outside the house. The sheriff leaped toward the door.
Steady there, Silver.
Silver.
Sheriff, is that the...
Eddie, the Lone Ranger.
They told me you were here, Sheriff. I brought something to show you. Down you go.
Who you got there?
Man who used to live in town. Go on, Weasel.
Weasel?
I want you to take a look at him, Sheriff. Identify him.
Now, see here, you got nothing against me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Sheriff, you gotta make this masked man let me go.
Well, it's been a long time since I had to look at you.
Why did you bring that man here?
I wanted to be sure he was one of the witnesses against Steve Hawkins.
Where's my father?
He's safe.
Where is he? Please tell me.
He's hidden so Jake and Pete can't kill him.
Why did you bring that here? I thought the town was rid of it.
Now, see here.
Sheriff. Jake and Pete knew about my coming here with a pardon.
Yes?
The only way they could have learned about it was from someone in the office of the state, where the pardon was issued. This man was working there.
Well, I'll be... So that's where you've been.
One of the 3 witnesses against Steve Hawkins. Are you, Mort? Let's have the truth.
I don't know nothing.
Isn't it true that you lied in court?
No.
Didn't you know that Jake and Pete were the killers? Didn't they make you help build a case against Steve Hawkins?
No, honest. Oh, please let me go.
Didn't they threaten to kill you, too, if you didn't help convict Steve? Didn't they make you leave town?
I don't know what you're talking about. Sheriff, make him let me go.
Jake and Pete aren't the killers. Why did they try to murder Steve before he came to town with evidence against them?
I don't know, I tell you.
You weren't working with them? Why did you tell them about me?
Sheriff, he dragged me here bodily. He abducted me.
All right. You won't squeal. I'll have to let you go.
Is that all you're going to say?
Yes, for the present. Go on, Weasel. You'll have to spend the night in town. No way to get a horse till morning.
You heard him. There, Moose, before I forget I'm a lawman and step on you.
We gotta work fast. Come with me.
But, Jake, I just ordered another drink.
Never mind that. The cafe will always be here. Weasel's in town.
What?
Yeah, I just learned of it. He's got a room in the hotel.
That yellow rat face will squeal as sure as thunder.
Sure he will. We gotta fix him. Make sure he don't.
Get him out of town.
Out of town, then do what we should have done in the first place. Fix him permanent. Let's go get him.
Who's there? Open up, Mort. Jake, Pete.
Shut up.
Keep your trap closed and go down the back stairs.
Boys, I didn't know you were that.
Save your prayers.
Come in.
You come out. We got something to talk over with you. Why are you here in town?
Well, that is the Lone Ranger. He brought me.
Oh, squealing.
Oh, no, honest, Jake, I didn't say a word.
Come on, we're going to take a walk in the moonlight.
Oh, but...
Step along or I'll unhinge your arm. Down these back stairs and right outside.
Listen, let me talk. I swear I didn't say anything.
That don't prove you won't.
We can't take chances, Weasel. Open your face to yell, and I'll shove this knife right through your back.
Boys, I'm leaving town right away. They tried to question me. I didn't say a word.
Straight ahead now, right out that door.
Oh, please, boys, listen.
Shut up. Now go on.
Keep right on.
What's that?
You heard him.
Steve Hawkins.
Save the talk. Take their guns, Toto.
Me get him.
Now, see here, Steve. Listen, it's great that you're free.
Shut up.
I ain't done nothing.
Nothing but send me to jail. Get going. The sheriff's in his office and he's waiting.
Well, all 3 of the witnesses together again, eh?
Now, see here, Sheriff. That masked man's got a lot to account for. He brought me here at the point of a gun.
And me.
And he brought me all the way from
Jake, you and Pete get back to that cell.
I'll be hanged if
You
I...
move.
Oh!
Hey, cut it out.
I'm a-going. Now stop shoving me. What's the idea?
There. Now then, Steve, your masked friend had better deliver. I've jailed those 2. Where's the proof of getting them?
Well, Sheriff, well,
The evidence was stolen from me, Sheriff.
What? The evidence stolen?
No, it's a lie.
He never had evidence.
I had jewelry that those 2 traded to Indians. That jewelry came from the robbery. The evidence was sufficient to get the governor's pardon so Steve could return to town.
Maybe so, but without the evidence, how can I bring those 2 to trial?
Well, if this man will confess his part, you'll have the evidence.
I didn't do anything. Sheriff, you questioned me before.
Weasel, you didn't have a part in the murder, but you knew that Jake and Pete were the killers, didn't you? If you'll admit you lied at the trial and testify against those 2, you might escape punishment.
I got nothing to say.
There you see. You got nothing at all against us.
Well, you did, Red.
Well, Steve, Too bad, but it looks like we can't keep him in jail.
No, you can't. You'll have to let them go, Sheriff. They're too smart for us. And they probably won't leave evidence when they get Weasel either.
What? Of course he won't. They'll probably frame poor Steve for that murder, too. Of course, there ain't no one will be sorry to see a polecat like the Weasel wiped out.
Oh, stop talking like that.
Well, unlock the door.
Be quick about
No, hold on. Don't let him out yet. Wait a few minutes.
We can't keep him in jail.
Don't worry, Weasel. We won't hurt you.
You can think it over, Weasel. Maybe when you're away from here, you can testify and collect the reward. Send your statement to the sheriff by mail when you get where Jake and Pete can't reach you.
I won't squeal. Jake, Pete, listen to
Well,
me.
here's my keys. I'll unlock the cell door.
You have their guns, Tonto. Return them when the sheriff unlocks the door.
Me do it.
I'll let you out pronto, Jake.
No, wait, Sheriff, wait. Don't let him out. They'll murder me.
That'd be too bad.
They can't be kept in jail without cause.
Death ain't bad, Weasel. I tried 4 years of living as a hunted animal. Death would have been lots better.
Maybe you can outwit them, Weasel. You're a smart man.
We'll give you a send-off when you're planted in Boot Hill.
Wait, hold on, Sheriff. You gotta keep him the out-talk.
You dirty rat.
If they done it, they killed him. They made me promise not to squeal. Don't let him out. Keep him jailed.
We'll get you for that.
You've got to have proof, Weasel.
They've still got some of the jewelry. I'll tell you where it is. I'll tell you everything. I lied in court. Stephen never had a hand in the murder. Don't let him out. Keep him in jail till they hang. Oh, don't let him out. They'll kill me.
There's plenty evidence against the killers now.
Yes, Tonto, plenty. Look over there. Steve's at the door of his home. Betty's opening the door.
Me see.
Dad. Oh, Dad, you've come home.
Steve has waited a long time to hear that, Tonto.
That good. We ride now, Kimasabi?
Yes, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up!
Oh, Silver! Away!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Here it is, men, the mail call, bringing you a letter from home. This is for you, a personal letter from Bing Crosby, Fred Astaire, Betty Rhodes, Fibber, McGee and Molly, and Meredith Wilson, addressed to every soldier, sailor, Marine, and Coast Guardsman of the United Nations. It's postmarked Hollywood, and it's addressed to you.
This is Bing Crosby with greetings, men, and taking great pride in knocking out a letter to all you fighting men of the United Nations, and with some crisp characters here in the collaboration department. For here to fill in a personal paragraph or two along the way are that lovely young lady of songs, Betty Rhodes, and the maker of fancy foot music par excellence, Fred Astaire, and that dearly beloved couple who purvey the wiles and witticisms of wedlock, Fibber McGee and Molly. Then, of course, there's 50,000 kibitzers in khaki out in front here, ready to embellish this letter with cheers, whistles, catcalls, applause, and sundry sound effects. Paragraph number 1 is a musical tribute to the guys who answer the call of boots and spurs. It's a new song composed by our regular mail call musical collaborator, Meredith Wilson. He's called it Hit the Leather.
We're gonna hit the leather and ride, take it all in our stride, hit the leather and ride all the way, and leave the poor benighted infantry behind us. They'll have to eat the cavalry dust to find us. Let every son of a galloping Yank jump in a saddle or tank, hit the leather and ride all the way. Well, some are mechanized who recognize the outfit. We're riding hell-bent for leather today.
Comes now a paragraph in this letter to you men, bringing you the combined handiwork of a certain domestic duo, most distinguished citizens of that metropolis of monkeyshine, Wistful Vista. Fibber McGee and Molly. Seems like every year about this time, the halfback comes out in Fibber, as witnessed the present scene in their living room, where various books, sofa cushions, and overshoes mark the development of a startling, so he thinks, new football player.
Now, let me see. If this sofa cushion is X, he fades back on the reverse, drawing O out of position. Then Z takes out A, leaving an opening between B. Oh, no, I forgot. B broke his leg in the second quarter. J went in. That changes the whole situation. J can't block worth a dime.
McGee, what goes on here? What's that junk scattered all over the house for?
What do you mean, junk? Those are football players. The cushions are Peoria High, and the books are Joliet, and the overshoes are officials. I'm using your mules as linesmen.
I see.
Okay. Scoff if you want to. Deride. You know darn well you're talking to one of the greatest football players that ever chewed a cleat for good old Peoria.
I know. I've often heard that you were one of the finest players in the Middle West.
You have? Where'd you hear that?
From you.
Oh. The kidding is on the level, too. I was the best defensive player Peoria ever developed.
You know, they used to say you were great other ways, too.
Yeah?
Yes. I used to hear people say you were one of the most offensive football players in the game.
Really? You ain't just saying that because you admire me.
Not at all. Anybody who spent as much time as you did cavorting around on the gridiron.
Now, it's about
Now,
time
listen,
he
if
got
that's the head coach from Notre Dame with a contract for you, what'll I tell him?
Don't commit me to anything till I read it. I know those guys with the bottom paragraphs in fine print.
Maybe you better let them in.
Yeah.
With this junk all over the floor, I'm ashamed to answer the door. I'll be upstairs, dear, if they want me for anything.
Come in. Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I couldn't possibly accept anything less than 25.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, little girl. State your business briefly. This is my busy day.
Oh, what you doing, mister? Are you moving?
What do you mean? Oh, you're referring to this stuff on the floor here. No, I was working out some football tic-tacs, sis. I says I'm working out some football tic-tacs.
I bet you mean tactics, I bet you.
I know what I mean. I mean tic-tacs. Those are reverse tactics. I worked out one tic-tac where they tickle the tackle.
Hey, mister. Can I have some wire, please? And can I, please, mister? Can I?
You thirsty?
No.
Huh? Well, what do you want the water for? Not that your chubby little cheeks couldn't stand a slight slug of soap suds.
I want it for my gun.
Gun? What kind of a gun?
You know, Squirt.
Now, none of your impudence, sis. One more crack like that.
No. It's a squirt gun, mister.
Oh, I see.
Look here, you see it?
Oh, yeah.
See?
Yeah. What good is a squirt gun? You gonna get the drop on some drip?
No, I use it for getting even, I bet you.
Even with what?
Grapefruit.
Oh.
Grapefruit. Every time it squirts me, I squirt it right back.
Yeah. Well, I'll make a note of that, sis, and add it to my collection of uninteresting facts. Now run along, will you? I'm busy.
Okay, mister. I bet you the shoemaker will give me some water anyway, I bet you.
Oh, you going to the shoemaker's?
Sure. Mama asked me to stop and pick up her Nazi slippers.
Nazi slippers. What are they?
Wedgies.
But why Nazi slippers?
No soles, all heels. So
Is she gone? Nazi slippers. One of these days I'm going to take a fly swatter and roll a Gene Krupa obligata right across her little rompers.
Did I hear you talking to somebody, McGee?
Yeah, a little girl from across the street.
Oh, I suppose you were bragging to her about your football prowess, too.
I was never no such a thing. What does she know about football? Closest she ever comes to active sports is trying to find a fourth for London Bridge. And anyway, if anybody's got a right to brag, I have.
About what, if I may be so bold?
About my football prowess. Remember the time they sent me in the last 5 minutes against the Blue Island Reform School 11?
Well, I don't exactly...
Boy, did I give 'em action. Zip, zip, zip. Up the field, down the field, across the field, tackling like a tornado, blocking like a tank, running like a six-legged tower. Boop, 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 boop.
No wonder you were so cold and thirsty.
Tearing across the line like... What do you mean, cold and thirsty?
Well, I just found a picture of you with the Peoria team.
Oh, you did?
Yes. And you were the only one with a big bucket of water and 10 blankets.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Back in 1918, where we were once before busy defending the rights of free men, a little soldier wrote a big song. You may have heard it once or twice. Oh, how I hate to get up in the morning. Well, since that time, this quiet, mild-mannered man has written Blue Skies, Always, How Deep is the Ocean, and 100 more hit songs. He writes solo, and he writes from the heart, does Irving Berlin. Latest evidence of the Berlin brand of song magic lies in the score for a Paramount opus called Holiday Inn. And along about this point in this meandering missive, with the able assistance of my good friends Betty Rhodes and Fred Astaire, we'll make with the somewhat abbreviated version of said Holiday Inn. Now, in this here picture, I'm a guy called Jim Hardy. It's a character role. I sing. I'll capture her heart singing la da da dee da 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 do dee boom 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 and a lot of stuff like that. I'm a nice guy in the picture, but wait till you meet Fred Astaire. He plays Ted Hanover, a first-class heel, in a nice kind of way. And here's a new angle. He dances, which means that the heel is on his toes. I'll capture her heart dancing. Pretty near breaks a leg, this boy. All through... Leave you alone, you'd break both ankles. All through reel one, I think I'm in love with a dish named Dorothy. That's Ted's dancing partner. And the three of us do an act together in the New York nightclub. And just when I'm coming on like gangbusters heading for the altar, Hanover wolfs the gal away from me. And, brother, I'm plenty burned. So don't anybody go away now, because I'll step up there on the screen with Fred and burn.
So you're burned up because I stole your girl. Oh, now, Jim, let me explain.
Now, look here, Twinkle Toes. This ain't the first time you grabbed my girl.
Oh, but Dorothy and I belong together. Well, she loves me. We're going to dedicate our lives to making people happy with our feet.
I see. Well, that kick in the pants you gave me sure is a swell start.
Sorry, Jimmy boy. Awfully sorry.
Go ahead. You and Dorothy can go dance your toenails to the bone. I'm about to rejoin the human race.
You're going to quit the act?
Why not? I'm through with women, or vice versa. And what's more, I'm certainly through with you.
Oh, now, don't be like that, Jim. How are you going to live?
Well, I tell you, I got my eye on a farmhouse up in Connecticut. And I'm going to make it into a nightclub.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. Here's the switch, though. It's just going to be open 15 days a year. Holidays only. The rest of the year, I loaf. Is that delicious?
You would think of a thing like that, but it'll never work. You're crazy.
Okay, I'm crazy. But I bet you 2 bits you beat me to the asylum.
What you doing?
Oh, I'm just putting out my shingle. Can you read it from there?
Sure, Holiday Inn. Can you tell me where I can find the manager, Jim Hardy?
Well, let me see. Last time I see him, he was out in the snow up on a stepladder, nailing up a sign.
Are you Jim Hardy?
I'm the old man himself. Wait till I get down off this thing. How are you?
Hello. I'm Linda Mason. I came up here to ask you, if maybe you could use me here at Holiday Inn.
What do you do?
Oh, I sing a little and dance.
Yeah? Well, let's give a listen. Come on in.
Oh, what a darling place.
You like it?
Love it.
Here, have a seat on the piano bench here. Now, what do you sing? Bounce or Tempo di Ballade or what?
Oh, a little of each.
Well, let's see what you can do to this.
Oh, but I don't know it.
Oh, neither does anybody else. I just wrote it. Wrote it specially for Christmas at Holiday Inn. And this is a chance to keep a promise that I made to myself. I said I was going to sing this song at the inn tonight.
Maybe we can sing it for customers next Christmas.
Could be. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. Okay, now you take over. Let's hear it.
But I don't know the words.
I'll prompt you. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas,
Just like the ones I used to know.
just like the ones I used to know,
Where the treetops glisten
where the treetops glisten
and children listen.
and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Say, lady, you're packing a pair of pipes there, aren't you?
Did you really like it?
Like it. You're in. Holiday Inn's going to open New Year's Eve, and when we introduce the star of the show, you are it. Well, New Year's Eve, the old farmhouse is packed to the rafters, and Linda really steals the show. But along about 5 minutes to 1942, in comes trouble. Old Ted Hanover pulls into the inn. Before I can stop him, friend Fleet Feet is dancing with Linda. He's given her that come hither look, and I must say she's hithering. What can I do but just stand there with my jaw at half-mast?
I could dance nightly just holding you tightly, my sweet. I could keep right on because you're so light on my feet. You're easy to dance with. There is no doubt in the way we stand out in the crowd. Though it's called dancing to us, it's romancing out loud. You're easy to dance with. Loving you the way I do makes you easy to dance with. That is why I'm always right on the beat. All those charms in one man's arms makes you easy to dance with. I can hardly keep my mind on my feet. Let's dance forever, come on, say we'll never be through. It's so easy to dance with you.
Hey, Jim. Jim, that girl's got to be my new dancing partner.
Oh, now wait a minute. What happened to Dorothy?
Dorothy?
Yeah.
Well, she ran off with some $1.50 a year man. But who cares? This girl is twice as good. She's terrific. Why, she's my new partner.
Now look, Butch, whip off the blitz there with you. Lyndon's staying right here at Holiday Inn.
Aha. Then so am I. I couldn't miss that. Linda and I are going to dedicate our lives to making people happy with our feet.
Uh-oh. Here we go again. Of course, having Ted Hanover move into Holiday Inn makes everything just dandy. There I am again. There I am in the lonesome corner of the Eternal Triangle. This is one time I'm not giving up without a fight. This boy Hanover may be turning on the heat with his feet, but I'm figuring to tie up plenty of temperature with my tonsils. Comes Lincoln's birthday, I whip out a special number for Linda and me that I figure ought to leave Hanover just standing around there with his arches sagging. On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born, Abraham.
When he grew up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham, oh Abraham. When someone told him General Grant was drinking every night,
he answered, go see if you can get all my generals tired.
That's why we celebrate
this
blessed February day. Abraham,
Well, with only one day between Lincoln's birthday and Valentine's Day, I figure that's really the time to pull out the stops and pour on the romance. Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart. It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you that you never returned. Remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break, but please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart. Well, I'm sort of hoping that number ought to set me somewhere near third base with the hit and run play on. But with old Bad News Hanover still on the job, I'm just a blowed-up tomato. By the time Easter rolls around, I'm caught with my offensive down. So I figure it's time to dust off an oldie and really give it the full pitch. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it. You'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade. I'll be all in clover, and when they look you over, I'll be the proudest fella in the Easter parade. Happy Easter, Linda.
Same to you, Jim.
You know, there's something that I've been wanting to ask you, Linda.
Yes?
Been sort of waiting, though, until the ledger had a transfusion of black ink, and now I kind of thought that perhaps it was a good time to bust the question.
Hey, kids.
Get away from me now. Here. Go away. You bother me.
Listen, I've got good news. We're going to Hollywood.
Hollywood?
Yeah. They want all of us, and the music, and the whole idea of Holiday Inn. I've got the contract right here. All we got to do is sign it. See, anybody got some ink?
Not me. I had the same offer 3 weeks ago, and I turned it down fast.
Without even asking us?
Well, the inn is making a little money. We're having some fun. Didn't think you'd be interested.
Oh, so you decided we shouldn't have the chance. Not even the chance to refuse.
Oh, now, Jim, what makes you think we'd want to stay up here in the backwoods when we've got a chance to really get someplace to the top?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it was just too good to last. Had a simple little layout here where we could do our best, doing the work we know without having any illusions of glory. Okay, take the idea, take the music, take Linda, take the whole darn thing.
Aren't you coming to Hollywood with us?
You couldn't drag me out to that town with a string of racehorses. No, sir. I'm staying right here at Holiday Inn, boy. You go ahead, you two. Have fun. I'll be seeing yous at the Bijou. Well, so Linda goes on out to Hollywood, and Holiday Inn begins to fold up like a wet awning. Months go by, and I haven't heard from Ted and Linda, and all I know is what I read in Variety. Of course, I can't tell whether Linda is happy or not, but there's one thing certain. I am not a very happy Joe. Come December, I decide there's only one thing to do, hop a train for the coast. Well, I get into Los Angeles on Christmas Eve. I go right to the movie studio where they're shooting Ted and Linda's picture, and
Well, Jim Hardy. Say, what the deuce are you doing out here,
Merry
Jim?
Christmas, Ted. Merry Christmas. Is Linda around?
Well, I don't think she can see you now, kid. She's on the stage shooting.
Well, maybe I could, sort of sneak in and watch, huh?
Oh, no. No, you wouldn't like it. It's dull technical stuff now.
Oh, well, I'm a very technical guy. In here?
That's right.
Okay, get some stuff on those floods. Places, everybody.
Say, look at there. Isn't it wonderful? That set looks exactly like the inn, doesn't it? If I wasn't 3,000 miles away, I'd think I was home.
It's a pretty good reproduction, all right.
Quiet, everybody. There's a take.
Listen, we'll have to be quiet, Jim. This is Linda's big number.
Yeah. Boy, she sure looks beautiful, doesn't she, huh?
Okay, roll 'em.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with every Christmas card.
Hey, Jim, don't go out there. You'll get in the picture.
May your day
Hey, Jim.
be merry.
Be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Jim,
Linda,
what are you doing here?
I'm looking for a job.
What do you do?
Oh, I sing a little. I'd make some girl an awfully good husband.
Mister, you're hired.
I think I'll take it. Just one condition.
What's that?
This job is for 365 days a year. No holidays. Well, that's it, men. That's Holiday Inn. I got to get back to the stable and feed the horses. Last Tuesday, Bob Hope delivered the corn. It's been a real pleasure for all of us to send this note your way, and if by some chance your name wasn't announced at the last mail call in your particular outfit, then we hope that this letter of ours will sort of stand you in good stead until your next envelope from home arrives. So long for now. Sincerely yours, Bing Crosby. Oh, the kibitzers hanging over my shoulder want to add a couple of postscripts and postscripts, and here they are. Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Every time I start to warble, someone always rings my doorbell with a firm demand that I shut up or move. So I'll get right in my stride now, and I'll let you boys decide now if McGee is solid when he's in a groove. My wild Irish rose.
Hey, McGee, you're not in the groove. You're in a rut.
Oh.
Here's a cheer from Wistful Vista, and from every Miss and Mister, and from every city, county, state, and town. They are all red, white, and blue guys, and there's nothing they won't do, guys, till we haul those ugly Axis colors down.
I will say one thing for certain, just before we pull the curtain. It's the sentiment of everyone, I think. We're a solid sending nation, and we won't take our vacation till those Axis bums are safely in the clink.
All the way, and leave the poor benighted infantry behind us. They'll have to eat cavalry dust to find us. Let every son of a galloping Yank jump in his saddle or tank, hit the leather and ride all the way. Though some are mechanized to recognize the outfit, we're riding hell-bent for leather today.
This is Ken Carpenter saying so long for Bing Crosby, Fred Astaire, Betty Rhodes, Fibber, McGee and Molly, and Meredith Wilson. Another letter from home will be coming your way next time you hear the Mail Call. Mail Call is produced in cooperation with the leading motion picture studios and the Hollywood Victory Committee, especially for the men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations, by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
From Hollywood, California, we bring you a new prize Dr. Christian play starring Gene Herschel and presented for your pleasure by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. These days, there are only two things to do with anything made of metal. First, if it's something that has outlived its usefulness, it should be turned in to your local salvage committee for scrap metal to help the war effort. But if it's something worth saving, it's worth giving the best possible care and protection. Take your household appliances, for instance. You just got to make them last. In your household conservation program, Vaseline Jelly can be a real help to you. This medical preparation that you've used so often for minor burns and other everyday emergencies is doing double duty today by protecting many things in the home. Because Vaseline Jelly is air-resistant and water-resistant, it can help prevent rust from forming on anything made of metal. Put a thin coating of Vaseline jelly on the metal parts of household appliances, like the washing machine and the electric iron, to keep them from getting rusty. Do the same to bicycle spokes, golf clubs, and guns. And here's the greatest idea yet for making razor blades last longer. Put a thin coating of Vaseline jelly on the blade after drying it, and you'll get a lot more shaves from every blade. Luggage and other leather goods can be made to last a lifetime if you give them a light application of Vaseline jelly every so often. It keeps the leather from getting dried out and cracked. Remember, Vaseline jelly is very inexpensive, only 10 cents a generous jar. Yet it can help conserve many things that are irreplaceable today. Tonight's prize play, The Storm, was written by Robert Bruce Fuller of Watervliet, Michigan. The young author graduated from the University of Illinois last June, majoring in journalism. While in college, he was a member of several collegiate editorial boards and has appeared both as actor and writer on the college radio station. His next assignment is for Uncle Sam, as he is now awaiting call as an aviation cadet. In addition to Dr. Christian, played by our star, Jean Hersholt, and the doctor's secretary, Judy Price, played by charming red-headed Lurene Tuttle, The Storm has only 3 characters. Dan Foster is young, rough, and tough. The role is played by Jerry Hausner. His sister Blanche is played by Shirley Mitchell. And Betty, played by Judy Ford, is one of the doctor's little patients whom you meet in the opening scene. And so the curtain rises.
Hi, Doc Christian. Going to be nice weather for ducks any time now. Look at that sky.
We can use some rain around here, Tom. Loosen up things. Bring up the green.
I guess so. I hope I get home before I drown. Well, we're seeing you, Doc.
Betty, I'm surprised that you're out this late. And in that thin dress.
But, Dr. Christian, it's not very late.
Oh, you'd better get home before it rains. It's cold. You wouldn't want to pay for these few minutes out here by having to stay in bed while your friends are out playing in the sunlight, would you?
Well, I guess not. But you're out in the cold in your shirt sleeves. Won't you have to stay in?
Well, probably. I haven't time to either. Oh, there's always a baby or an inflamed tonsil to be taken care of here in River's End. And the weatherman isn't the doctor's friend. Come on inside, lady, and I'll get you a warm coat.
Thank you.
Dr. Christian, come in here this second.
All right, Judy. Hey, Betty. Now I'm getting scolded.
Oh, look at you two. You look frozen. Come on inside.
Doctor, maybe Betty, being just a little girl, doesn't know any better, but you're old enough.
I'm probably disciplined, Judy.
Me too. Oh, I doubt if either of you is.
Judy, will you get that green coat for this frozen little turnip? It's in the closet behind you.
Yes, I know where it is, Doctor. Remember, I'm the one that keeps this office from going to rack and ruin. Well, I'll get it. Back in a second.
Oh, what a miserable day. Like pending doom.
What did you say?
Just thinking what a gloomy day it is.
You don't seem to be happy like usual, Dr. Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say, Betty, how's your mother and father these days? And little Johnny?
Oh, we're all right always. Uncle Joe's having trouble with his eyes again, though.
I thought he was going to see that oculist I told him about.
I suppose he can't leave his job long enough to get to the city. That old man Carter is a very mean boss.
I must see, Carter.
Here it is. And here are some cookies. Raisin ones Mrs. Shaw brought over this afternoon. They're to pay for her headache treatment, Doctor.
Gee, thanks for the cookies. Well, I'd better go now.
Oh, Betty. You haven't taken the coat.
Oh, no, thanks, Dr. Christian.
And put it on.
Oh, sure, bye.
And look at yourself, Doctor. You look dead.
Yeah, I know. But it was a rush call, and I thought I'd go back before dark. Oh, Judy, it was terrible. Terrible.
Oh, Mrs. Lasner?
Yes, I worked 4 hours, but I couldn't save her.
You're not blaming yourself.
No, I did what I could. She was too weak to be moved to the hospital. Oh, I tell you, these makeshift country operations are no good. The filth, that hopeless filth. I just couldn't save her.
No doctor can continuously succeed when he has to improvise hospital conditions on the spot.
We have to expect such conditions once in a while, but that is a steady diet. People need regular care.
Well, why can't we add to our clinic and have Visiting experts who could make weekly calls on country people. Give them specialized treatment which they can't get because of the distance to the cities.
Well, that's what we need, all right. Take Mrs. Lasno, Betty's Uncle Joe. He hasn't the money or the time to see a specialist or even to get to a city-free clinic.
What's the matter with the health board?
Money, Judy. Money.
Would it take so much? There are wealthy people in River's End.
Yes, but wealthy folks are feeling the pinch, too. Time was when our deficit would always be made up by Mr. Adams, the banker, and Mrs. Lorimer. Now they haven't got it to give.
But we need more than we ever did.
I know it. Oh, Judy, do you ever feel that you're going to burst open? That all the troubles of the world are pushing against your insides?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes. On my blue days.
Well, that's what's happening to me. This is a blue day. I keep thinking of all those poor people that need my help so badly and the pitifully little that I can do for them.
I suppose all doctors feel this way occasionally. After all, their whole life is based on human suffering.
Sometimes the whole picture of the tragedy wells up before us and almost stifles us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I feel so inadequate. I'm giving so little to the world.
But you've given a great deal more than your share.
But if I could have some money...
Well, don't worry too much. What you need are your slippers, a fire, and some warm milk.
And some of the raisin cookies?
And some of the raisin cookies. I'll light the fire in your office fireplace.
Judy, you're godsend. I'll probably feel better when I can't see this dreary sky.
Here we are. Now take off your shoes and your coat. I'll get your slippers and your smoking jacket.
You're spoiling me. I'll begin to feel like a Park Avenue specialist. Now, I'll light the fire, Judy. That's better.
Here's the jacket.
Thank you, Judy.
Now I'll get your slippers.
They're in that cupboard.
Yes, I know, Doctor. I know. Here you are. Now, sit back and forget your patient's fevers and the weight of the world. I'll get you the hot milk.
Don't forget the cookies.
No, I won't. Please, Dr. Christian, really rest. Don't think about things for just a little while. You're tired. Please. Me?
All right. I promise, Judy.
No gloomy thoughts?
Not one.
Good. I'll bring your hot milk. And I've got an errand next door.
Oh, I wish all my patients could be sitting like this. My blue day. So many of them lately. Why can't I do something? It's not right. It takes money. So much money. What's that? Someone at the French window? Who's there? Come in.
Dr. Christian?
Yes, I'm the doctor.
I'm really sorry busting in here by the back way. It was closer to the car, and the weather's going to break loose. I'm Dan Foster. Here's my sister Blanche.
How do you do?
Hello.
Come in near the fire. You both look cold.
Oh, thanks. Sit back, Doc. I want to tell you why we came. It's about my sister here. It'll take some time.
Well, I have plenty.
You know, Doc Christian, you're a very famous man.
I am?
Sure. We hear about you even in the city, about your good deeds and all that. We're impressed.
You can do almost anything, I guess.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm very flattered at this endorsement from two people who don't even know me, but...
Yeah, everybody back in the city thinks you're a wonderful sawbones. You're studied all over the world. You know all about us humans, huh, Doc?
Well, physically, I can diagnose most people. Mentally, I'm not so good. Where did you hear about me?
Oh, from some of the doctors at Stuyvesant Hospital. At least some of the ex-doctors.
Really? Who?
Oh, old Doc Murphy and Stan Lawson.
I remember Dr. Murphy well. He was a great doctor.
Yeah, we know, Doc, about him. He drank himself out of the hospital. He's doing private practice for himself now.
I see. Lawson. Didn't he serve a jail sentence for something?
Yeah, he got kicked out of the profession for a while, but he's working again. Sort of an assistant to Murphy. Confidentially, they make a sorry pair of docs. But they speak real highly of you.
That's gratifying. Just, what can I do for you? You both seem in good health.
Oh, we are, Doc. It's something a little different.
Different? How do you mean?
Well, it's sort of a proposition, Doc. Now, as a doctor, you must know how to gamble.
We all have to take a certain gamble when we handle human life.
Yeah, and you should be interested in my proposition. I think it's a good bet.
Just what is it?
Well, do you notice anything about this girl?
How do you mean?
Or anything familiar? Something about her face?
No.
Surely you've seen this face lately.
I'm sure. No, I think I... No, it isn't the same.
In a newspaper, Doc?
Newspaper, yes. Just a minute. I think I've seen such a person in one of my city papers. I guess I have it someplace. Yes. Yes, here it is. I knew it was. Laura Cartier, prominent debutante of last year's San Francisco season, who has been missing from her home since Friday. Oh, of course, I remember. You're Laura Cartier.
Well, sure, Doc, that's it.
But the whole country's been looking for you. What happened? Where have you been? Why are you here?
Oh, Doc. You see, Blanche, Laura and me, we decided to run away and get hitched. Her uncle didn't approve of me.
Oh, he was furious, of course.
Yeah.
But everyone believes you've been kidnapped. Haven't you seen the papers?
Oh, sure. I feel awful about it.
Oh, yeah, it's a shame, but you know true love, Doc. You see, we want a few more days together before we tell anyone, just in case they won't let us stay together. They got power, those big people. They could keep me and Laura away from each other.
Do you want to let your uncle worry, Laura? You know how he's feeling.
Oh, sure, I know, but I love Dan so much.
It's your choice. Now, just what is it I can do for you?
Well, it's Blanche's or Laura's nose. I don't know why I keep using that fake name now that you know everything, Doc.
A nose?
Yeah, it's nothing really wrong, except, well, she just don't like that bump in it. And, we decided that as long as we had some time to kill, she might as well get it straightened out. She's sort of proud, aren't you, Laura?
Yeah. I never was satisfied with it. The rest of my speeches are all right, but my nose doesn't look so well.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this now?
I told you why.
But it isn't a simple operation.
Yeah, but you can do it. I know that.
Yes, I could do it. If I was sure.
Sure of what?
That what I was about to do was honest.
Oh, now, Doc, remember the sporting proposition.
I want to know more about this.
There's a lot of money to be had, Doc.
Just who are you two?
We've told you. I'm Laura Cartier, and he's
the man you have run away with against your uncle's wishes, yes. You've both told me that. Who are you?
Now, look here, Doc. We told you once. We're not going to go through it again.
I think I can make an estimate of what you are. I don't know exactly who you are, but I do know you're both lying. And that neither of you is what you claim.
You got
Yeah, what sort of...
You are imposters. And you are not Laura Cartier.
All right. So we're faking the whole setup. So what? I told you this was a gamble.
Well, like we told you first, brother and sister. We just wanted to make it sound good.
Sure, just kidding ourselves along that we were somebody important. Well, we're not. But it's fun to think so, huh, Doc?
Just what is this? You know something about Laura Cartier?
Oh, no, Doc. Oh, now look, here's a setup with us. Me and my sister Blanche are just two nobodies rotting around the city flat. We read about this here kidnapping in the papers, and we decided to take advantage of it.
Well, there was something about an uncle's death, a will.
Yeah, that's right, and what a will. $1 million for this Laura.
Her uncle died this week since she's been gone. He's old W.V. Cartier.
Yeah, you know, the old geezer with the canning factories. The one that's been in bed for years, just waiting to kick the bucket.
I've read it all.
So he ups and dies this week, and there's no other relatives but this niece, Laura, who's been kidnapped. So the money's got to go to somebody.
And you think that by this operation you can pass this girl off as the returned Laura Cartier?
Right, Doc.
And you're sure that the real girl might not get back somehow? Well, then what?
Well, that's the gamble I'm taking, Doc, along with the fact that Blanche here may not be a good enough actress to seem like the real girl. After all, with her uncle gone, why, there's no other family to worry about recognizing her, and the servants can be replaced. I think it can be done.
Oh, I suppose it could.
All right. What's so terrible about doing a little operation that's only going to take about an hour or so?
I just can't do it.
Now, look, old man. Did you ever hear of a doctor getting $250,000 for an hour's work?
$250,000?
Not bad, huh? And that's going to be your cut on the deal. Buy a lot for that.
Yes. You know what happened to Laura Cartier?
I told you. We've never even seen her except in the papers. Just happens Blanche here looks like her, and the idea came to me to cash in. After all, as long as there's no family, why, all that dough will go to some charity or home for pampered pets or something. Why not get it for ourselves?
You sure can use it. This isn't any great shakes of a doctor's setup.
Be honest, Doc. Isn't this a pretty good deal? Couldn't you do plenty with that dough?
I guess I could. Oh, there's so many things to be done.
Sure. You could set up a big city practice. Bedside graces for the doughy dowagers. Why, you could have a staff of pretty nurses. You could have a lot of cars.
You think that's what that money means to me? Cars and city specialist offices?
I get it, Doc. I see. You want the money for something really worthwhile, huh?
That's what it should be for. Something beneficial to humanity.
Why, sure. Well, that's fine. Well, with the $250,000, why, you can do all kinds of good. Establish medical service out here for the Hicks.
For the poor who can't get away from their work to seek help from city clinics.
Swell. Yeah, that's just what you can do. Why, you'd be the savior of Rivers Bend or Rivers End or whatever this place is.
$250,000 would really help.
Yeah. $250,000, Doc. That ain't hay.
I just can't.
I've heard about these country operations. I know how little chance there is for a good operation done on a kitchen table.
Yes. And to feel the agony, the helplessness of watching the poor things die from blood poisoning when they've been cut to pieces by antiquated farm machinery. To see their wives waiting by the doors for the tragic news that their loved ones are dead. I know the suffering. I've seen it.
Sure you've seen it, Dr. Christian. And you could see it stop if you would.
Yeah, think of the help you could buy. A nice, clean hospital where farm mothers could have their babies in safety.
A lot of them do die, don't they?
Yes, a great many die that way.
And what's wrong? Listen, Doc, we're both going to get something out of this. We need each other's services.
What you ask is very little for what I receive. I understand that. But will the actual good offset the evil?
What's so evil about it?
It's the rolling snowball sort of evil. At first a little thing, later it becomes greater. Until all the good has been overbalanced by the bad.
Well, that's sort of stretching things, Doc.
It's like fascism in a way, this offer. This easy, smooth invitation. This logical, oversimple explanation. This sentimental justification.
I'm not following too close.
Oh, your natural shrewdness should tell you what I mean. I mean, this is the simplest device of the devil, this ease. The quick, not sure way.
Now listen, I'm a patient guy. I've given you some good arguments.
Very good arguments. But I can see behind them. I can do more for these people by continuing in my present small ways. I'm sorry, I must refuse.
I'm sorry too, Dr. Christian. I'd sort of hoped you'd help us. And I think we can stop being polite now. I haven't got time to bargain anymore. I want your help. I was willing to buy it. I'm also willing to force it.
No, Dan.
Just how are you going to force it?
By the only way I know.
By a gun?
Yeah, this one.
You always go back to that.
Give me credit for at least trying the other way. I don't want to waste any bullets. I'm too smooth for that sort of thing.
In fact, this whole clever plan was yours?
Every bit of it.
You know where Laura is?
I knew she was dead. I knew Blanche looked like her. I liked the idea of $1 million.
Oh, let's get out of here. I'm scared. I ain't going to let him cut me up. How do I know he wouldn't kill me?
He won't, because I'm going to be there every minute with this gun pressed nice and cozy near his head.
I still must refuse.
Now listen, I'm not fooling with you any longer. It's getting late, and I'm tired of bargaining.
It's not the bargaining that I mind. It's the thought that I might have done this thing. I would have there for a minute.
And you're still going to. Now, come on. Get things ready and stop stalling.
I'm not touching that girl.
Give you one last chance. Now get busy. This gun is no ornament.
I've decided, Dan. I'm not operating. The gun doesn't matter.
Dan, don't!
I warned you, Doc.
Dr. Christian! Why, it's pouring rain all over the room. Did you open that window? What a mess. I've never seen such a person. There. Here's your hot milk, Doctor. Dr. Christian?
Yes. Yes, Judy.
Why, you've been asleep, haven't you?
I've had a dream. A horrible. No, not a horrible dream. I've discovered things.
What sort of things?
No matter how little I can do. That if it's done to the best of my ability, I'm doing my part in the scheme of things. It's such an old home remedy sort of belief. I should have remembered it.
And I don't know what you're talking about, but I do know you're soaked from the rain. Didn't you hear that awful clap of thunder a minute ago as I came in? Why, it was as loud as a gunshot. It was loud enough to wake the dead.
That's what it did, Judy. It woke the dead.
And the curtain comes down on another Dr. Christian prize play, starring Jean Hersholt, who will be back in a moment to greet you. Men in white-collar jobs and women in the home are turning by the millions to work in war production plants. Many, for the first time, are taking on work that's really rough on the hands. And until those hands become hardened to the new job, they're apt to get sore, blistered, and cracked. When that happens, turn to gentle, soothing Vaseline jelly. Relief starts almost the instant you apply it. Vaseline jelly does 3 important things for tender, sore hands. First, it soothes irritated skin. Second, it forms a protective film that helps keep infection out when the skin is broken. Third, it helps to promote healing. Keep a jar of Vaseline jelly in your locker, ready to apply whenever your hands become red and sore. Use this fine medicinal product for chapping and other minor skin irritations of all sorts. Skin that's chafed or irritated by clothing. Get Vaseline jelly tonight. Only 10 cents. The trademark Vaseline is your guarantee of absolute purity. And now, here is Gene Hersholt, the popular Dr. Christian of this series, with news of next week's prize play.
Now, before I tell you about that, I have a word for the younger generation about how they can help in the war effort. Get your class in school to join the Junior Red Cross. Your teacher will enroll your class if you convince her that you're really interested and anxious to help in this great work. Now, about next week's prize play. It is called Fields of Corn, and it has been selected especially for use next week because next Wednesday is the 24th anniversary of the armistice of the First World War. The play was written by Clark Davis, who lives here in Hollywood, and we hope to have the author with us as our guest next week. So until next Wednesday evening at this same hour, I'll say good night.
Servicemen and civilians alike have good reason to prefer Vaseline Hair Tonic. Vaseline Hair Tonic not only grooms your hair to look its best, but keeps it well groomed for many hours longer. A few drops combed in each morning will keep your hair good looking and natural looking all day long. Get Vaseline Hair Tonic tonight. Art Gilmore speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Now let's see. Suspect, suspectant, suspend. Here we are. Suspense. The condition of mental uncertainty, usually accompanied by apprehension or anxiety. Fear of something which is about to occur as, do not keep me any longer in suspense.
For our story of suspense tonight, we invite you to enjoy The Devil in the Summer House by John Dixon Carr.
Somewhere along the Hudson, perhaps not far from Tarrytown, there is a modest house in its own grounds. Behind it, in a spacious garden, stands a summer house of evil memory. More than 25 years ago, a man shot himself, or at least died, in that summer house. They found Major Kenyon with a scorched bullet hole in his head and the weapon beside him. But we are in the present now. The latticed summer house has grown heavy with vines, and only the other evening 2 men came into that garden at twilight, over the shaggy grass, as a storm was brewing along the Hudson. 2 men, the lawyer from New York.
Who's there?
and Captain Burke of the Homicide
Easy,
Squad.
my friend, easy. I was just going to ask you the same thing.
My name is Parker. I'm an attorney. You're not Captain Burke.
Yeah, the very same and no other. I thought I recognized you, Mr. Parker. Must be something important to bring you so far from New York at this time of night.
I was in Tarrytown anyway. I thought there'd be a housekeeper here, but I don't see any lights.
You've got business here?
Yes, in a way. Have you?
I don't know. I'll tell you better after you tell me what brought you to a place that no one has lived in for 10 years.
Tell me, Captain. Did you ever get an anonymous letter from a dead man? Did you?
No, I can't say I did. The letter's anonymous. How do you know the man's dead?
Because they're all dead. Every last one of them. Dead and under the ground, where they can't be hurt any longer. Look. There's the summer house where Jerry Kenyon used to work. There are the windows of the library and the dining room. Looking for it. Confound this lightning.
Makes the windows blaze, don't it?
Jerry Kenyon hadn't a care in the world. Yet he shot himself. I'll show you the letter.
Now, look, Mr. Parker, I couldn't read anything in this light. But if we can get inside the house
Certainly we can get into the house. I was the family attorney. I've got the keys. Why should a dead person send me a letter?
No lights working, eh? But you got a flashlight, I see. Came here prepared for anything, eh?
This is the library. There were always candles on the mantel. Yes, there they are. Have you a match, Captain?
Yes, I'll light them.
That's better. Same old heavy furniture. Same old thick carpet. Same old globe map.
Now, Mr. Parker, this letter that you were talking about.
Yeah. Read it.
Hey, wait a minute. This thing is dated November 2nd, 1918.
That's right, and be careful of that paper. You see how old it is? But it was mailed yesterday.
From where?
I don't remember. I didn't keep the envelope. Read it.
Dear Joe.
In case you didn't know it, I'm Joe.
Dear Joe, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died...
But we know how he died. It was suicide.
Are you sure it was? Whoever wrote this letter doesn't seem to think so. If you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. Press hard at the back of the drawer. Yours very truly. It's not signed.
That's right.
Now, you sure you don't know who wrote that letter?
This is the first time I've been back in this room, Captain. It was almost a home to me once. There's the chair where Isabel sat on the afternoon it happened. Isabel was Jerry Kenyon's wife. Beautiful woman. There's the door that the maid let me in by that afternoon. You know, Captain, seems to me they're all here tonight.
Who?
We stand beneath the sounding rafter, and the walls around us are bare as they echo our peals of laughter. It seems that the dead are there.
Yet we stand to our glasses steady.
You know it?
I was in my school reader. How does the rest of it go?
Yet we stand to our glasses steady and drink to our comrades' eyes. Here's a glass to the dead already. Hurrah for the next that dies. Excuse me, Captain. I don't know what's come over me talking that way. I was very fond of these people.
Are you going to look in the desk drawer?
This is a lot of nonsense.
Then why are you here, Mr. Parker?
Jerry Kenyon was always a happy man. At least that's what I always thought. Big, boisterous fellow.
Yeah?
He had a good position with Vitaton. You know, the phonograph company.
Yeah, sure, I know.
But he'd just been made a major in the Army. 1917. There was a war on then, too, if you remember.
I remember. To make the world safe for democracy.
Old days. Old heartaches. Old memories. I remember that blazing hot day in August when all the windows were up. I remember this room. And Isabel, that was Jerry's wife, sitting in that chair, knitting. I remember...
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
There's a man to see you, Miss Kenyon. He says his name's Parker.
Yes, I'm expecting him. Show him in, please.
All right, ma'am. Shall I take your knitting in your knitting bag?
Why should you take my knitting?
I don't know, Miss Kenyon. I just wondered. You can come in now.
Thank you.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Isabel. You sent for me?
Joe, I must apologize for Kitty. Servants are getting to be a problem nowadays.
She looks pretty enough to get along.
Oh, Kitty's got large ideas. She wants to go on the stage, if you please, and do imitations, like Miss Draper. She only knew how hard it was acting all your life.
Isabel, you've been crying.
I have not. At least,
Is that why you sent for me?
I've missed you. You haven't been here in over a week, Joe.
I had an idea Jerry was getting a little tired of having me around this house.
Oh, no, Joe. Why, Jerry...
Yes, what about Jerry?
I wish I knew, Joe. That's why I wanted you here.
Where is he, by the way? I want to say goodbye to him before he leaves.
He's probably out in the summer house where he works with all those papers. He's got a lot of work to catch up with. He's going overseas tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
He's out there. He's been out there all day. His last day here, and I've been alone.
That sounded like a shot.
Yes, it was a shot, Joe,
In the house.
dear.
Doesn't seem to worry you.
It's only Paul, Jerry's brother, Paul.
Oh, thought you'd gotten him off your hands for good.
Jerry asked him out. He got here 2 nights ago.
That doesn't make it any easier for you, does it?
No, I don't mind. Jerry's fixed him up with a pistol range in the cellar. Paul's a terribly bad shot. Not like the rest of us. You don't seem to like it, Joe. Shall I have Kitty go down and tell him to stop?
No, it's bearable. As long as he keeps away.
Poor Joe.
But, about Jerry, who is it this time?
Joe, Jerry's been home 5 days on leave from camp. Well, never mind what camp. But he spent 4 evenings of those 5 with that Fisk woman.
Diane Fisk? The redhead with all the money?
Oh, she got money?
Well,
She must have some attraction then. Please understand me, Joe. It's not that I'm jealous any longer. It's just
no,
that
of course not.
Jerry goes his way and I go mine. I may not be without admirers myself, if it comes to that.
You've no idea how true that is, Isabel.
No, I was thinking about Jerry. He may not always be lucky. He may meet some girl who's not as broad-minded as I am. And then when he gives her the go-by... Paul must be getting really furious down in that cellar. He's not hitting anything.
He must be using a lot of ammunition.
Now, your trouble, Joe, is that you're too much of a gentleman. And if you really want to see Jerry, there he is now.
Where?
Just standing in the door of the summer house. Look out the window.
Infernally bright out there.
Doesn't he look noble in his new uniform? Sam Brown belt and revolver and everything. Look how he turns around and waves his cap at us. Like a real soldier.
Real soldiers don't exactly wave their caps, do they?
He does. Jerry! Jerry!
Hello there!
Jerry, Joe Parker's here.
Who?
Joe Parker. He wants to see you.
Well, give him a drink or something. I'll be up in a minute.
Into the summer house again. Not a care in the world, has
Now,
he?
listen, Isabel, you've got to slow down. You'll be crying again in a minute. Come on over here and sit down.
The light hurts my eyes, that's all.
Well, then we'll just pull these blinds. We'll still be able to see it. There, how's that?
It's better, thanks.
Now, can I get you anything?
Oh, no, you heard the Great White Chief's orders. I'm to get you something. What'll you have, Joe? A highball?
Don't bother with that.
Oh, it's no bother. Everything's out in the dining room here. The iceman didn't deliver today of all days, so I'm afraid I can't give you any ice. I read in the paper yesterday that we're likely to have automatic ice boxes any day now. Things that freeze ice by electricity or something. Do you believe that, Joe?
I doubt it. Listen, Isabel.
Here you are. It's not cold at all. It's the best I could do.
Thanks, Clement. What I wanted to say was, couldn't you get that brother of yours to give up practicing now? Hasn't he done his good deed for the day?
Yes, maybe he has. I'll ring for Kitty.
You don't have to call me, Miss Kenyon. I'm here.
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
It's only to tell you there's another visitor. This time it's a woman.
Lady, Kitty. Call her a lady, please.
Well, maybe. She says her name's Diane Fisk.
Diane Fisk, that's Jerry.
Kitty, tell the lady I'm not in.
Lady. She's a fine lady. I don't want to intrude, my dear. I don't want to intrude. Anyway, it's too late, Miss Kenyon. She's coming down the hall now.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon.
How do you do, Diane? This is a friend of ours, Miss Fisk, Mr. Parker.
How do you do?
Now, I don't want to intrude, really, I don't. I wouldn't have intruded for worlds, especially on a day like this. Isn't it awful? But your husband simply insisted, my dear Mrs. Kenyon. He simply wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm sure he wouldn't.
Do you know what he's brought from his office as a surprise?
No.
A phonograph recording machine. He's going to let us use it.
So that we can all hear ourselves talk twice. How nice. Heaven's name, can't somebody stop that firing?
Don't fly off the handle. Take it easy now.
Kitty.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please go down the cellar and tell Mr. Kenyon's brother he's driving us all crazy. Tell him to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon, I do hope I haven't offended you in any way. I know I'm a silly little chatterbox. They say people who have red hair often are. Because at your age, you must find the heat very trying.
Don't you think we'd all better sit down?
I
was very much interested in what Miss Fisk said about a phonograph recording machine. Mrs. Kenyon was just talking about a machine to make ice.
Yes. Isn't science wonderful? But I do think it was mean of Major Kenyon to invite me out here and then go and fall asleep in the summer house.
Oh. Did you say fall asleep?
Yes, of course.
How did you know?
Well, I came up the back way and I saw him in the summer house with his head forward on the table, taking a nice little snooze.
That's very queer.
Of course, you couldn't see much except in the bright light of the door, but I think I saw him there. I didn't disturb him, naturally.
But I think I'd better disturb him.
Oh, now, please don't trouble on my account.
The fact is, my dear, I don't altogether trust myself in this room. A woman of my age has to conserve her strength, you know. So if you'll just excuse me.
Well, of course, if you... Oh, dear, I just can't think what I'm always saying because I have the best intentions in the world, Mr. Barker, but...
Parker.
Oh, yes, Parker, but I do somehow manage to offend people being so dependent and everything. Except the men, of course. I couldn't offend you, Mr. Parker. Now, could I?
Madam, I'm not sure.
Well, of course, the person I really came to see was Paul, Mr. Kenyon's brother. He's a little young, of course, but he's joining up next month, and I think we should all do our bit, don't you? He has such a pleasant personality. I think he likes me. Why, if he walked in at that door this minute...
Now, how am I ever going to get any place? Someone's always interrupting my revolver practice just when I'm getting to the point where I can... Oh.
Why, Paul.
Good Lord, are you here again?
You're a very untidy object, Paul.
Well, it's pretty untidy in this cellar. And dirty. I've got cockroaches on me, so keep away.
Did you have a good day shooting?
Swell. One of the best.
Hit the target?
On the only shot that mattered, I hit the target dead center. That sounded like Isabel.
I think it was Isabel.
Why have you got those blinds down? Get them up. What is it? What's wrong with you? What are you looking at through that window?
That was 25 years ago, Captain Burke. We found Jerry Kenyon lying across the table in the summer house. He'd shot himself through the head with his own revolver from the holster. It was lying on the floor beside him.
Shadows, all right. I see.
When Isabel found him, he'd been dead about half an hour.
The doctors proved that, did they?
Yes, that shot had been fired against his head. The front of his uniform cap was powder burned where the bullet entered.
There's no doubt about that.
None at all. We never noticed the real shot
Because that young lad was shooting off guns like a maniac in the cellar.
Precisely. Now they're all dead. By accident, illness, they're all gone. Isabel Kenyon died less than a year afterwards. I think she died just because she was so fond of Jerry. I suppose you've guessed my little secret.
Oh, I think I can sort of read between the lines. You were in love with Isabel Kenyon, weren't you?
Yes.
Well, these things happen.
I never let her see it, you understand?
Women know, pretty generally.
So, they're gone. The youngest of them. And I'm left alone with old tunes, old ghosts, wondering why the fellow ever killed himself. Why? Why? And this morning, out of a clear sky, I get a letter saying, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. But I tell you, we know how he died.
Well, aren't you going to do it?
Naturally. I've got a key somewhere here that fits the drawer.
Now, listen, Mr. Parker. In my father's country in Ireland, they got a saying that when a man's going to commit suicide...
I thought of doing that, too. Once.
Then the devil comes in and takes him by the hand and talks to him. They say you can see the devil as plain as I see you just before you pull the trigger.
The devil must have been in the summer house that afternoon, then.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
What do you mean?
Major Kenyon didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
My dear Captain Burke, the police covered all that at the time. Everybody had an alibi.
They did they?
Well, think of what I've told you. Isabel and I were together all the time. Paul, her brother, was shooting off guns in the cellar.
Yeah?
Diane Fisk?
Yeah, what about her?
Her chauffeur who drove her there swore he saw her walk straight up to the place. She passed the summer house, but didn't stop there.
Well, that checks.
Even Kitty, the maid, could prove she'd never stirred out of the house until just a minute or so before Isabel went herself.
Oh, and why did the maid have to leave the house at all?
She was taking Jerry the black coffee he drank every afternoon. He'd already been dead half an hour then. And that, my dear Captain, disposes of everybody.
Well, now listen, Mr. Parker. You're a good guy, and I'm not going to hold out on you any longer. You see, I say Major Kenyon was murdered because I know he was murdered.
By an outsider?
By one of the people in the house.
That's impossible.
Is it? Well, why don't you open that desk drawer and see? What time is it?
It's 7:45.
7:45? And I haven't got much time.
For what?
Holy St. Patrick, will you open that drawer?
If it's waited 25 years, my friend, it can wait a minute more. I've got the key somewhere in this bunch of keys. Everything the same. Paul never altered what he inherited. Same old desk, same old phonograph. Same old... I think this is the key. Yeah, it opens. There's nothing here except one or two old newspapers. Everything very dirty.
The letter says to press hard at the back. Now, have you tried that?
Doesn't seem to. Yes, by George, it does work.
Well?
There seems to be a movable back on a hinge.
Well, what's inside?
Some sort of flat brown paper parcel sealed with wax and about as dirty as it can get.
Open it, man. Open it.
I'm going to. It's a phonograph record. There's a plain white label, something on it written in pencil. I don't see too well nowadays without my glasses.
Here, give it to me. I'll read it to you.
Go on.
A record of how I killed Jerry Kenyon. Say, don't you get it, Mr. Parker? This is the real goods. The murderer's going to tell us his own story 25 years later.
Be careful. Whatever you do, don't drop it.
You seem to be interested enough now.
I don't say I'm not interested. I say I can't believe it.
You know, when you were talking about the dead coming back and that kind of thing, you sure started giving me goose pimples. But that's just what it is, a dead person. Now, there's the phonograph. Put that record on. Let's hear what the ghost says.
Any of them could have made the record, of course. The apparatus was all here.
Don't just stand there by the phonograph. Won't it work?
Yes, it works.
Is it wound up?
Yes, it's wound up. Here goes.
Now, look, Mr. Parker. Whose voice do you think it's going to be?
I don't know.
Now, I want to warn you. The voice you're going to hear from there...
Please, be quiet. Listen. I've started it up. Well, speak up. Who killed Jerry Kenyon?
I killed him, Joe, dear.
Isabel.
I'm sorry about it, Joe, but I had to have you for an alibi. And you were so terribly easy to
It's
fool.
only a phonograph record, man. Don't look at it as if it was alive.
You said you and I were always together, Joe, but that wasn't quite true. I left you to go into the dining room and mix a highball, remember?
Yes.
And I was carrying my big knitting bag. Remember that, too? And there was something else in it besides knitting. I'm an awfully good revolver shot, Joe. I told you we were all good except Paul. And the back windows of the dining room faced the same way as the back windows of the library.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you.
Jerry was in the summer house. I made a sign to him from the window, and he came to the door there. In bright sunlight, 50 feet away.
True again, Isabel. True
Joe,
again.
don't you know what August heat is in a wooden summer house? Didn't anybody see that no man would be wearing a cap inside on a day like that? Jerry had taken his cap off before he went into the summer house. We saw him do it. He was bareheaded when he came to the door. So I lifted the revolver and shot him through the head. Then I dropped the gun back in my knitting bag and went back into the library with your drink.
Isabel.
Don't talk back to the thing,
There
man.
was
You'll drive me
something else
screwy.
in my knitting bag, too. I had to use it. It was a duplicate of Jerry's army camp with a powder-burned hole already fired through it in the place I wanted.
Very clever of you, Isabel. So I've been the goat for 25 years.
I waited for some time and then slipped out to find the body. I fitted the new cap over Jerry's head in place where it ought to go. I put the old cap in my knitting bag. I took his revolver out of the holster and kept it. The gun that I'd used, I dropped on the floor beside him. So I proved it was suicide. You see?
You proved it to me.
Joe, listen, I'm very sick. They tell me I'm going to die.
You are dead.
Joe, I'm afraid. I'm going out in the dark, and I don't know what's there.
Don't go away, Isabel. Come
Joe.
on. Just for a minute.
Okay, I've had just about enough of this.
Joe, I want you to tell everybody about it. I want you to tell them how a poor, crazy woman couldn't stand that man any longer, and how...
There. It's cut off, and it's going to stay cut off.
Thank you. I've heard about enough, too. But you can't arrest her now, my friend. You can't arrest her now.
After hearing that, I'm not going to arrest anybody.
Tell me, Captain. Did you know what was on the record?
No. That's why I had to hear it. I knew about it, but I wasn't sure what it had to say. But so help me, I never guessed how hard it would hit you. Man, don't you get it even yet?
Yes, I get it.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't see anything. That was how the fake suicide was managed, yes. That's just how it was all done, bar one or two little things. Only...
Only what?
Only it wasn't Isabel Kenyon who committed the murder.
Did I hear you correctly?
You did?
This is another one of your little jokes, I imagine. Can't you let me alone? Have you some kind of personal spite against me? What did I ever do?
You're going to hear the real truth now if I have to hold you down in that chair. I know Mrs. Kenyon didn't kill her husband because I've just come from talking to the real murderer up the river.
But they're all dead.
Oh, no, they're not. And I haven't got much time either. That clock's just going to strike 8.
What's the time got to do
Good
with it?
deal if you'll follow me. Mrs. Kenyon died less than a year after her husband, didn't she?
Yes.
But it wasn't Mrs. Kenyon's voice you just heard in that record.
What?
I'm telling you, the real murderer hated her. Hated her like poison and wanted her blamed for the crime. When Mrs. Kenyon died, the real murderer wrote a letter.
Well?
But she never mailed that letter. She made a lying record of Isabel Kenyon's voice as evidence. Now you figure it out for yourself. Who was pretty enough to take Major Kenyon's eye and strike back like fury when she got thrown over? Who wanted to go on the stage and do impersonations?
Kitty, the maid.
Ah, you're talking sense.
She shot Jerry from the dining room window.
When she couldn't borrow Mrs. Kenyon's knitting bag, she went out to the summer house with a gun and the fake cap wrapped in a napkin on a coffee tray.
She did go out, I remember.
Actually, she got there before Mrs. Kenyon did. But the summer house was dark inside, and Mrs. Kenyon never noticed her. The next day, Kitty wrote that letter, but she couldn't bring herself to send it. So she kept that letter till the day before yesterday. Then one of the boys at Sing Sing,
Wait a minute.
thinking he was doing her a kind action, put a stamp on it and mailed it.
Did you say Sing Sing?
Yes. They're electrocuting her tonight for the murder of an Italian down at Collier's Hook. I found out about the record all right. But the one thing I wasn't sure of was that she had done the job alone. Now, frankly, the way you acted, I thought that you might have been in on it, too. Well, that's why I had to hear it through. And it was anything but a joke. And now, here it goes to blazes forever. Eight o'clock. Now she's dead.
And so ends The Devil in the Summer House. Tonight's story of Suspense. The part of Mr. Parker was played by Martin Gable. Again next Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. A story dedicated to the thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step. Another adventure in suspense. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.